Hello and welcome to Recently Watched, the show where two jackasses talk about movies and TV shows they recently watched. My name is Justin Ashley and my co-host is the president of the King of the Hill fan club, Kevin Lackner.
I wouldn't say that.
What? Isn't that what we're here to talk about? We're here to talk about King of the Hill? Isn't that what you want to talk about? If you thought I wasn't going to fuck with you.
Yeah, I know. Every time you get me, I'm always like, I'm sure this time he'll just be polite and like be like, oh, it's Kevin. Like, we're here to talk about The Simpsons. No, every fucking time. Every fucking time.
I'm a guest in his home. I'm sure he'll be kind to me. Yeah. No, you get ribbed every time you sit in the hot seat, buddy.
Every single time he blindsides me
with like, some stupid shit.
And every time in the back of my mind, I'm like, maybe this time it'll just be like, no, okay, yeah.
You know the definition of insanity?
I love King of the Hill, but like I wouldn't say I'm the president of the fan club.
Well, that's not what we're here to talk about, folks. That's we're not. It was me fucking with him. As you can see, we're surrounded by all this this Simpson shit. We are here to do something very special. We are going to be kind of copying the format of Slash Cinema, which ironically, which if you're not aware of that, here I'll put an image. There's a thumbnail on the screen. There's me and Mark talking about some random thing. So on Slash Cinema, the way we do it is we will watch all of something and then rank it worst to best. So we normally, for Slash Cinema, we do horror franchises.
Yes, yeah.
Now, ironically, the first episode of Slash Cinema is the third episode of Recently Watched.
Yeah.
So technically this idea started on Recently Watched, but now it's become the staple of that podcast.
Yeah. You guys have really run away with that. It's been brilliant to watch.
Thank you.
Those are really cool videos. Yeah.
I'm very happy with how they've come out.
Yeah.
And I think I mean, Tales from the Toy Store, we just never had time to figure it out, unfortunately. I think that could have been a cool show. You had to think for a second. You're like, what the fuck is that show? Yeah. But so for this episode, we are doing something very special. We have been talking about doing this probably since I met you. Like, I'm not making this up.
I would think so, yeah.
We've known each other 14 years, I think. I met you when I was like, I want to say 20 or 21. It was in university. I would have been third year, so I would have been 21. So we've known each other for 13 years.
Damn.
Yeah. Lucky number 13.
Yeah.
And we constantly quote Simpsons, talk about Simpsons, obsess about Simpsons. And this is an idea we've had for ages. And what we're going to be presenting today is our top 10 favorite Simpsons episodes of all time.
It's daunting. It's like
holy
monumental.
Fuck. So we've talked about doing this. This is way before we even had a podcast and like before I even had a YouTube
as friends
channel.
We debate like what's the best Simpsons episode? What's your favorite? What's your favorite from the season?
Right.
Or, like,
that's more what I meant is like this is an idea that we talked about. We've talked about having this conversation for ages, right?
Yeah.
But
just the idea of it.
The problem is if you're going to really like nail down your top 10, you got to watch them all.
Yeah.
And that's a big fucking undertaking.
But like as Simpsons fans, you naturally watch them over and over again and rewatch them and like have certain seasons that you favor and like certain ones that are always in the list that as you're rewatching them. But to actually sit down and be like, okay, I'm going to watch X amount of episodes back to back all through the seasons and take notes and all that stuff. It's a big task.
It's a big task. So speaking of big tasks, we've been talking about this for years, but I don't know if you know this, it was a year ago, like to the month, that I actually pitched you this idea.
To the month.
I said...
How do you know that? Did you?
Because I started writing notes at that time.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because we had... So I said to you, I was like, let's do a special podcast episode. Like, let's do a video... we didn't have the podcast at the time. We were talking about doing a podcast, but I had this idea for a video. I didn't know what it would become, but I said, let's do a video. Let's rewatch... We're going to get to this saying, the golden era of The Simpsons.
Yeah.
And we're going to get to that in a second, what we actually watched. But we decided at the beginning of last year, we're going to rewatch all of the golden era individually, not together.
Yeah.
And then sit down and give our top 10 favorite episodes from the golden era of The Simpsons of all time and our bottom 10 episodes. So our least favorite among the golden era.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that is not going to be in this video. That is going to be a separate video. So look for that soon. I'm probably killing myself editing both videos right now. But that was a daunting task. That took a year. We have been rewatching these all of 2023. We were rewatching all of The Simpsons. This took fucking forever. I have just pages and pages and pages of fucking notes on every... I know which episode has which gag. I know when in the episode that gag is like, holy fuck, was this a big undertaking?
Well, you went hard into it because
we'll
get into it because what classifies the golden era or the so-called the peak seasons.
Okay, so let's start there. Let's start.
Yeah.
That's the first discussion. What do you and I consider to be the golden age of The Simpsons? Meaning, what do you watch up until? So anything after this season, you stop watching.
Yeah. Okay.
What's your answer?
So my answer would be the more classic example. I think a lot of people generally consider seasons 1 to 8 to be classic Simpsons. And that's typically what I like. That's what I own on DVD. I bought seasons 1 to 8 when the DVDs came out, and that's generally what I have fond nostalgia for. I go into 9, 10 every now and then
for the odd episode.
That's usually where it kind of falls off for me too. Is where I'm like if I'm doing, because I've done rewatches over the years, and that's generally where I kind of taper off.
So do you actually own the Simpsons DVD sets?
Oh, yeah.
The ones that we're surrounded by?
Yeah,
right
I own 1 to 8 on DVD.
So you didn't buy 9 and 10?
I didn't buy 9 and 10.
Okay, so you excluded 9 and 10 from your rewatch.
Yeah, I did not rewatch 9 and 10.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure how far you went. Like, we talked about this, again, just like Slash Cinema, we didn't talk during this period.
That's true.
We weren't communicating like, hey, what are you watching? We just said collectively, whatever you think is the golden era, that's what you need to watch.
Yeah,
that's up to you.
We wanted it to be sort of like a surprise when we have our lists and like what we discuss. So we did not watch each episode and discuss each episode together.
So you watched, just to reiterate, you rewatched. So your top 10 is from what season to what season?
1 to 8.
1 to 8.
And I have a few caveats. So I'd like to say, first of all, that like for me, 1 to 8 is iconic. It's classic. But in terms of ranking and evaluating them, I generally leave season 1 out because I find it's the genesis of the show. It's like, it's hard to evaluate. It's like, oh, this is the first episode where like Flanders shows up.
Right.
And it's like,
and he's not even maybe like Flanders yet. They hadn't even found his character.
Some characters are not even like, they haven't found their footing yet. Yeah. The writers are getting the animation down. The animation's often very stilted. It's still like growing from that Tracy Ullman period. And I find it's not interesting or fun to punch down or to like critique season 1 as much. There's some brilliant episodes in season 1, but for the purposes of my evaluation and ranking, I kind of just took season 1 off the table. I'm like, all right, like I really like Moaning Lisa, for example, but like there's a lot of episodes where it would be easy to be like, I don't care for this one as much. The show has changed quite a bit as well as the other thing. I think the show launches, and then gets its footing. And like the earlier seasons are more family based and more down to earth, more like grounded.
Yeah.
And then
they're less pop culture-y.
They become more pop culture, more meta.
Yeah. Yes.
The meta
more self-aware.
More self-aware. That gets
more satirical.
Turned up.
Yeah.
And so for me, I love like 2 hits the ground running, and then 2 to like 8 is just like perfect. It's like that's what I love about.
But you did watch season 1? You did rewatch it?
I rewatched a few. But like I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my golden era.
Okay.
What I consider to be the golden era of The Simpsons is season 3 to season 10.
You just counted 2.
So 1 and 2 to me are like, because you're a comic guy, so like, what is is Gold Age better than like Silver Age and Bronze Age?
Oh, in terms of comic books, yeah, it's like the Golden Age,
right? So to me, Golden Age is season 3 to 8, and I would say Bronze Age is probably 1 and 2. It's very like rough. Silver Age is probably the shit.
Oh, you're saying, well, like the comics go gold, silver, bronze, like that just goes forwards.
Oh, they do it the other way because it gets worse in quality.
Yes.
Okay, so what do you call season 1 and 2 are the dark ages? Like the golden, they define
well, they would be the golden age because it's the start of everything, the origin
the Genesis.
of everything. The Genesis,
okay, well,
it's super important.
So to me, season 1 and 2, I never rewatched them.
Not even 2.
So hold on a sec.
Not even 2.
Golden Age is 3.
Heresy.
To me, 3 to 10 is Golden Age. However, so I did not rewatch 1. I own 1. It's sitting there in that stack.
Yeah.
I own. So on DVD, I own 1 to 10. Okay, and I always stop. I stop at 10. So I did not go past 10. And I know
that's
that
a nice even amount. Like
and I know you and I have debated about 9 and 10. And we're gonna get to that when we get to the worst episodes. Because unfortunately, many of them came out of 9 and 10.
Yeah,
so there's a whole discussion there. But season 1, I didn't feel the need to watch, so I just didn't watch it because it's like it's just like a pilot of a show almost as like a season.
Yeah,
it's like it's so formulative that it's not even any. There's glimpses kind of what would become the Simpsons humor, but. It is so rough.
They're creating it in real time,
right?
Before your very eyes.
Yeah. So it almost feels just like I just didn't even watch it. I did rewatch season 2, so I actually rewatched season 2, but I don't consider season 2 part of the golden era. It's got some gold in it. It's got some moments, but to me, season 3 is when Simpsons became Simpsons. Like Simpsons season 1 and 2 are just a little too rough for me.
I would say 3 is way superior to season
for sure.
1 and 2.
But to me,
I still think 2 is brilliant, and like I still have a fondness and nostalgia, even for 1 and stuff. But so like now, I can see what you're saying.
So now you found it interesting that I went up to season 10.
Okay, now, that's very interesting.
Would you find it interesting that many fans go up to season 14?
Really?
Yeah, when I was reading, I read a little bit about like what most fans consider like golden age, and I think it's like people rank it differently, but it's like 1 to 3 is considered this age, and then like 4 to 9 is like the top tier, and then like the silver would be like 10 to 14.
Yeah, well, you've got Tracy Ullman, and then you've got into like the first season where they're creating the show, and I think the showrunners changed in like season 7 or 8. I think they actually.
Well, that's when they got rid of like the Conan writing crew, like that.
Well, Conan left in what, like 4 or something.
No, he must have been around at 5. No,
I don't know. It was like 4 or 5. He left to form the Conan show. I don't know
that. I will admit my ignorance. I don't know the history of the writers of The Simpsons. I don't know that. Like, I just genuinely don't know. I know like 1 to 3 has a certain feel. 4 to 6 has like to me. The peak of the show is 4 to 6,
and also the animation studios change. Like they use Korean studios, but then the animation styles change slightly, and like the budget and production changes. And I believe full on the showrunners like change hands sometime around like I want to say 7 or 8. I'm not super knowledgeable about that either. I know some of it, but
7. I can tell you when I was rewatching it, like when you hit 7 to 10 has a very specific feel. But then I think 11 to 14, that's the beginning of a real dark time.
Oh, really? So in your rewatch, did you call it at 10? So you didn't go into 11 or 12?
So I looked at the episode, like I peeked over
the fence?
just to see what was over there, and I was like, oh shit, you've got that episode? Oh, you have that episode? That's a pretty good episode. But then I was like, oh, you have that episode? Oh.
Yeah. I guess we should also talk briefly about like our relationship to the show. So
sure, yeah.
I'm 32 years old.
Sorry, I'm sure that you guys are like, get to the fucking.
Yeah.
When are they gonna get to the
when
fireworks?
When are they gonna do the list?
What is it? The fireworks factory? The Poochie episode? Yeah. When are they gonna get to the fireworks episode? Be patient. Oh, hey, there's time codes in the description. You don't have to listen to this rigmarole.
We'll have time codes for everything. Say the line, Bart.
You can just skip ahead right now. But yeah, sorry, I interrupted you.
So I did want to briefly touch on our relationship to the show. Like, I'm 32, grew up in the 90s. I was born in 91. And like for me, The Simpsons was just like a constant show on Fox. It was like, I think, channel 15 or something, and you'd tune in. There'd be new episodes. Like, I think for younger people, like, now that it's owned by Disney and on streamers and stuff, like, that relationship to the show is something that's, like, interesting. So that's, like, different generationally. But, like, we did at the very least, like, I remember when new episodes would come out in the 90s, and, like, I don't know, I guess... like 99, that would probably be season 14 or something like that.
I don't know when they line up. I think season 1 is like 88, 89.
Yeah.
It's pretty close. It's
I think
not as far off.
Season 8 is 97, I think. So whatever.
The point is, we are from a generation. We are from a very specific generation. Yeah. We are from
my
the 90s
parents didn't want
generation.
me to watch The Simpsons when I was young. I don't know. It was
a little too edgy.
Yeah.
My parents didn't give a shit about Simpsons. It was South Park was the big one.
Yeah, South Park was the big no-no in the household.
Because it was a little too fucked up for
But
kids.
when I was like younger, like eventually they didn't care. But like when I was like younger, they're like, oh, you shouldn't watch The Simpsons because like Bart is a bad influence, like that kind of thing.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
But we are from a very specific generation, which is we are genuine 90s kids. So I was born in 1990. You are 1 year younger than me. You're 91.
Yeah.
But we grew up while this shit was new. So we were watching Golden Era Simpsons as it was coming out. Like on TV.
I would say the tail end of the Golden Era, because like by the time we were old enough.
I watched it very young. I remember watching it like extremely young. And we were watching reruns.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Reruns.
They were all currently on We watched a thing called live television.
Yeah.
We didn't get to just go on Disney Plus. Like when I rewatched all this, I was just using Disney Plus, and I would just go to the fucking,
me too.
Made it so convenient. But like there was none of that shit. It was like, that's how you would rewatch certain episodes you've seen a million times, because they would, at one point.
Let's put it this way. By the time I was like 12 years old, or you're 12, like it was a big deal to catch reruns and try to watch certain episodes, and like you'd go to like school, and like your friends would quote Simpsons quotes to you, and
you're at the mercy. Like we grew up during the peak of like Simpsons mania, basically.
I would say.
Oh man, it was huge.
Yeah,
it was huge. Simpsons
I think
was
there's
blowing
multiple
up
peaks.
at that time.
I mean, they exploded in the early 90s.
I think my mid-90s is when it like really blew up. It was like a pop culture fucking beast at that point. Yeah, there was Simpsons everything. Yeah. Simpsons video games, Simpsons. I had Simpsons shirts and all that shit.
Super Nintendo games.
Yeah, all that vintage Simpsons clothing I just threw out. It's probably worth like thousands now at this point. But we grew up in a time where the episodes were relatively new, still on live television, and you were at the mercy of whatever the fuck.
This is also you're at the mercy of broadcast
programming,
and cable programming.
Yeah. You can't predict what episode's coming out.
Yeah,
and I mean I'm a country kid. We both are.
Yeah,
I had antenna. We didn't have satellites, so you couldn't go to the guide and look up. Oh, hey, this. You had to just after that The Simpsons. It got to the point where I saw so many reruns, the couch gags. I could start identifying. Oh, that couch gag. Okay, it's this episode.
Yeah.
That was a big thing.
I've since lost that, but I remember having.
I don't have it anymore.
This is going to be this episode.
No, at that, I don't have it anymore at all. But it got to my brother and I watched the shit out of The Simpsons. No, because I think we watched because they used to play like 2 or 3 episodes a night, like on certain stations. It was like I don't know, Fox or one of the local stations or whatever the fuck. I think we watched 2 episodes a night for 10 years, for a long period, So like, and then I knew these episodes like the back of my fucking hands.
And then as we became like teenagers and stuff, like the DVDs started coming out,
right? And then you could
huge.
That was a big fucking deal.
Everyone, like all my friends, had the DVDs, and we would just like endlessly rewatch episodes from those,
right?
Too.
These are not my original DVDs that I had in high school, but they're not far off. I got these.
I mean, it was foundational, I'd say, for both of us, for our sense of humor, for pop culture references, for learning about pop culture things. Every one of my friends and people I knew would like quote things or like have like Simpsons gags memorized, that kind of stuff.
For the love of God, please, will this shit go on Blu-ray? It's never going to happen. I know it's a pipe dream, but
why is it never going to happen? Is it not on Blu-ray? Actually,
no, it's not Blu-ray. No.
Oh God.
Not even every season's on DVD. They stopped, I think, at like season 24 or 25 or some shit. not that it matters.
Yeah, not that it matters.
Maybe they did the world a favor doing that, but no, I just don't think it's going to happen. Put stuff on Blu-ray, like from Disney, because like they started putting their newer stuff on Blu-ray, but the thing is, those are easy to put on Blu-ray. They're already in HD. They're probably shot in like 4K or 8K resolution. You're not doing a lot of after conversion work. If you were to put The Simpsons on Blu-ray, like I know they've up-converted it slightly because it is in HD on Disney Plus, like HD-ish. But if they were really going to like preserve this, you'd have to scan the original fucking film negatives, the cells, and rescan. That
gets expensive.
Oh, for how many seasons? That's what I'm saying. It's probably never going to happen.
Well, also, like I imagine it's like a monster because of the length of the show now. With like, what is it, 35 seasons they're on? If you commit to putting Blu-rays out, I imagine you'd have to commit to like there's some contractual thing where it's like, well, if we do Blu-rays, we have to do Blu-rays for all the seasons. All of it. And like we don't want to do that. Like,
I'm going to give some credit to South Park, which South Park I think is pretty close to having the whole show on Blu-ray.
Oh, really?
I was surprised by this because when I looked into getting some physical South Park, I was like, holy fuck, most of the show is on Blu-ray now. Like a large portion of it. I don't know how close it got because I stopped watching it a long time ago.
But that's interesting. Yeah. So then I don't know the answer to why it's not on Blu-ray. I don't know. Fuck you.
Money. No, the answer is money. You know, they don't. It's not home video is not a priority anymore. They'd rather just we're not going to get into that debate.
But anyway,
that's a whole
other thing.
So we are without further ado. Let's get into this.
Let's get into it.
We're going to go back and forth. Yep. I'll start us off, and the way we're doing this is we're going from number 10 to number 1. So we're going from our top 10. We're going to start with like the least of the top 10 and then work up to our favorite episode of all time.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you right now.
What's your qualifications? How did you like?
I'm glad you asked, Kevin.
Yeah.
I'm glad you asked. I actually have some, give me one sec here. I'm going to find this in my notes. Yeah, here we go. What makes a great Simpsons episode? The jokes per minute rate.
Yeah, I had that too.
So the jokes per minute, like the ratio, like that rate of like...
Of how fast and how quickly and efficiently.
Right.
Like, because it's 23 minutes or something, right?
Right.
Like an episode. And like how many jokes they cram into those like 23 minutes.
And the top ones, it's like insane the amount of fucking jokes they're hitting you with.
Yeah.
It's so... And that's why people talk about like...
Quality jokes.
Right. Too, good. Actual good jokes. The quality writing. People talk about as you age, you appreciate The Simpsons more. We didn't really talk about this, but when you get older, you rewatch these. Like we're 90s kids, right? So we watched them when they were new. We found them very funny. But this is the genius of the golden age of Simpsons. You get older, like when we were in our 20s and even now in our 30s, holy fuck, you appreciate them that much more. Because now you can watch it on another level of like, you are getting those weird little references and like, like when they're talking about like one of the running gags I noticed upon rewatching is like, they keep bringing up members of the Supreme Court. Like for whatever reason, Homer knows members of the Supreme Court. And then you look it up and you're like, holy fuck, that's actually a real guy that's on the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Like the writers did their research in their references. They're all fucking spot on. You appreciate it that much more because you understand the adult level jokes.
And even simple things like when I was younger, I related more to Bart and Lisa. And like I liked those characters more, I would say, as a kid, because I was like, I'm a kid. And then as we age, now I relate more to like Homer and Marge kind of thing. And like I have more of a fondness for those characters. So like your perception and like as you age, changes your relationship to the show.
But again, that's the genius of the golden era for sure. So I also got, you already said this, but quality of the humor. So not just how many jokes can they cram in, how good are the jokes? That's a big thing. Quotability.
Okay.
How many little funny quotes that just stuck with me, for whatever, like just ones that I'm constantly saying and, just constantly just stick in your head because they're so good, right? Similar to rewatching Seinfeld. Same kind of thing. Same kind of idea with the yada 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 and things that you just remember, No soup for you, that kind of idea.
Yep.
Great voice delivery. So when the voice acting was really good. So certain episodes just and this is similar to quotability, the way certain lines were read for certain characters, especially Homer, some of the line deliveries I have in my favorite episodes, it's like perfect the way they were said.
Well, some of these voice actors like won Emmys for like their performances.
Right. And I actually didn't, I regret not looking into that, but I didn't really write down
I didn't
what
make
the
a note
Emmy
of it.
were.
I would like be watching episodes and I'd like check them and be like, oh, this is actually an episode where Dan Castanella won an Emmy for his performance.
And I regret not looking into that. I should have looked into it.
Yeah.
Great celebrity cameos / guest voice actors.
Okay.
So that's a big thing for me. I think some of the best episodes are when they had those really good, just random celebrity guests and they used them perfectly.
Yeah.
And you'll know when they come up. We're going to bring them up.
That one's interesting because it can sometimes, if it works, it works and it's like perfect. But if it doesn't work, it can be distracting.
We're going to talk about that when we talk about the worst episodes.
Okay.
So that, because I think that became a very bad trend for The Simpsons is the celebrity. Mick Jagger is going to be in this episode, but there's nothing. But there's no reason. But they didn't use them the way they used to use them. We'll get to that. There's a specific way they used to use celebrity cameos that worked so well, and they just forgot how to do it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Heart and relatability.
That's a big one for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, like it's balancing or having parts of both of those things, like jokes per minute, quality of jokes. But I think a really good Simpsons episode can also just be like really heartwarming and have really solid drama. Like, even if there's only a couple like killer jokes, there's many, many iconic episodes that are just like focus on the family aspect of The Simpsons.
I mean, you can literally watch on YouTube compilations of like heartwarming moments or tear-jerking moments on The Simpsons, and there are many of them.
Yeah.
Like there's many episodes that make me tear up.
Yeah, there's many episodes.
I'm going to admit that, like 100%, because it humanized what were cartoon yellow people.
Yeah.
And that's a fucking feat unto itself to be able to do that, to make me feel for these not realistic looking cartoon beings,
Oftentimes these, yellow cartoon family is like more relatable and feels more real than like actual live action sitcoms of the time.
Right.
Kind of thing.
Big time. Just, some of the moments in The Simpsons were they had so much punch. Is there any other criteria you had it for you?
No, that's basically what I had for criteria. Yeah, would have been the same thing.
And I want to say this was one of like when Mark and I do Slash Cinema, most of when we're watching like a horror franchise, it's not as painful to actually try to come up with rankings because it's like, you've got usually 10 entries or something like that. And it's like, which ones are the really shit ones and which ones are the really good ones. It's more like the in-between.
Yeah.
This was fucking a task.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. I still don't feel fully confident about my list because there's so many good episodes.
Yes. I have episodes that aren't in my top 10 and I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to get raked for not having this episode.
Yeah. I came over even like on the drive over, I'm like, I don't know, like, should I have this one? Like, So it's a task.
This was fucking painful to do. There's so many fucking good episodes.
Let's just say this. I mean, this is one of the greatest cartoon sitcoms of all time. One
of the greatest television shows of all time.
One of the greatest television shows of all time. Yeah.
Just definitive.
So it's hard to whittle that down for such an epic run that it had, especially in the 90s. To whittle that down to 10 episodes is like, oh, goddamn.
It was a fucking feat. This was painful for me. I wrote and rewrote this many times over the last month.
And ultimately, I just went with my heart. I just went with
I did the exact same. And I want to say, just because something's not on my top 10 doesn't mean I don't appreciate it or love it.
Yeah.
And not to give too much of a spoiler, but I have a feeling we'll be doing this again. Because I had like a top 30 list at one point, and it was like getting that. That's how I just kept whittling and whittling and whittling.
Oh yeah,
and I literally had to go, okay, this episode versus this episode, which one wins?
Yeah,
and that was hard. So I want to say, for my list, number 10 to number 7. So like excluding the top 3. They're all really like there's kind of no, I don't really think any of them are particularly better than the others. Not really.
Yeah.
The top 3 though, I think maybe even the top 5, they really stand like. Then you go to another peak. But most of this is not really like, don't put a ton of weight if I had one at 10 or one at 9.
For me, it's full heart. Like it's
so subjective.
They could be anywhere on the list, but I just went from like my own personal fondness, basically. Because like I have many episodes where it's like, that could be the greatest episode of The Simpsons.
Right.
That could be the greatest episode of The Simpsons. That could also be the greatest episode of The Simpsons. So it's like,
Enough waffling.
Enough waffling.
Let's get to it. All right. My number 10.
All right, let's hear it.
All time. This is season 4, episode 22. Krusty Gets Canceled.
But the important thing is, we're like a family.
Krusty.
Shut your hole!
Krusty Gets Canceled. Nice.
Do you have this on your list?
I do not have this.
You do not have this on your list.
No.
Wow. Okay. No Gabbo.
No Gabbo. Gabbo. Yeah.
Okay. Let's give a quick. I'm so excited. I can't even talk. Yeah. Quick little synopsis here. It starts with Homer and Bart watching TV. They're watching Hollywood Squares. If you remember this.
Yeah.
It's like on the beach, and it's like the random Simpsons celebrities. There's like Rainier Wolfcastle, and I think they bring back Barry White. Is it just
they bring him back?
Yeah, just in this one little moment because he's in the Whacking Day episode. Yeah, and he's like only
you people make me sick.
Right, and he's for whatever reason in this one little section, and they're watching it, and then it cuts to the most like cryptic advertisement of all time.
Gabbo! Gabbo! Gabbo!
Did you see that?
Yeah.
What's Gabbo?
I figure it's some guy's name. Some guy named Gabbo.
Do you remember when it cuts to the?
No.
It just goes Gabbo, 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 and there's no image. It's just literally just a guy saying Gabbo, 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 and then the words Gabbo flashing on, and Bart and Homer are just staring blankly at the screen like, what the fuck did we just? It's just it's like a bizarre like viral marketing tactic.
Yeah.
And it ends up like picking up steam, and the local news is reporting on it. Homer's like reading the paper.
What could this be?
Yeah, what is Gabbo? And everybody, all this hype starts catching on. Like it becomes a viral marketing thing of like, what is Gabbo going to be? The Simpsons sit down, and Gabbo is revealed to be a variety show host that is a ventriloquist dummy.
Yeah.
So it's like a variety show. Basically, let me see, like they set it up that it's like it's a rival to Krusty's show.
Yeah.
So it's supposed to be a rival to Krusty the Clown.
There's an aspect of variety show to Krusty's show.
Right, and that, but I thought, the weird thing is like Krusty to me, I always thought was a children's show, but Gabbo is kind of like a talk show host, but he also is a children's show.
Yeah.
It's interesting, but for whatever, it's a variety show and it's competing with Krusty. And it's specifically launching at the same time slot as Krusty the Clown.
Yeah, it's attacking his time slot, basically.
Right.
So, yeah.
What ends up happening is Krusty's ratings dip. So the Krusty the Clown show starts to become less popular as more people start tuning into the Gabbo show. It is it's the new hot show. It's got the new hot guests, and it's like catching steam like very quickly. And this leads to Krusty. Whoop! I moved my notes all over the place here. Give me 2 seconds. All right, I'm already back. It leads to Krusty coming up with some like tactics to try to like or get his ratings back. So he comes up with tactics to try to compete with Gabbo.
Yeah.
And this is perhaps one of his tactics. This is perhaps one of my favorite, if not my favorite, funniest Krusty segment of all time.
Oh, really?
Is when he tries to do the ventriloquist. He's trying to copy Gabbo. Sorry, I'm gonna warn folks right now. We are going to be laughing for 90% of this podcast. So if you don't want to listen to two jackasses like giggling and cackling, tune into something else. Go watch a video essay on the genius of the writing of The Simpsons. So Krusty copies Gabbo, and he's got his own like ventriloquist dummy, and it's clearly like a shitty like used ventriloquist dummy. Do you remember this? And he's got. Oh, I forgot to turn off my phone here. Put it on silent. he's got like it's so like bad where he's like, you'd think like, oh well, Krusty's an entertainer. He has some skills, so maybe ventriloquism is one thing. But he's clearly got like a big mustache on, so you can't see his mouth move, and he's just clearly like talking. And he's got like his little dummy there. And he's got like a stupid voice that he puts on. He's like, oh, you kids like ventriloquism, eh? I'll show you this. And then the fucking mouth falls off.
I don't know. Why is a...
the kids.
The kids scream. It like couldn't go any worse. The mouth falls off, and it's like just got this gaping like weird expression. It just looks so like haunting, and then
terrifies
Krusty's
the children in the live audience.
Yeah, and it only gets worse. And Krusty's like, "Yeah, what are you scared of? It's just a dummy. It can't hurt you." And he like knocks on the head, and the head caves in.
Yeah.
Hey, that dummy can't hurt you. He's not even alive. He's dead.
And it's this like horrific looking fucking thing, and Krusty then kicks it to get rid of it, and it lands in the audience. The kids just I'm moving so much. I'm already knocking shit over. It
could
like
not go worse.
It like traumatizes all of the kids. Here, I'll get that.
Yeah.
It just like traumatizes all the kids in the audience.
Yeah.
He's like, so that is, I'm tearing up like thinking about it. I laugh about this so much. I've watched this clip a million times because it's just so funny, the idea of Krusty just like bombing.
Yeah.
And it's just like, he's so desperate and just everything goes wrong. It's like a 30-second clip.
Yeah. There's many great like Krusty bombing like
he does some stupid tactic,
episodes, where he has like some skate that doesn't go right, but that's got to be one of the best ones.
One of the other things he tries is he does the here's the deal. If you watch my show, I will send you a check for $40. And then it's got that like the announcer voice, just like, checks will not be honored.
Here's the deal. Every time you watch my show, I will send you $40.
Checks will not be honored.
Checks will not be honored. That's a classic Simpsons.
That's just like one of those great cutaways. Yeah. So Krusty's show gets worse and worse, and this leads to him. He actually loses Itchy and Scratchy.
This is one of my favorite things.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then
the Russian.
So Itchy and Scratchy go to the Gabbo show. So because I guess, which I thought was a neat little idea, that Itchy and Scratchy.
Well, because they're owned by
Roger Myers. Right. So it's
yeah.
not actually owned by Krusty's production company.
Yeah.
So they go to the rival show, the Gabbo show. Yeah. So Krusty has to get a bootleg. It's like bootleg Russian Itchy and Scratchy. It's Worker and Parasite.
Worker and Parasite.
And that is one of the funniest cutaways.
What the hell was that?
And it's just like this bizarre, weird, like...
It's like artsy, like 70s Russian... like art house.
Yeah, it's just
style.
Complete nonsense. It's like shitty animation, and like the voice acting is just like
it's clearly like 40 years old or something.
Completely nonsensical.
Yeah.
What the hell was that?
That's another great cutaway. So then it's not working, and Krusty gets canceled. And that is the main hook of the show. He becomes like destitute and broke almost immediately because one of the running gags is Krusty is like god awful at managing money.
Yeah, terrible with his money.
So he's like extremely successful, but he just like blows all of his money on like gambling and like, vices basically.
Yeah.
Lisa and Bart find Krusty in his time of desperation, and he's like on the side of the road, and he's got the sign. It just says, "We'll drop pants for food." Do you remember this? He's like, it's just like so pathetic. He's just like all like washed up. He looks like just he hasn't. Yeah, he's been like living on the streets or something at this point.
Yeah.
Like he just looks so bad. And that also leads into one of my other another great gag from this episode is Bart and Lisa are like, "Are you making any money, Krusty?" And he's like, "Nah, that guy's giving it away for free." And it's just like that weird, crazy old man who's got like his pants down. You know what I'm talking about? And he's just like singing the song. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know. You have to play the clip.
We'll cut to the clip right now.
Krusty, are you making any money?
Nah, That guy's giving it away for free.
Old gray mare, she ain't what she used to be. Ain't what she used to be. Ain't what she used to be.
It's the guy's like, oh, grandma, she ain't what she used to be. Ain't what she used to be. Ain't what she used to be.
That guy's giving away for free.
Yeah, it's just a random little funny joke. So after some encouragement from Bart and Lisa, Krusty vows to crawl his way back onto TV. And he actually ends up very briefly living with the Simpsons as they try to help him get it back onto his feet.
That's a classic cliche for episodes, is like the Simpsons take someone into their home. Like there's many episodes like that. So this is Krusty's turn to live with the Simpsons for a while.
And this all culminates in the brilliant idea to do a Krusty the Clown comeback special.
Yep.
Where he enlists the help of his celebrity friends.
Yeah.
Which he has like an insane Rolodex of, you want to talk about like celebrity cameos? Like of all the Simpsons episodes, this one's get like loaded with celebrity cameos. So that's the basic plot. I want to get into what I like about it.
I love him singing "Send in the Clowns." Send in the clowns.
That's when he does the that's in the special. That's the beginning of the special.
He opens opening. Yeah.
That is a funny. That is a good.
I just always remember that. That's like an iconic.
And it's
one.
like it's actually also kind of like a heartfelt moment in that episode.
Yeah,
where he's like he's
actually trying,
pouring his heart out.
Yeah.
Because often Krusty will phone in certain performances, but that definitely one you can see he's putting the effort in. He's really trying to make a comeback.
Yeah.
The scenario of Krusty fighting to keep the show on the air is just comedic gold.
Yeah.
Like it works so well.
The desperation.
Like, I love that. Okay, so it opens up and it's like Gabbo is already picking up steam and Krusty's already like his ratings are starting to dip. And it's just like a random cutaway and he's like looking at the Nielsen ratings back when TV ratings were really a thing. And he's like, I lost to Channel Ocho. What the hell is that? And he just changes the channel and it's the Bumblebee guy's show.
I lost to Channel Ocho. What the hell is that?
Dos huevos, por favor. Oh, qué lástima.
I gotta steal that bit.
There's also like the really dark moment where Krusty calls into the Gabbo show and Gabbo's pranking him.
Oh, yeah.
It's such a dark moment. You know what I'm talking about?
It's like very cruel.
Well, it's very cruel. Yeah, it's very
Yeah.
cruel. And he's like, Krusty's like, is this the callback for that porno?
Yeah.
So like in a children's show. He's like,
Hello, is this Krusty the Clown?
Is this the callback for that porno film? Look, I was a little nervous that day, but I'm all man. I can assure you.
Look, I was a little nervous that day, but I can assure you, I'm all man.
Oh, man.
So dark. So Krusty, he was so desperate for work. I guess he auditioned for a porno.
Auditioned for a porno.
That's a very dark joke in a children's show.
Yeah.
Again, that's the kind of shit you get as you get older.
So this is like this is obviously a Krusty episode. Is this, would you say, your favorite Krusty episode? Because there's the one with his father. There's like the one where he fakes his own death. Those kind of things.
I would say this
without spoiling your list. I guess.
I don't think I've got another one on my list. I would say this is probably my favorite Krusty episode.
Yeah.
It is so good. Yeah, it is so good. It is a Krusty-centric episode that works so well. Krusty's trying to get on, he's desperately trying to get on TV, and he's like, all right, I'm going to get back onto TV. He turns on the TV, and it's the old man, that crazy old man somehow got on TV. So like, it's like, and now the crazy old man singers. And it's just like 3 of that guy dancing with his pants down. Somehow, what a great little joke. He got on television. That crazy guy got, the implication being,
became successful faster than
Krusty. He has somehow like speed tracked and jumped over Krusty to get back onto television or got onto television.
To go back to the plot, obviously Gabbo gets on a hot mic. That's how I think they Bart and Lisa try to take down Gabbo to help Krusty. Is that
there's little things like that.
That's how the plot concludes, I think, right? Like Gabbo ends up getting canceled.
Well, yes and no. This is actually one of my complaints about it. Is I think because like the first 3/4 of the episode are like the setup of like Gabbo's rise, Krusty's fall, and then Krusty slowly is working his way back up. The last like 5 minutes of the episode are just like the Krusty special. This is where I think that the episode I think runs out of steam a little bit, is the last bit, because it's kind of just like celebrity cameo, and it's almost like watching a real like variety show, and it's less funny, and it's just kind of like it's just the show starts off so red hot, but I think it cools off a little bit, and that's why this is more in my number 10. But speaking of the actual celebrities, let's get into the hilarious celebrity cameos.
Sure, yeah.
So we've got Bette Midler, who's like cleaning up the highway, and she's just like an action star. Do you remember the segment? Like someone throws a can out, and she like grabs. It's like Snake.
Yeah.
It's like Snake. She grabs the can, like crushes it, and like
that's amazing.
Runs down the car and like throws the can in on them, and it's like it's a grenade, and they just spin. They spin out off the road.
That's brilliant. Yeah,
we've got the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh yeah.
And it starts off where they're not originally booked on the Krusty special yet. They show up at Moe's.
Yeah, they play Moe's Tavern.
No. So it starts off, they show up and they're like, "You told our agent this place holds 30,000 people." And Moe's like, "It does. We had 30,000 people here last night. Now start playing."
You told our agent this place holds 30,000 people.
It does. We had 30,000 here last night. Now play. The audience is getting restless.
We want Chili Willy. We want Chili Willy.
30,000?
30,000. Yeah, it's like Moe's little
stadium.
bar. I love the idea of like, it's one of Moe's like just skeezy plans that he just straight up just lies to try to book the Red Hot Chili Peppers. And the audience is literally just like Barney.
What does that have to do with the plot of the episode? I don't recall. Like,
so it's Bart and Lisa are trying to recruit celebrities.
Oh, I see.
So then Bart shows up, and then he's like, "Hey, will you guys play on the special?" And they're like, "Sure, kid, just get us out of this gig."
Yeah. Okay.
And then he's like, "Hey, Mo, look over there." And then he's like, "All right, what am I looking at?" And then they all just turn around and leave. That's pretty much everything I got to say.
Yeah. Any dislikes, I guess, just that it cools off.
Well, just that it cools off. Yeah. But just two other little things I noticed. One thing I never caught before was, they would always do the spitting newspaper gag on The Simpsons. This was a running gag. They would be like the
that's just a classic.
It would show the headline, right? They used it a lot on The Simpsons. It was a big running gag. If you pause on those newspapers, talk about attention to detail. The main headline is usually a gag. There's usually like 2 or 3 other gags in the paper. If you like, but it's so quick that it comes up. You don't really have time to read the other ones.
Yeah, especially on broadcast. Or just
right.
Like, what was that?
But now you can pause it. So I paused it. I never noticed this before. It's right near the end of the episode. There's in the minor headline, Gabbo to have real boy operation.
What? Like Pinocchio.
Yeah, like Pinocchio.
Okay.
Yeah. I was just like I never noticed that.
I never noticed that.
I thought that was just a neat little Easter egg.
Yeah,
I was like, that's cool. Also, one of my favorite, I love when the kids argue and like Homer is the referee between the two of them. And like often Homer will be like, the person they ask for, the voice of reason kind of idea. But like, obviously he's supposed to be the decider, but usually what he's saying is nonsense.
Yeah.
So I love Bart and Lisa are arguing about if 2 wrongs make a right. So it's literally like Lisa's like, 2 wrongs don't make a right, Bart. And then Bart's like, yes, they do. And then Lisa's like, no, they don't. And they go back and forth. And then like out of nowhere, Lisa's just like, Dad. And then and Homer like reading the newspaper like in the kitchen, just like, 2 wrongs make it right, Lisa.
2 wrongs don't make a right, Bart. Yes, they do. No, they don't. Yes, they do. No, they don't. Yes, they do. Dad!
2 wrongs make a right, Lisa.
He like, he just confirms, like, says the complete wrong thing.
That is just like Homer gold. Like the
Homer gold. That like
the father knows best kind of thing. Was like, of course,
but it's completely wrong.
Completely wrong. Yeah.
2 wrong. I've said that so many times. 2 wrongs make it right.
2 wrongs make it right.
Just says the complete wrong thing.
Yeah.
That's all I got for Krusty Gets Canceled.
Awesome.
Fucking love that.
Very
episode.
good episode.
Very good episode. So that's my number 10.
Cool.
I don't want to dwell on any of these too long. I don't want this to turn into the 7.5 hour episode that was Halloween.
Because we're not analyzing each individual episode.
I'm giving you brief snippets of the plot. So like, don't expect full plot synopses or anything like that. It's more like this is going to be
a vibe. It's just like,
I'm going to give you the brief little plot synopsis, and as I'm going through, I'm going to point out things that I found funny within that. and then I'm just going to talk about what I love about the episode. Like, most of this is me gushing. I don't have a lot of complaints for these. So moving back to you, what is your number 10 favorite Simpsons episode of all time?
My number 10 favorite Simpsons episode is Itchy and Scratchy Land.
Can we go, Dad? Can we? Take it, Lise. Can we?
No. Ask your mother.
Yay!
Buddy.
Do you have Itchy and Scratchy?
It's on mine. Yeah. I can't believe you don't have it higher.
Well, it could be higher. I
give me 1 second and I'll find where it is on mine.
You're going to help me with this one because just from knowing you, I
I love this episode. I've said this. How often do I quote this episode?
You quote this one constantly.
Oh yeah, for sure. Give me 1 sec because this is much higher on mine. Maybe not much. I just got to find it here.
So where did you have Itchy and Scratchy Land?
This is my number 4.
4.
Yes. So this is
top 5.
Season 6, episode 4. I fucking love this episode.
I fucking love this episode too.
It is pure gold. Do you want to do the plot or would you like me to do it?
I'll let you do it because I was just going to do
and feel free to chime in at any point.
This is the episode basically where the family goes to Itchy and Scratchy Land,
right?
A amusement park themed around the cartoon characters Itchy and Scratchy, which are
it's the in-universe Disney World.
This is the Disney World of Itchy and Scratchy. Yeah.
So it opens with Bart and Lisa and they're watching Itchy and Scratchy.
Yep.
And it like shamelessly, all of a sudden, the cartoon stops and they like turn to they break the fourth wall and just turn to the audience. Hey kids, don't forget to get your tickets for Itchy and Scratchy Land, which are now on sale. Yeah. And then it cuts back to Krusty and
it's like, you heard the cartoon rat.
Yes.
Kids, you heard the cartoon rat. If you haven't already run to your parents begging to go, do it now. You won't be missing anything funny. I'll just be sitting here reading this grown-ups newspaper.
Yes, that's it. Yeah,
bug your family.
Yeah. He goes, kids, you heard the cartoon rat. If you haven't already run to your parents begging, do it now. and then he's like, you won't be missing anything. I'll just be reading this paper.
Oh yeah. It's like I'll just be reading. I'll be here when you get back.
He specifically like pauses his own episode to allow time for children to run and bug their parents to go get tickets to a children's theme park. I love. Like, sleazy Krusty is just so good.
Oh, yeah.
I love shameless. Like, it is so fucking shameless. It's brilliant. So Bart and Lisa pester Homer and Marge until they agree to take them. And this actually, it actually begins with a quick little road trip.
Yes.
Which I like the road trip.
Yeah.
It's like, so to get to Itchy and Scratchy Land, they
all have to pack into the car.
They all pack into the car and they go on it's very familiar, a family road trip. So this is both a family road trip and also a family vacation episode.
Yeah.
So there's some great little moments on the family road trip.
I think this is probably my, like, I would easily say this is my favorite, like, family road trip or vacation episode,
like
too.
Bottle episode.
There's many episodes where it's like the Simpsons family are going to X, like wherever.
We're going to talk about that.
Oh, okay.
That's coming up.
Yeah.
I have a lot to say
I think this is the strongest one of like, let's pack the whole family, the Simpsons family in the car and they're going to go somewhere.
This is a very strong one. Yeah. It's what you'd call a bottle episode where it takes place outside the standard environment that your characters are in.
They leave Grandpa to take care of
Yeah. They
make sure you feed Santa's little helper. I'm not senile. Or
then he turns and he looks at he's like, because Marge is like giving him all these things that he needs to do to take care of the house, and he's like, Karn Sarnan, I'm not senile. And then he turns to the cat and dog and he's like, which one of you is the mailman? I think it's this one. I think it's the one where he says, which one of you is the mailman? Yeah.
When they get onto the freeway too, they just immediately hit like dead stop traffic.
Yes. Yeah. Immediately.
Like, I think we've all experienced that as kids, or like your parents pack you into the car and then you're just like,
poor parents.
You're so excited to go somewhere and then you're just stuck in like,
the reality of, because, guess what? Everybody else was also going on a road trip. I love when they start stopping at, like, there's a cutaway, they go to one of the random attractions and it's like the 5 corners. It's a random little thing, but I found it so funny. It's 5 corners and it's when like 5 states all meet.
Yes,
and you can stand in the different corners so each one of you is in a different state.
Yeah,
it's a real thing. And I like that it's one of those things that like the kids don't give a shit. But the parents are like, "Oh, we got to do that."
Yeah,
and
we're standing.
And
and
we're gonna go do this. And like Bart and Lisa clearly don't want to be there. And Lisa's like, haven't we stood in 5 states long enough? And then Homer's like, "No."
Oh, haven't we stood in 5 different states long enough?
No.
That's it. It's just like a simple like, no.
This is also the sign gag of like
Flickies.
Flickies, the rest stop. It's like 6,000, something ridiculous. It's like 6,000 miles.
And they keep like cutting back to it.
3,000.
And the kids are clearly like
1,000.
Oh, can we please stop and get something to eat? And then Flicky's about to come up, and then Bart's like, "Can we stop at Flicky's, Dad?" No.
Yeah. And then the next sign's like, next Flicky's like 25,000 miles away. What?
I like that Homer's he's getting tired, and Marge is like, "Homer, we should really stop and get a motel." And then Homer's like, "We don't need to do that." And then it just cuts and it like zooms out and you see a car like skid off the road and crash and explode. And then it's a perfect cutback, and it just cuts back, and it's them in a hotel room looking out through the big window at it. And then Bart's just like, "Ooh, glad that wasn't us."
We better find a motel and stop for the night.
We don't need to do that, Marge. I'm not tired. I'm not tired at all.
Whew, glad that wasn't us.
Just brilliant like visual jokes.
Great
gags.
visual gag. Yeah, the idea being that like they did stop.
Yeah. The fake out to the audience, basically. The fake out
because the car looks the same as the Simpsons car. Yeah. It's just like,
I always thought even like the vegetables at the border, that was weird. Is
that in that episode?
I think it's this one. Yeah, let me check.
It might be. Yeah, it might be. I know what gag you're talking about.
Yeah, I'll double
where
check.
It's the nerdy teenager guy, and he's like,
"It happened again."
Yeah. He's like Border Patrol.
Yeah.
Because he was that gawky teenager. They would use him for like every odd job they needed. Well, I'll keep going with the plot while you're looking for that. So they get to Itchy and Scratchy Land, which has the amazing visual gag of Homer's like, "Now don't forget, we're in the Itchy lot."
That's the best.
Genius. Great visual
I
gag.
still say that joke too. Like,
oh, right.
Anytime you drive to like a gigantic, like if you go to, in our case, Canada's Wonderland or like an amusement park or like a big area,
you've got a parking lot that is unreasonable.
I will any unreasonable parking lot every time to my wife or whoever I'm with. Remember, we're in the Itchy lot.
The idea being that like the parking lot is so fucking huge, even if you know roughly where you parked, you are still going to fuck around for like 20 minutes trying to find your car again.
Yeah. Okay, and to be clear, this is the episode. They cross over the border.
Oh, this is the vegetable
to get to Itchy and Scratchy Land, and
sorry, the state border.
The state border, yeah, and that's
and Homer's got like a weird.
Oh God, what'll I do?
That's right. They get up to the
whole trunk's full of vegetables, Marge, and then it's like they stop. Got any fruits or vegetables? And then just like
Homer panics and then just rams
vegetables
like
pouring out of the car. Well, is that just like a gag on like bringing things over the border? I suppose.
Well,
like,
I think it quickly cuts and you see like a little pamphlet. And it's like how to get rich smuggling fruits and vegetables or something. So it's just one of those like little throwaway jokes of Homer's like harebrained schemes.
Yeah, and I love it. I love anytime that the nerdy teen pops up. It's like it happened again.
Yeah, that voice actor
and that line.
I don't know who he is because most of the voices in the show are like 5 voice actors or 6 voice actors. So I don't know who does the gawky teenager, but holy fuck.
So even before we get to Itchy and Scratchy Land, gold.
Right. Gold before you even get there.
But then get there, we get to Scratchy Lot or the Itchy Lot. And then
they have to take a helicopter to get into the park.
This is a Jurassic Park gag.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So the park is actually on an island. So it is both a parody of Disney World, but it is also a parody of Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
And like Jurassic Park, they also had the perfect foreshadowing.
Yeah, they're already setting up foreshadowing because Jurassic Park 1993, everyone knows is like even the shot of the helicopter going to the island.
So in Jurassic Park, do you remember what the foreshadowing is? It's right when he gets on. The belt buckle.
The belt buckle doesn't work. Yeah.
And do you remember what the foreshadowing is in the Simpsons episode?
Yes, it's the Welcome to Itchy and Scratchy Land, the helicopter pilot, where nothing could possibly go wrong.
We're now approaching our final destination, Itchy and Scratchy Land, the amusement park of the future, where nothing can possibly go wrong. Possibly go wrong. That's the first thing that's ever gone wrong.
Yes.
Possibly go wrong.
That's the first thing to ever go wrong.
And the way the kids, like, the family, like...
The concerned look on the Simpsons face in that shot is perfect.
That is probably...
I love that cutback of them just
That's my favorite joke of the entire episode.
I say that all the time. Nothing can possibly go wrong.
I say that. Yeah, that's...
Again, quotability, folks.
Nothing could possibly go wrong.
That's the first thing to ever go wrong.
Amazing, yeah.
It's such a weird thing to like.
I never thought about the seat belt buckle. Jurassic Park.
They're copying Jurassic Park. Yeah, that it's like something's going
off.
Something's going to happen.
Yeah.
So then they get to the park.
This is your number 4. I'll let you. Yeah.
I got lots to say here.
Okay.
So they get to the park and basically the family enjoys the park. Actually, they pretty much have a good time up until there's animatronic Itchy and Scratchy robots, and they have a fatal flaw. So they're similar to the animatronics at like Disney World, and the fatal flaw is flash photography fries their circuits and makes them go haywire.
Yes,
right. They set that up early. That they show, like, remember Cletus, like the hillbilly character?
Yes.
So he takes one of them, he takes a photo, and it like and then it
they foreshadow.
It starts acting all weird.
Yeah.
They foreshadow how the Simpsons. I'm talking about brilliant like writing. Everything is like set
it doesn't
up,
come out of nowhere.
Set
that it's like
payoff.
It's not a Deus Ex Machina. It's like, oh, by the way,
the camera. Yeah. So what ends up happening is the animatronics go haywire. It's actually not because they don't go haywire because of the flash photography. They go haywire because there's a quick little thing where it's just they have all the robots and they're all like taken apart. It's like in the engineering, and it's Professor Frink, and he's like, all robots will eventually. I have calculated that all robots will eventually turn on their masters and try to kill them. And they're like, how long do we have, Professor? And he's like, I think he says like 1 day or something.
Yeah.
And then immediately they just start killing all of everybody in the room. The robots just go haywire. And then he's like, oh, I forgot to carry the one.
Amazing.
It's just a great little throwaway joke.
Also, obviously, the robot animatronics are a Westworld as well as a Terminator reference.
Yes, they are a Westworld.
Because it's both Westworld.
Consider that.
Yeah, it's the whole park itself it's a triple layer now. So we've got Jurassic Park, Westworld, and Disneyland. In terms of, it's like a triple parody happening simultaneously. But not only that, you as a big Terminator fan, we get the POV shot of the robots.
Yeah,
like
I did catch that. Yeah.
So Terminator reference as well.
But the animatronics go haywire and they attack the residents, and then the Simpsons have to figure a way to get out of the situation, which they end up doing.
Yeah.
But that's the basic plot. Let's get into what we liked.
I read a note. This is a question for you. Someone pointed out that the flash photography thing might also be a Gremlins reference. Because I think
they don't like the Flash. Yeah.
Okay. Do they do that in one of the Gremlins films?
Because sunlight kills them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that might also be a.
Yeah, kind of. But I mean, it works differently. Like it doesn't melt them or anything. Yeah. I don't know. That feels like somebody digging a little.
Okay.
Someone's like, everything's a reference to everything. It's like I think there's a limit on everything that they were referencing. You know. Dude, they walk on cobblestone. Is that a reference to like Wizard of Oz? It's like I don't, I don't know at what point it's not.
Yeah.
But, do you want to go give us some of your positives? Because I just did the plot.
Sure,
Why don't you get into some of your positives and I'll kind of, tack onto them.
Yeah, the problem we run into is like these are episodes we love, so we could just devolve into us quoting the entire episode.
But still, you can. We got to talk about some of our favorite quotes.
Yeah, favorite quotes. I love Marge talking about but what about the consequences of violence?
Oh, so
don't worry, ma'am. We always make sure to show the consequences of the violence.
When do you show them?
Yeah.
So they have that. They have that great little character. He's like this little lackey, and he's like the PR guy for Itchy and Scratchy Land.
Yeah,
and for whatever reason, every time something negative happens, he just keeps appearing. So it's like Marge makes like a little comment. She's like, and then
because she doesn't like how violent Itchy and Scratchy are.
Yeah. And then out of nowhere, this guy just materializes. Like, no need to murmur here, ma'am.
There's no need to murmur, ma'am. Here at Itchy and Scratchy Land, we're just as concerned about violence as you are. That's why we're always careful to show the consequences of deadly mayhem so that we may educate as well as horrify.
When do you show the consequences? On TV, that mouse pulled out that cat's lungs and played them like a bagpipe. But in the next scene, the cat was breathing comfortably.
Just like in real life. Hey, look over there.
That character works so well.
And then he's just like, yeah.
Yeah, just ducks out.
Also, we should point out that part of the reason the kids convince the parents to go is they're like, oh, there's also a parent center at the park.
Yes.
They're like, oh, there's a place for the adults to go. It's like, yeah, one of the finest chemical dependency centers. Like, that's one of the gags too.
Yeah, the parent island or whatever, or parent land.
I think it's one of the bars is like every day it's New Year's Eve.
It's like TGI Friday. It's like TGI something, and they have it's always New Year's Eve.
The little one-off joke. It's like, oh, it must be great to work here. Kill me.
Yeah, there's like that one poor worker.
Burnt out. Yeah.
I've got the amount of original animation for the theme park is impressive. Something that you wouldn't consider. Yeah. So the writing's brilliant. All the jokes are brilliant. There's a lot of because when you do animated shit, once you get character models, you can reuse some assets. You couldn't reuse fuck all in this episode.
No, it's pretty creative to be like, okay, the kids are going to do a log ride, amusement park.
Yeah, but you got to draw that.
You have to draw and conceive all that. Like, how is that going to be a gag?
This is one of the most impressive visual episodes in The Simpsons.
Yeah.
Like, the amount of shit in the fucking background, all of the rides.
It's very busy.
The amount of background characters. Like, holy fuck. I mean, they did the Duff Gardens before this episode, but this is like really impressive visually. Like, you could just pause any of those still frames and you're like, Simpsons is definitely not one of, I would never consider it as like top tier animation or top tier animation quality. It's more about the writing and the humor. This is one of the more visually impressive though. Like as a showpiece, they did a lot of
there's many
original work
that go the extra mile, and like ones like these, it's always like, ooh, they're doing a lot here with animation. Yeah. Obviously the Bort license plate is iconic now.
Well, that's okay. So I wrote so many great little moments. So we've got the Bort license plate, which is the infamous Bart's trying to find his name and like the personalized license plates. And there's no Bart, but there's Bort. And that keeps paying off. Where like later on, there's a quick little thing.
My name is also Bort. And then, the call to the supply center.
We're running out of Bort license plates in the gift shop.
We need more Bort license plates in the gift shop. I repeat, we are sold out of Bort license plates.
Because it's like the idea is like, how dumb is the name Bort? No one's named Bort, and then multiple people are named Bort. When Bart and Lisa are in the gift shop, they're looking at and this is a great parody of Disney World, because Disney World is all about the gift shops and the obscure merchandise, and they do merchandise for all kinds of random old properties and just things that you don't think about. And they've got the Itchy and Scratchy and Friends. And they've got all those random characters.
Angry Ant.
Yeah. One of them, Ku Klux Klan.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, you couldn't do that joke now. That would have flown over my head as a kid. I don't know that. I was like, Ku Klux Klan? It's like a clam.
Holy shit.
It's got a clam.
Yeah.
And hey, kudos to Disney. They didn't edit that out.
Yeah, that's
Got to give
true.
them credit, because I watched these all on Disney Plus.
What else? Oh, the please pick up your older, fatter son. I mean,
so Marge is having one of the big things.
The trip is ruined ultimately for Marge and then redeemed, kind of thing.
Well, big thing for Marge is Homer doesn't take much convincing. It's Marge. Marge doesn't want to go to doesn't want to do a family vacation.
Yeah,
because every time they go on a family vacation, they all end up. It just ends up turning to shit, and they all end up angry at each other and more miserable than when they first left. And that's actually one of my points I have. The idea of a stressful family vacation is so fucking relatable.
Absolutely.
So I grew up with a single mom with 2 kids. She's probably listening to this right now. She had 2 sons. My poor mother. She fucking hated bringing us on vacation.
Just constant embarrassment and stress.
Right. And because the thing is, and that's why as a kid watching the episode, you don't really get this as much, but as an adult watching it, neither one of us have children, but as an adult, you go oh fuck, you're just on babysitting duty the entire time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't really, a vacation for you in a family vacation is not really the same as it is for the kids.
Yeah.
So poor Marge is having to babysit her kids, just like my mom would have had to do, while her 2 little shit, sons are running around getting into trouble.
Terrorizing everything.
Right. Attacking the mascots and stupid shit like that.
So ultimately, the robots go haywire and start attacking all the guests at the park, and then the Simpsons are cornered by all the robots, and they end up figuring out that the flash camera effect.
What ends up happening is Homer stands.
Do you like how this episode ramps into just like chaos with
the
like
ending.
the robots?
I love the ending. Yeah, I love the ending. So what ends up happening is the robots start attacking the park, and one of the things that's been happening the entire episode is Bart and Homer keep terrorizing the poor mascot performers. They just keep it for whatever reason.
The stink bomb, and then I think he kicks him or steps
on his foot, and then so much to say. So Homer, they have like a jail within the park, and Homer and Bart get thrown in the jail. And it's funny because you see Bart get arrested and he gets tossed in the cell, and then Homer's already in there.
Yeah.
We don't get to see what Homer did. But then he just says, I kicked the stupid mouse in the butt. And then...
That's please come pick up your fatter
son.
Attention, Marge Simpson. Your son has been arrested.
I'd be terribly embarrassed if I were that boy's mother.
Attention, Marge Simpson. We've also arrested your older, balder, fatter son.
And then when Marge gets them out of the Itchy and Scratchy jail, Homer's line, do you remember what he says?
You've probably got it there.
Yeah, Marge is mad at him, and she's like, I'm so embarrassed. I can't believe you. And Homer's like, but Marge, I was a political prisoner.
Yeah, I was a political prisoner.
Political prisoner for harassing a mascot at a theme park,
or amusement park.
That's just such a great line.
Yeah,
Homer's rationale of like how to it's not really his fault.
I love the throwaway line too when they first see the robots, where Marge is like, "See those circuits in there, Homer?
Oh yeah,
that's why your robot didn't work." What is that? Like a callback to he was building a robot?
It's just one of Homer's like harebrained schemes.
So like, that the implication that's just another episode that you haven't seen, or that just doesn't
a little
exist.
moment that you didn't see.
That's why your robot doesn't work. What?
That's great. Yeah, that's
brilliant.
great.
Yeah,
I love the ending. So it turns out the robots go haywire. They set up early on that if a flash photography fries their circuit, and they basically become like immobile and like useless, right? It scrambles their whatever robotic brains.
Yeah.
So the Simpsons inadvertently discover this because Homer starts again. You want to talk about heart? Homer steps in front of the killer robots to protect his family because. As stupid as Homer is, as flawed as he is, they always make sure to reestablish that Homer, at his heart, loves his family.
Yeah.
And he stands in front of the robots heroically, and he starts just like throwing whatever he has in his pockets at them.
Yeah.
He's like throwing change, and I think he like rips his own underwear and throws it at them. And then he happens to throw his camera, and it goes off, and then it stuns one of the robots.
Yeah.
Which is a great part because as soon as it happens, this is a very meta moment. Lisa goes, "The Flash must have scrambled their circuits," and Homer's like, "What are you, the narrator?"
Yeah.
Because like they always have that
narrator?
Yeah, they always have that character that has to over-explain what you're seeing. Like visually, it's like, okay, we already got it.
But you just have that dumb extra line for the audience.
The Ellen Page character.
This is what it did. Yeah.
The Ellen Page character from like Inception. It's like, why does that work? Huh? Why? Yeah. It's just like over-explain everything. And then they end up saving the park, and that's basically the end of the episode. They get home, and then they reflect on it.
Do they get like a discount or something like that?
Yeah, there's a quick little So they save the park, and then like Oscar Mayer. Is it Oscar Mayer?
Is it Roger Mayer?
Roger Mayer. Thank you.
Yeah.
Roger Mayer Jr. I believe it's not.
Offers them some like piecemeal.
He goes.
Thing.
Here. Thank you for saving the park. Here are 2 free passes. And Homer's like, but there are 4 of us. Here are 2 free passes. 2 passes. That's
we also missed the gag of when they check in. It's like you can buy Itchy and Scratchy bucks.
Oh, see, you want to talk about jokes per minute? This episode is just nonstop.
Because
you actually just made me think of another one I forgot.
That's infuriating when you go to these like amusement parks or events, and it's like you have to turn your money into tokens, and the tokens are worth this amount of drinks or this amount of like,
and you always get fucked
items, and it's always a scam.
Yeah. And so Homer's like, I'll take $1,500. It's like some
like insane amount.
And then as soon as he walks in the park, it's like does not accept Itchy and Scratchy money.
Only accepts American currency.
Yeah.
Like.
And then he's like, oh. One of my favorite Hans Moleman cutaways ever is in this.
Yeah.
So Marge is reluctant. She doesn't want to go to the violent theme park. And it starts off, I don't know if you remember this, but like initially, Bart and Lisa are like, we're going to Itchy and Scratchy Land. Marge is like, no, we're going to the bird sanctuary.
Yep, the bird sanctuary.
The bird sanctuary. Yeah. And then as the park's going to shit, Marge, out of nowhere, just cuts her and she's like, wow, I wish we had gone, or we really should have gone to the bird sanctuary. And it cuts to the bird sanctuary.
Yeah.
And it's like
it's
the birds.
Hitchcock's The Birds are attacking
They're attacking everyone.
Yeah.
And Hans Moleman has like, he's safe inside like a phone booth, and birds are like ramming in the phone booth.
Yeah.
And then he's like, give me the biggest seed bell you have.
I need the biggest seed bell you have. No, that's too big.
That's
that's
always
brilliant.
Breaks me.
And that's a perfect joke because she does mention, she's like, we're going to the bird sanctuary, and then just to call back to that and be like, oh, I wish we were there.
Callbacks,
brilliant.
Callbacks, perfect writing. This is the Simpsons firing on all cylinders. All the references are spot on. The references aren't the whole episode. Yep. And I'm going to talk about this later on because you talked about like the bottle episodes, the vacations the Simpsons are going to.
Yeah.
Notice how they do this. There are little references and they're just like 20 seconds.
Setups and payoffs and everything's like satisfying and perfect. Yeah.
So good. So good.
And it's a fun, like you said, a bottle episode. It's like you return home and then it's back to status quo kind of thing, but it's just like perfect. Yeah. In terms of dislikes, do you have any dislikes for this episode? I can't really think of
nothing that really, no.
I'm going to be honest, because it's like our top 10s. Some of them, it's like very challenging to come up with like, what do I dislike or what is a flaw?
I have like almost no dislikes on most of these.
Yeah.
Like, they're all quite good. I will say, because now you've made me go into you cracked me into my top 5. My top 5 to me are perfect Simpsons episodes.
Ooh, okay.
Like my top 5 are legit. Like if you're going to use the word perfect Simpsons, those are perfect Simpsons.
Yeah.
Like everything.
Rewatchability for this one.
Quotability. Writing. Voice delivery. Quality of the jokes. Celebrity cameos, because there's some coming up. Everything is just there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's so good. Yeah. I love Itchy and Scratchy Land.
So that's my number 10. Itchy and Scratchy Land.
I'm still surprised you have it so low. Well, why do you have any comment on why you felt it was lower?
I don't have any rhyme or reason.
You would have had it higher.
There's not much rhyme or reason. It honestly could be higher. There's just ones that I was like, oh, I love this one. I love this one. I jumbled these around. At one point, I think it was maybe 5 or 6, but it's just been moved around.
Fair enough.
So it's so hard to actually nail these down. You know what I mean?
I know. I'm putting you on the spot.
I fully believe.
Hey, why the fuck do you have this so low?
Why is this so low? Well, I fully believe this is a top 10. Now, where it is in the top 10, it's
honestly, I bet you if I asked you tomorrow to make that list, some of those entries would be in different spots.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's how hard this is.
I think I literally might have moved this up and down and up again between, like, let's say 5 and 10. Like, it could have been 6, 7, 5, you know. You have it at 4. So that's like...
It stands... Yeah. This is one of the ones I just rewatch all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
It just the way it's written, the pacing is just so perfect. Like, I love it. Everything is set up and payoff in that episode, you know? And like, they parody Disney World, but like, they really put a lot of effort into it. Like, there's the cutaway where Lisa and Bart, when they're touring the park, like the park really feels alive. Again, I want to talk about like, man, do they put a lot of effort into this episode? They do a parody of Fantasia with the little, remember?
Yes, yeah.
With the little itchies.
Yeah, that like go into his bloodstream.
Right.
Yeah.
That is a very detailed animation.
Yeah.
That's great. And at that moment, one of the robots, the earlier robot that went nuts because Cletus took a flash photography of it, it falls through the screen. So calls back, it comes back.
Yeah.
It just like appears, just to remind you that, hey, the robots, they're around.
This is happening.
They haven't gone nuts yet, but so good. All right.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Okay.
My number 9. This is one that I don't hear a lot of people talk about. I don't think this is on your list, but it's for what I know. It's not a perfect episode. You know, it's 9, but it's one that I just, for whatever reason, always puts a smile on my face. And this is probably like you want to talk about voice delivery? This has some of my favorite Homer quotes and voice deliveries in the entire series. Is this episode?
Interesting. All right.
It's not a perfect episode, but
it doesn't have to be perfect.
No, but it's
this
just
is your top 10.
It's what hits me.
Yeah.
So I've got from season 5, episode 8, Boy Scouts in the Hood.
Ah! Oh no! I must have joined the junior campers. The few, the proud, the geeky.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you know which episode this is?
This is the Ernest Borgnine?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. This is the junior campers.
Junior campers.
The junior campers. Yeah. Okay. So it starts off with Bart and Milhouse, and they're just like sitting outside. I think it's outside the Quickie Mart, and they're just like bored. They have like nothing to do because they're broke kids. I love that setup. My brother and I grew up in a small town just like yourself.
Yep.
If you don't have any money and it's like a Saturday and your parents just go outside and do stuff. There's no streaming.
You're not in school.
I had no, when my brother and I were young, we had no, there's no internet at the time. Like, we had video games, but, we didn't have satellites. So it's like, we went out a lot.
Yeah.
And
growing up in the 90s and the early 2000s, like your parents, or at least my parents would often be like, go outside,
do shit.
Go ride your bike somewhere.
And
or
sometimes you if you're a kid and you had no money and you're just around town, you just got nothing to do. So I totally relate.
Very
to that.
relatable.
It's very relatable, that setup. And Homer finds a $20 bill in the house. He immediately loses it, and it like flies out the window and magically lands in front of Bart and Milhouse, who take the 20 and do one of the most like kid things you could possibly do. They just blow the $20. Like, they're like, all right, now this is our weekend, right? So this is what we're gonna do. They go into the Quickie Mart, and Bart requests an all syrup squishy.
Oh yeah, this is the all syrup squishy.
Yeah,
such a thing has never been done.
Yes, a squishy made. So in the Simpsons universe, squishies are basically just like a slushie.
Yeah, this is also very relatable because growing up, we had like
there was the running
stores.
And there was the running joke of like, yes.
Yeah,
do you remember that? Well, do you remember so slush puppies they have syrup squirt bottles.
Oh, okay.
Do you remember this? Like, you would see the guy squirt the bottle.
Squirt the syrup in.
Certain places would let you pay for more squirts of syrup. Some of them, the mix was in it. So, like, if you
had pre-mixed or whatever.
Right, pre-mixed. Yeah. But, so, it's a funny gag, but in reality, what he's asking for is disgusting.
Oh, yeah.
If it was pure syrup,
it
would just, like, it would be so sour, it would, like, just
it would
burn
be
your mouth.
inedible.
Yeah, but it's a funny gag.
Yeah.
It's one of those dumb things as a kid, you're like, man, I wonder how much syrup I could get. Like, it would taste that much better. Yeah.
And then it's the gag that it's so potent that it's practically like a drug at that point.
Yeah. So the sugar content is so high that Bart and Milhouse basically start like, they go on like a sugar-induced like bender.
Yeah, it's like a parody of like a montage, a bender montage.
Yeah, it's a bender montage, but they're like, they're like high out of their mind on sugar, basically. And they go around town and do a bunch of random shit. And they have a little musical number, which is like, it's okay, it's fine. Springfield, just New York.
Springfield.
Yep. And this
New York's that away, man.
This results in Bart wakes up in bed from the...
Oh, they also meet Barney.
Yeah, well, he shows up first. Yeah, like the one little co-ed. So it results in Bart waking up in bed, and he's got a headache. It's like a hangover.
Like a hangover, yeah.
And Lisa pulls down the covers, and he's in a junior camper's uniform. So it turns out while in this bender, he somehow signed up for the junior campers, which are basically like the Boy Scouts.
Boy Scouts of America.
Yeah, it's a parody of the Boy Scouts, and that is the main plot of this episode is Bart joining the Boy Scouts, but they don't call them that, but it is what it is. And I like immediately Bart tries to get out of it. He's like, Bart, to his credit, is actually very responsible. He's like, I made a mistake. I'm going to tell them I made a mistake. I'm going to hand back the uniform and get out of this. But it's my, like, he doesn't immediately try to like do what a kid would do per se. He tries to get out of it kind of maturely, which I appreciated.
Yeah.
And Marge is just like, she's like, you know what, Bart, you might actually like them. Maybe you should give it a try. And then Homer interrupts her and is like, Marge, weaseling out of things is important to learn. It's what separates us from the animals, except the weasel.
Marge, don't discourage the boy. Weaseling out of things is important to learn. It's what separates us from the animals. except the weasel.
Except the weasel.
Weasel, like
it's great Homer line.
That's a great Homer line. I love the idea of like that's one of like Homer always imparts these terrible, life advice things. This is one of his awful, life advice pieces of advice he gives to his children. Is like, don't be afraid to back out of things.
Is this the suckiest bunch of sucks?
No. That's Homer's bowling team.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
That's Homer's bowling team.
I seem to recall, is he on the phone or is this my Wiener Kids?
Yeah,
but
that's
this one?
No. That's the Homer's bowling one because Homer's talking to his bowling team, talking about how much the other team sucked.
That's right.
And this is the episode where the kids get new uniforms and they're all in like the plain black and gray uniforms.
Yeah.
And one of the big things that people are going to notice is like, it is hard to pin down among all. I should have gotten an episode count of how many episodes I watched, but like every season is like 22, 24 episodes. You know? Let's just say times 10. We almost watched 200 episodes.
They start to blur between jokes and like.
So you got 200 episodes.
Of plots.
So it's like, where is this 10-second line in all of these episodes?
It becomes,
It's very difficult. And that's why my notes are so comprehensive.
I have a ton of notes in my phone, but even still, it's like, it becomes like, where was this like 10-second thing? Like you said. Yeah.
So what ends up happening is surprisingly, Bart, like at first he's hesitant and he's like, nah, I don't want to be part of this. Like, nah, they're a bunch of lamos. Like, because there's usually like a trope is the Boy-Scouts are usually like straight-laced, like kind of lame, not fun people. Like they're kind of like more I don't want to use the word nerd because nerd's not really the right word, but they're more like square, plain, boring people that join these like camping, type outdoorsy groups, right? So
Bart's a rebel, so it's
right.
Like,
so initially he's like, I don't want to be part of hanging out with these squares. They're a bunch of losers, right? But he inevitably ends up warming up to them and actually likes it, and he takes to it, and this creates tension between him and Homer because Homer sees them as a bunch of basically like nerds and losers, like most people do. And then he ends up teasing Bart throughout the majority of the episode, culminating in a father-son retreat where Bart is forced to ask Homer and Homer begrudgingly agrees to go. And this all ramps up to a perfect ending where Flanders and it's either Todd or Rod. I always mix those two up, but it's Flanders and one of his kids, and Homer and Bart are stranded on a raft in the middle of the ocean.
It's a rafting.
That's one of the things
portaging
trip
one of the things kind of thing.
Yeah. So, God, I love this episode. It doesn't get enough love. It doesn't get enough love. It doesn't come up a lot.
Yeah, you don't hear people talk about it as much as other.
No. And when I get to the best of this episode, you will go like, oh, it's like. You'll see how good it is because unlike Krusty Gets Canceled is kind of like this and then kind of cools off. This one is kind of like this and then just spikes in the last like 3 minutes. The last
couple minutes are amazing.
Yeah. So the stuff that works so well. Homer teasing Bart. One of the funny gags is like Homer is like. He does love his family, but he has a lot of flaws as like a father. And one of them is like he is sometimes like really mean to his kids. Yeah. But it's done it's done.
Well, there's also like the strangling of Bart.
Yeah, right.
Like
it's done cartoony,
violence.
So it doesn't feel cruel, but like one of my favorite interactions ever is Bart on his bed reading one of the guides to like the junior campers, and Homer walks in to tease him.
Well, if it isn't the leader of the Wiener Patrol boning up on his nerd lessons.
Homer, you should be more supportive.
You're right, Marge. Good work, boy. Egghead likes his bookie work.
Homer!
Just tucking him in.
He goes out of his way. So Bart's like
he's a grown
quietly sitting in his bedroom, and Homer like sees him, and then he's like, "All right," and then he takes it upon himself to tease his son for trying to learn things that he's interested in. Yeah. And you hear Marge call him out in the middle of, or like Marge shows up, and she's like, "You should be more supportive, Homer." And he's like, "You're right, Marge. Good work, boy." And as soon as she's like out of earshot, you get the big head likes his bookie wook. Like Homer's just being so childish. Another great moment of that is Bart comes home and like he had like a great time with the junior cameras and Homer again needlessly like mean. He's like, did they teach you to talk to the trees or make pine cone bird feeders? And then like out of nowhere, the chair he's sitting in just collapses. And he's like, stupid poetic justice.
Oh, it's jerk practice, boy. Did they teach you how to sing to trees and build crappy furniture out of useless wooden logs? Huh? No! Stupid poetic justice.
Yeah, stupid poetic justice.
Yeah, that's a great meta joke. I like that. Yeah. That's a good one. Ernest Borgnine.
I love this cameo.
See, this is what I meant about great cameos.
Yeah.
Take a random celebrity and
an Academy Award-winning actor from the 50s.
Make them work into the episode where they're not the focus of the episode. They're just one little gag in the episode that's just funny. Where it's like, why Ernest Borgnine? Why not? He's got a funny voice, and he rolls with it.
He's a lovable actor.
When they use the celebrities right, they were never the focus of the episode. They're always just a little funny. They're like an icing. They're just an add-on to the episode,
like a spice.
It's just an extra little bit. And I always liked them when they used them in just random ways.
I love just even the reasoning for him being there that's probably my favorite joke of this entire episode is
the poor kid.
The kid is like, my dad couldn't make it, or what is it?
So it's a father-son rafting retreat.
Yeah.
And there's this one kid, I think it's Warren. I think it's Warren. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
So he doesn't have a father.
So for whatever reason, his dad's like in jail or some shit.
But then his older brother was going to.
So he starts like crying, and then Flanders comes up to him and he's like, "Oh, Warren, I know your dad couldn't be here, and but we've arranged a special celebrity dad for you for the weekend." And the kid's like, you hear him just like pathetically go like, "Oh, well, my older brother said he would," and then Flanders just cuts him off. He's like, "Well, it's too late. Ernest Borgnine's already been booked." Why Ernest Borgnine?
Yeah.
But I like the idea that like they thought that would be a get for a kid.
Yeah, for
like it's
a
not
child.
Krusty the Clown.
Yeah.
It's like they book Ernest Borgnine, which kids would have no fucking idea who it is.
No.
But for whatever reason, he comes in and he's like, "Hey, kid!" He comes out like the bathroom. That's like his intro, and then they all cheer. So I guess they do know who Ernest Borgnine is.
Hiya. I'm sure you kids know me best as Sergeant Fatso Judson in From Here to Eternity.
And yeah, the interactions with Ernest Borgnine and the troubled kid are just so funny. Where he's like, "Come on, kid, quit crying." Why Ernest Borgnine?
I believe he would.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? I believe he goes on to be the voice of Mermaid Man in SpongeBob
I think he actually
SquarePants.
was. Yeah, I think he actually was. Yeah.
But Academy Award-winning actor, popular in the 60s.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah,
why?
Right. That again, that's what makes it funny. Is you're taking
There's no reason.
Yeah. That's why it works so well.
Yeah.
Because it makes you just every time go, Ernest Borgnine?
Why?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, and that's why it's funny.
That's why it's funny. Brilliant. I like the idea of putting Bart into an activity that he normally wouldn't do, because they always make
that he ends up excelling at. And
they always make Bart in the show out to be like he's the bad boy, he's the rebel, and he does a lot of shit. He's also not a bad kid, and there's a lot of episodes about this. Yes. One of those episodes actually was almost on my list, specifically about a bad Bart episode, but I didn't.
Yeah.
But
there's a few episodes where
that focuses on
Bart
this.
is offered a chance to take up a hobby.
Bart is a bit of a rebel, but he's not. They always showed you people that were worse than Bart, which is the bullies.
He's not like the bullies.
Yeah, to me, the bullies were always irredeemable. Like I never like Dolph, Jimbo, and we can get this, Kearney, and Nelson. They were always just...
Nelson's different.
They kind of gave him...
They humanized Nelson more.
Okay, so maybe we'll pause for a second, go on a rant about the bullies. Sure. But so the initial three bullies, Jimbo, Kearney, and Dolph, the actual first bully was Nelson. It's like season 2 or season 1.
Might even be season 1.
Yeah. That's that episode where like the kids like all team up to tie up Nelson, and they've had enough of Nelson bullying him, and it's because whatever. The 3 bullies are just always pieces of shit.
Yeah,
like they're never really given any depth.
They're basically a stereotype.
Yeah,
just to be
they
there
exist
to cause
just as
problems.
Jokes.
Yeah.
I never really like when they're on for like a second or two. They're okay. Honestly, they get old. Like I never liked the bully characters. Nelson, on the other hand, works really well. He's basically a Bart if he didn't have a good family. So he has a heart. He's not like a complete monster.
Well, they
show that his family's really fucked up.
They make a point of showing the difference in class and family structure. Because Nelson very
comes
clearly
from
his father's gone,
low class.
His mom has no money, and is like, I think it's implied to have like substance problems.
Right,
and
it's
he's
very
just,
dark.
Has no direction.
Right.
Yeah.
One of the things I think was the biggest missed opportunity is Nelson works so well when he's just part of the crew. So they
do a lot of that in the later.
So I'm going to spoil this.
Okay.
This isn't on my list. Lemon of Troy. Don't tell me if it's on yours. It almost made my list.
It's not on mine.
Oh,
but
it's not on yours either.
That might be heresy because that's one of the best episodes.
It is a phenomenal episode.
That's like easily a top 10.
It was on my list at one point. I took it off.
Yeah.
So that is an incredible episode. And I like that episode because like Nelson is not being a dick to the other people around him. Yes, he gets paired up with Martin, and that's like...
Or the soccer episode where he's like the leader of the soccer team. That's
football.
Another one. Or
football. It's football.
Football. That's
yeah,
right.
It's football.
Football.
That's Bart Starr or whatever that episode was called. Yeah. But I like Nelson when he's the tough guy in the group.
Yeah.
But he's not a complete piece of shit. So I think he works better like that. But often he gets paired with the other 3 like monsters, and then they just make him a monster.
Yeah.
So they go back and forth on that.
Yeah.
And of course, there's the infamous episode of Lisa falling for Nelson.
Yes. Yeah.
I think that's a terrible episode. It almost made my bottom 10. It is not on my bottom 10. It almost did. I don't like that episode.
I don't care for that one. I didn't put that one on
Date with Density. That's what that one's
Date
called.
With Density.
Date with Density.
But to go back to what you're talking about, you like with Bart, him just taking up the Boy Scouts and being like, hey, I actually like this. And like, it's like a path to like authority and to like growth for him. That's similar to that other episode, the Hall Monitor, a very famous episode.
Yep, that's that was almost on my top 10, and it didn't make it. That's Separate Vocations.
That's an amazing
episode.
Yeah.
Also a great heartfelt episode. The ending,
but that's a similar thing where it's like, oh, like given an opportunity, Bart is actually like
right,
not,
and that's what that's actually why I put it down. Is I like the idea of Bart reluctantly trying what is considered a dorky activity and finding out he actually really likes it.
Yeah,
and it's also one of those moments where like, I think I saw this one time where it's like, as a kid, you think Flanders is stupid. Then you grow up and realize Flanders is like the American dream. Cause it's like, he's got a beautiful family. He has he has his own dream job. He's liked within the community, and like, he looks great for his age. Like Flanders is actually like a very stable human being compared. Like you wouldn't want to live like Homer.
Well, yeah, that's we'll get into that.
Well,
that's
there's the Flanderization, yeah, but
Flanders is supposed to be a foil in the earlier seasons for Homer because he's
a
the
responsible
responsible
adult. He's the responsible one.
He's the cliche. He's the cliche of like the Simpsons are the opposite of Flanders in the sense that Flanders would be what other shows on TV would be like. As a sitcom.
Flanders is
when the Simpsons came around, most sitcoms were just like, oh, it's a happy-go-lucky family and like white picket fence, nuclear family, and like everything's fine, and dad's got a good job and he's the voice of authority and he always knows best. The Simpsons are the reality,
opposite,
the reality of the American family, whereas Ned Flanders and his family are like the idealized American.
Right. So the Simpsons cynically look at Flanders and his family. But in this episode, Bart actually likes Flanders. He actually starts mimicking Flanders at a few. Like, he's like, you totally know it, Nettie.
Totally know it.
Yeah. Like there's some great little moments like that. Anyways, I won't go too far. The last thing I have to say, the final act of this episode is a joke every 5 seconds. It's like, it's ba-bam, ba-bam. So what ends up happening is they're on this rafting trip, and Homer fucks up where they're going on the rafting, like because they're on this river, and he tells Ned to go the wrong way. So in the raft, it's Ned, one of his kids, and Homer and Bart, and they take the wrong way, and they end up goes out to sea. And
yeah, they wind up in the
what you get is you get like 3 minutes of comedic gold where Ned is trying to be as responsible as possible, and Homer is like the exact opposite, and he just keeps fucking everything up. So like as soon as they get pulled out to sea, like immediately Ned's like, we gotta paddle faster, Homer. We can't let the tide take us out to sea. And Homer's like, wrong, Flanders. He grabs the oars and puts them in. He's like, you would just let the sea peacefully bring us back into shore. And you just see like the shore just like shrink. Yeah, it's like so quick to the point where now they're just like out in the middle of the ocean.
Instantly you see the horizon it's just like fade and they're just like in the middle of the ocean.
And at one point, so now they've been out there for a couple hours, and it's just like a funny cutaway. It's like a dream sequence, and Homer's like dancing to Sugar with like ice cream cones. Yeah, and he's like, oh, honey, honey. And it's like,
that's good animation too. That's like,
and it turns out he's listening to like Todd's Walkman.
Yeah.
And it's like the batteries died. And then he's just like, piece of crap. And he throws it just out into the water. And he's like, hey, I got that for my birthday.
Do, do. Oh, honey, honey, do, 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 do. You are my you lousy piece of junk. Ah! Now I have to face stupid reality again.
Like, not even his. He's just such a jerk. And
now, some people say that, like, there's different eras of Homer. There's, like, jerk Homer. And there's, like, you know... I don't mind an episode where Homer's over the top.
I like jerk Homer with heart. It's like, I need a little bit of both. Now, he can go too far.
Because he slides between, like, actual father figure that's, like... has a heart of gold, but means well, but is a buffoon, to like completely over the top idiot asshole. Yeah. Yes, like buffoon. I'm not. There can be good episodes on either end of the spectrum, but this one,
this one works so well because he's paired with Flanders, and it's like, and there's ones where he's a little too cruel.
Yeah,
you know, that might come up maybe, but this one it works really well, and so like. So all of it's like Ned like keeps trying to like save the situation, and Homer just keeps foiling it. Immediately after that, throwing the Walkman, Homer's like, Ned, give me the water. My socks feel dry. Like they have like a little bit of water,
small canteen,
a small canteen, and Homer wants to use it to like wet his socks, and then Homer's like, and then Ned's like, again, Homer, again, implying they'd already done this. He's like, we have to ration the water, and Homer's like, well, excuse me, what do you think we're floating on? Don't you know the saying, water, water everywhere, let's all take a drink?
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Let's Ration Everything, but what do you think we're floating on? Don't you know the poem, water, water everywhere, so let's all have a drink?
Homer,
no! Which I've never heard this freshman.
Water, water everywhere, not a drop to drink.
No, so that's why he says it wrong. Oh, that's the joke.
He says it wrong. That's the joke.
Oh, I didn't know that was a real like actual expression.
I think it's a phrase, about being on the high seas or whatever in salt water.
Oh, yeah.
Like, water, water everywhere, not a drop to drink.
So Homer corrupts it into water, water everywhere, let's all take a drink.
Which is the complete opposite.
No, you're not supposed to drink seawater. Yeah. And then Homer's like, oh, what's the point? We're doomed. And then you see a seagull come in. And then Ned's like, wrong, we're saved.
Yeah, we're saved.
Seagulls only fly near land. They only come out to sea to die. And then do you remember what happens?
You know, what does it matter? We're doomed.
Wrong, we're saved. Seagulls always stay near land. They only go out to sea to die.
Ah! Woohoo! See that, boy? Your old man was right. Not Flanders. We are doomed. In your face, Flanders!
Immediately dies.
Yeah, instantly the seagull just like, ah! And you want to talk about like funny sound like bites in The Simpsons? They were so good at sound effects in the golden era.
Oh yeah.
And you just hear like, ah! It just falls into the water like so like tragically. And then and again cuts back, and immediately as soon as the seagull hits the water, you get Homer. He's like, "See that, boy? Your old man was right, not Flanders."
Still competing. They're in a life or death situation. He's still like,
but he's so petty,
holding on to this grudge against Flanders.
And then later on, you see a plane come.
Yep.
And do you remember what happens?
I don't recall exactly.
So a plane comes in and they've got a flare gun. And Ned grabs the flare gun. He's going to shoot it up to like the SOS.
Yep.
And Homer immediately taking charge of the situation grabs the flare gun. And then he's like, "Give me the flare gun, Ned. This is a flame." Fuck, I'm messing up the line. Let's just cut to it. Let's just cut to it. Let's cut to what happens.
This ain't one of your church picnic flare gun firing Flanders. This is the real thing. Don't. All right, well, that's okay. When they come to rescue him, they'll rescue us. Don't!
He grabs the flare gun and he's like, "This ain't one of your church picnic flare gun firing Flanders. This is the real thing." And he fires the flare gun, and it's like, and it blows up.
Strikes the plane.
Hits the plane and blows it up. And then you see like the guy parachuting down, and then Homer's like, "Oh well, it's okay. When they come for him, they'll rescue us." And then you just see another plane come, and he lands on the plane. Just brilliant.
Yeah.
All that last bit,
visual gags.
They come so quick. That last little bit. Yeah. So I love that episode. Boy Scouts in the Hood.
Yeah. Eventually they make it to the oil tanker. Is that?
Yeah. That's the quick little. The actual ending is.
I love. Actually, I wanted to point out the actual final moment of this episode.
Go for it. Yeah.
Where they. Again, it's similar. It's similar to Itchy and Scratchy Land, where Marge is like, "We should have gone to the bird sanctuary," and it like cuts back. I think they do the similar thing here, where they're like, "I wonder what happened to the other campers," and it cuts back to Ernest Borgnine. He's like, "Don't worry, kids." Like,
and it's
like pitch dark in the middle of the woods,
and it's a parody of Deliverance.
Yeah, the POV.
Yeah, you hear you hear the. It's Deliverance.
I just love that similar thing. It cut back to like, I wonder what happened to the other campers. And it's just like they're in a life or death like raft survival thing.
But it turns out it didn't actually turn out good for the rest of them.
It didn't actually turn
either.
good for the rest of them. Yeah, they're in a horror film basically. Yeah, Chef's Kiss.
It's just so good.
Yeah,
so good. Yeah. That was my number 9.
Awesome.
You want to keep going?
Yeah, let's keep going. My number 9. I'm very curious to see if this is on your list. Is Homer Goes to College.
Woohoo! I'm a college man. I won't need my high school diploma anymore. I am so smart. I am so smart.
I can't believe you have this so low.
Oh, really? Okay.
This is my number 1.
This is your number 1?
This is my favorite episode.
This is your favorite episode
of all time.
Wow.
I fucking love this episode. Oh,
well, there we go, folks. I didn't think I would hit your number 1 with the number 9.
I didn't think we would be. I mean,
it's a top 10 for me.
It's perfect. It's just I obsess about this episode. I really do.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is my number 1. We have a lot more crossover than I was expecting.
Yeah, I was actually expecting.
I'm expecting once you get into your top 5, there's probably ones I just don't have.
I think so.
Yeah, there's probably going to be a string. So go ahead if you want to start off the plot here.
Honestly, yeah. So just give me a second.
I don't want to hijack all you.
No, that's fine.
You pick a thing and then I'm like, well, that's actually my number 1. So let me do all the talking.
Yeah.
It's going to take me a sec to scroll down to my number 1. Yeah, Homer Goes to College, dude. I struggled with what my top 3 were going to be.
That was a no-brainer.
Something about no. So there were certain episodes when we were doing the top 10. There were certain episodes I knew. I didn't even have to rewatch them. I already knew they were on. This was one of them.
That's one I basically didn't need to rewatch.
I already knew. I was like, this is in my top 10 without a doubt. Did I know it was going to be my favorite of all time? No. And now, I mean, again, if you ask me...
This is your number 1. You take it away.
If you ask me tomorrow, I might change my mind. And I might put another one up there, but...
This one floated all through my list. Like, even when we talked about this, like you said, like almost a year ago, I had a list on my phone where I was contemplating, like, what are my favorite Simpsons episodes? Without a doubt, like without even thinking, I was like, Homer Goes to College.
Homer Goes to College,
got to be in there.
So this is season 5, episode 3. Homer Goes to College. It starts out with government inspectors dropping at the nuclear power plant for.
This is one of my favorite things. Yeah.
So they drop in for a surprise competency test of the employees. So it's not actually an inspection of the plant itself; it's the employees, which doesn't happen very often. And then at first, Mr. Burns tries to play it off like he's like, "Well, we're not a power plant; we're a cookie factory." Yes,
cookie factory.
Mr. Burns, good old-fashioned cookies.
One of my favorite Burns lines is the safety inspectors. Is there no lower form of human life? Or,
yes,
we should cut to that.
Go for it.
To that.
The watchdog of public safety. Is there any lower form of life?
Don't worry, sir. I rounded up our less gifted employees and led them into the basement.
Only I may cut to clips. They're testing all of the employees at the plant to see what their competency level is, right?
Yep.
Smithers, to try to ensure they pass with flying colors, has rounded up the less gifted employees, which it turns out the less gifted it's just Homer and two other dimwits.
Two other bumbling nitwit guys.
Who literally are in no other episodes. They might be in the background, but they're just
I think they're made up for this episode.
For this one thing where it's like these.
It's not Lenny or Carl. It's just two like.
Just these two random guys, and
Burns made me head B guy.
So Smithers, his plan to he rounds up the employees and keeps them in the basement of the power plant so that the inspectors can't find them and test them.
Yeah.
So Smithers' genius plan to distract them is he puts a bee in a glass jar and tells them to guard the bee. That's it.
Yeah.
And what I find so fucking funny about this is like Homer, he's a moron, but he isn't like bad, but sometimes they make him too stupid, and that was in later seasons. But like early seasons, it was like he was supposed to be like just a dumb everyman. That was the idea, right? Like he fucked up and he would think things wrong. But what I find so funny is they pair him up with these two guys that just literally look like they're mentally handicapped. Like they're both just like the way they're portrayed.
Why?
Yeah. So what's so funny?
The line delivery for these guys.
What's so funny is so the one guy's like, "Why are we down here?" And then Homer's like, "I already told you, Bernie, to guard the bee."
Guard the bee.
And the other guy is like, "But why, Homer?" What's so funny about that is Homer doesn't even question the logic of what they're doing. But these two other morons actually are questioning why the fuck they would need to guard a bee in a thing.
Homer, why are we down here?
Oh, jeez. I told you, Bernie, to guard the bee.
But why?
Oh, you guys are pathetic. No wonder Smithers made me head bee guy.
And then I love Homer's line, "No wonder Smithers made me head bee guy."
Yeah, head bee guy.
Bee guy? So then, of course, Homer smashes the jar. The bee gets out.
Oh, I did bad. We did bad.
Yeah. The bee gets out, and the inspectors end up finding Homer because he ends up like
the bee bit my bottom. Now my bottom's big. We can cut to that.
I love the Smithers has like this little condescending joke where they're like, well, the next person on our list is a man named Homer Simpson. I'm afraid he couldn't be here. They're just like Smithers and Burns are just having like a little chuckle of their inside joke. Yeah. And then of course, Homer shows up. And
did you catch that this whole skit of locking them in the basement is similar to Skinner does the same thing in a previous episode?
Oh, you mean the sorry for the ruse, boys?
Yeah, same thing. Chalmers comes to inspect the school,
so
inspect the children, and he locks
mountain
up
bikes. When are we gonna get our mountain bikes?
And they're locked up in the utility closet in the basement. Similar thing. Would God judge me if I threw away the key?
So dark.
Anyway, I thought that was interesting that they basically recycle that joke but amplify it in a different way.
So Homer ends up getting put into it's like a vehicle. It's like a mobile testing station.
Nuclear testing station.
Yeah, it mimics their actual desk, or not desk, but like their workstation.
Yep.
And it's actually similar to the earlier episode. What is it? Homer Defined.
Yes, where
they put him in a similar.
He saves the plant.
But remember, they then again. Anyways, so they're like, okay, all right, Homer, for this test, we're going to simulate a malfunction in section C, and there will be a something. And then Homer's just like, what the hell are you talking about? Which one of the funny running gags is like, Homer doesn't know what he actually does.
No.
But he comes in, punches in, he's always on time, he shows up, and he puts in the time, but the running gag is like, he doesn't actually understand his own job.
Well, that's
he knows enough to get by, but he doesn't actually have a degree.
That's one of the iconic jokes of the entire series is the idea of like a working class dude who just like
puts in the time,
knows nothing, but is the nuclear safety inspector.
Right.
So like even in terms of a sitcom, the idea of like, oh, the father, like you've got all these various sitcoms and things, but the idea that, oh, the dad, he's a nuclear safety inspector. But how incompetent he is, and the fact that like at any moment something could go horribly wrong and destroy the entire town.
It's very real.
Yeah,
it's a very real
hilarious.
possibility. And speaking of that, Homer completely botches the simulation and somehow manages to make the truck turn nuclear, and it like melts into the pavement of like the parking lot.
Is there a Hulk gag?
No. He comes out and he's like, must destroy world.
Oh,
and then his watch goes off and he's like, ooh, lunchtime or something like that. So then the government inspectors threaten Mr. Burns with legal action.
I don't know how he did. There was no nuclear material.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're like looking, it's a great like cutback, or it just like cuts and they're looking through the window and he's like, I don't know how we managed to do it. There wasn't any nuclear material in the van. And then Mr. Burns cuts him out. He's like, all right, well, I suppose it's time for your bribe.
Time for your bribe now.
You can have the washer and dryer where the lovely Mr. Smithers is standing, or what's inside this box.
Oh, very well. It's time for your bribe. Now, you can either have the washer and dryer where the lovely Smithers is standing, or you can trade it all in for what's in this box.
The box. The box.
The box. The box.
Yeah. That's such a great, I love that. The box. The box. Yeah. I like that the guy's instantly tempted. It's like the inspector.
The box. The box.
Yeah, the box. The box. And then the other inspector's like,
just a white box with like
it's got question marks all over it. It's like a white box. It's got like pink question marks all over it. It could be anything. And then the other inspector's like, you can't just throw money. This is serious, Mrs. Serious Burns. You can't just throw money at it, make it go away. And you see Mayor Quimby.
Instantly, Quimby walks in with the fur coat.
He's got a fur coat with a price, like a $5,000 price tag on it. And he's like, I have decided there will be no inquiry into this a mess. I will go now.
I will go now.
Yeah. Great writing.
Yeah. Oh, the trap door.
Right.
Yeah.
So then they threaten. So they're like, "You're facing some serious trouble here, Mr. Burns. Either you get your man up to speed, or we'll be forced to take legal action." Oh, really? I have a feeling you'll be dropping the charges.
Dropping the charges.
You're in big trouble, Burns. Homer Simpson's job requires college training in nuclear physics. Now you get your man up to speed, or we'll be forced to take legal action.
Is that so? Well, I have the feeling you'll be dropping the charges.
Ooh, the painter's moved your desk, sir.
Oh, yes.
And he pushes the button.
Yeah. Brilliant Mr. Burns stuff here.
And then you just see like the trap door open, but it's like nowhere near where they're standing. And then Smithers just like, the painter's moved your desk, sir. Oh, yes.
So the implication he was going to murder these people?
Mr. Burns is going to come up many times later on. He works so well as a side cartoonish villain.
Yes.
Like he's not a good guy, but he's not like a super villain per se, but he works well as like a shady rich millionaire would do anything, cutthroat, and he always has these little like he has goons and shit. And
yeah.
I love anytime he gets one of these moments, it works so well. So what ends up happening is Homer is, because of his blunder at the plant, if he wants to keep his job, he has to receive training in college-level training in nuclear physics. And through a series of events, Homer gets into college with the help of Mr. Burns, but is disappointed to find that it's nothing like movies and TV have presented it to be. That's the basic plot. It's literally like, I don't know, a third of it is set up, maybe not even that, maybe like 25% is set up of like Homer has to
has to go get his college degree.
Yes, they set up that Homer needs this training. He didn't get his college degree in nuclear physics. He has to go into college, and the last 3/4 is Homer in college.
Yeah. And all of his perceptions of college are entirely drawn from TV shows and movies.
Yes, and it's all like everything he knows of college life is stereotypical, like raunchy comedies of the era, like Animal House and all that shit, Revenge of the Nerds. Like that's what he's pulling from. I've got written down here. The plot is basically Homer trying to force what he thinks college life should be into reality.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it.
That's basically what it is.
And then it's also like just a way for the animators and writers to just go hog wild with a bunch of parodies and references to raunchy college comedies.
And this is a brilliant idea because it's like it works so well where it also speaks to actual people's perception of colleges and university life because that's the way it's presented. They always present them as raunchy comedies where it's just a never-ending party, right?
Yep.
And they do such a good job in the show where it's like Homer represents us in a sense, but then they show what college life actually is like, and it's just grounded in exactly what you think it would be. There's no wild shit that happens. You
like
know?
If you're actually to take a nuclear physics course, it would just be studying and like
going, and so there's the whole thing is constant, and they set this up perfectly. So earlier, right when Homer knows he's going into college, he's watching TV and he's like, "There's an important program on college life that I need to watch." And you think that's such a great setup line because you think like, "Oh, he's gonna be watching some like actual documentary series or some educational thing." Yeah. But it's actually just it's like we now return to School of Hard Knockers starring Corey Masterson, and it's just like a 80s like raunchy comedy, similar to like. What is that? I think it's called Up the Creek. Because what's genius about this joke is they say starring Corey Masterson, and there actually was an actor from that time that was in a lot of these college raunchy humor.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was in one. I think it was called Up the Creek or something like that. It's about like a paddling boat competition, and it's Corey something. I don't know his last name. It's like Corey Matheson or something. But great little joke. Very clever.
Pranking the dean.
So the program Homer's watching is exactly what you think it is. It is stereotypical college 80s, raunchy comedy movie. And
like rowdy men pulling pranks and partying.
And it sets in that like 30 seconds, it does so much, to perfectly represent those movies. You've got Dean Bitterman. So
Bitterman.
It's like Bitterman. It's just everything's just so on the nose. And it's like this dean walking the president through like the quad. And then he's like, Dean Bitterman, I really hope nothing bad happens on my visit. As you know, I am the president of the United States. Everything's the writing's so bad. And then he's like, don't worry, Mr. President. I expelled those rowdy members of Chug-a-Lug House.
Chug-a-Lug House?
Chug-a-Lug House?
Oh, don't worry. I've expelled those rowdy members of Chug-a-Lug House.
Oh, I hate that lousy dean.
And then it's like a nerd and like the cool guy. He's like, this bra bomb better work, nerdlinger. And they use a bra bomb. Like, do you remember this? And it just like rains bras
onto them.
Yeah. And then and Bitterman's just like so angry and the bra lands on his head, and the president's like, it's exactly what the ending of one of those college movies would have been, which is a complete nonsense, like fantasy. And the president's like, lighten up, Butterman. That this youngster will make a great member of my cabinet. He's like
the Department of Getting Down.
Getting Down. Yeah. He's
getting
like
down.
The Department of Secretary of Getting Down. Complete nonsense.
Oh, don't worry, Mr. President. Mr. President!
Lighten up, Bitterman. That youngster will make a perfect addition to my cabinet. Secretary of Partying Down!
Yes! Take that, Bitterman!
So that's what Homer has in his head before he gets there.
Yes.
Well,
we can't skip over his application process.
Go for it.
I mean, I love this section of the episode too. This is brilliant, where he's like filling out his application. And he's like, I should attach a photo for reference. And the photo is him just like engulfing a cake. And then what else? I mean,
and it has
it was the most I ever threw up, and it changed my life.
Because they have to write an essay.
Yeah, you have to write an essay and like an application of like why you should be accepted. What are your skills? Like, what's your background? Lisa asking him like, or one of the questions is, what books have you read, and how have they changed your life? I think Homer's answer is like,
it's just a bunch of nonsense.
Does TV
Guide count as a
Son
book?
of Sniglet.
Yeah.
And then
Catherine Hepburn. It's like her autobiography or some shit.
Like, that all that's brilliant. Is that where they see the photo and they're like, well, like accepting this would only waste.
He's obviously insane. Reading his application would only be a waste of valuable time.
Yeah, immediately.
So he keeps getting rejected because he uses like the worst possible photo. It's like him, like his face is like in a cake. Yeah. No one's gonna care about the photo. It's like all they care about.
Just ruins it. Yeah, I love that. Anyway, so
then he gets to campus and immediately there's like
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just remembered one more thing. During the application process, we get the flashback of Homer.
Oh, right.
I always wanted to go to college,
but something got
fate stood in the way. It's like, sign this paper, Homer. You're a shoo-in. He's like, looks out the window.
That dog has some guy's ham. This I gotta see. And it just cut. And he's like, and he's outside. And he's like, hey, you stupid dog, give me that ham.
That's one of my favorite jokes of the episode. Is
that he was distracted by a dog with a ham.
Sign this paper. You're a shoo-in. A shoo-in.
And then he just like crumples up. He's like, oh well.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
So then Homer gets to college. The first and it's not what he thought it would be. Every time this breaks me, he pulls up.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna cut to it.
Okay.
Homer, that isn't very nice.
Marge, try to understand. There are two kinds of college students, jocks and nerds. As a jock, it is my duty to give nerds a hard time.
First fucking thing he does, sees like a gawky-looking guy. Nerd! Immediately, he does like the ogre from Revenge of the Nerds.
Yeah.
Calls it like as if they would do in all those movies, right?
Iconic.
And Marge is like, that's not very nice, Homer. Marge, try to understand. There are two type of college guys, nerds and jocks. As a jock, it is my job to give nerds a hard time. I like that he immediately just
he just identifies himself. Again, I'm a jock.
Because he thinks this is reality. He thinks this is how colleges actually work.
Yeah.
That there is no in between.
It's just a binary of like jocks and cool guys and
hot
nerds.
chicks and babes, and that's it. And then he's like, hey, did you get a load of that nerd? And it's like a jockey looking guy. Excuse me?
Hey, pal, did you get a load of the nerd?
Pardon me?
Like, what? Then at the freshman mixer, Homer spikes the punch.
Yep.
And he's like, I'll be a campus legend. And he spikes the punch. And then immediately, like, somebody like drinks realizes there's alcohol in the punch and like spits
Attention,
it out.
everyone.
Your parents have been called, or someone has spiked the punch. Don't worry. Your parents have been called and we'll pick you up shortly. And then, And so, again, the actual kids, they're not all raging party animals. They're actually there for education. Not everybody needs to get blasted at a freshman mixer, right? And Homer's like, Marge, somebody sucked the energy out of all these kids. And if movies and TVs have taught me anything, it's a crusty old dean. And we get introduced to one of the funniest, like, works perfectly as a guest character. I don't actually know. I didn't look this up who the voice actor is.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I don't think it's a celebrity. I think it's one of the main cast. We should know this. We should know this. But they introduced Dean Bobby Peterson, who they already showed you like a caricature of the Krusty Dean, which was Bitterman. And in comparison, Dean Peterson is like probably what a modern like dean of a university or college would actually be. And he's like this progressive, young, easily approachable, understanding, kind person.
Hi there. Hello, I'm Dean Peterson, but you can call me Bobby. I just want you to know, if you ever feel stressed out from studying or whatever, I'm always up for some hacky sack. Or hey, if you just want to come by and jam, I used to be the bass player for the Pretenders.
Boy, I can't wait to take some of the starch out of that stuffed shirt.
So he's like the exact opposite of what Homer expects.
Totally down to earth, relatable human being.
Hip,
that's like
hip,
there
and like
to help.
cool.
Yeah.
Right. Not like an old man at all. Okay. This leads to. Did you find out who Peterson is?
No, it didn't say on the Wikipedia, so I'm just checking.
Just type in Dean Peterson, voice actor. So later on, so Homer actually does have to go to class, and I love the voice actor for the physics.
It's just Hank Azaria.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So
Hank Azaria, you're the man. So he actually goes to a real class, and it's like the physics class. And, and the voice actor of the professor in this is so funny. Good. It's just like a straight arrow, like older.
I'm a nuclear physicist. Yeah, just
right.
Like
it's just like
the most boring, bland. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly what you think. If you think a professor of nuclear physics, this is the guy. This is what he would sound like. Right?
Yeah. Now, if anyone would like to stay, I'm going to hold a comprehensive review session after every class.
And all of Homer's interactions with him are just so good.
Yeah.
And I love after now it's been a couple classes, and the professor's trying to show the class like it's like a proton accelerator, and Homer just immediately interrupts the class and like, "Excuse me, Professor Brainiac, but I worked in a nuclear power plant for 10 years, and I think I know how a proton accelerator works."
This proton accelerator destabilizes the atom in this chamber here, then propels it.
Excuse me, Professor Brainiac, but I worked in a nuclear power plant for 10 years, and I think I know how a proton accelerator worked.
Well, please come down and show us.
All right, I will. In there, guys.
Thanks, Homer.
And then the professor's like, "Oh, will you please show us?" And then it just cuts again to he's
a meltdown.
Yeah, and everyone's running out, and like the entire building's like flashing green. And this leads to
the safety guys are like, "Hi, Homer."
Oh yeah,
like they just recognize
in there,
him.
guys. Yeah,
in there, guys. Yeah.
So this leads to Dean Peterson again showing how like progressive he is. He's like, "Look, Homer, no one blames you for the accident. I just think you could benefit from some tutoring. I've already got some names of some people who are going to help you." He goes out of his way
to help him,
a student by getting the names of students to tutor Homer, and then Homer immediately like the rivalry between.
He's just forcing
a
non-existent rivalry.
Again, Homer is forcing his reality into the actual world, the actual college life.
Yeah, you won this round, Dean, but the war isn't over.
Yeah.
So
wait, I want to say we also skipped over with the professor. Just I love the gag of him. He makes like a subtle joke.
Oh no, I know you're going to this.
I don't remember exactly what he says.
So he goes, I see a lot of new faces, but as the saying goes, out with the old, in with the nucleus. It's just kind of it's a clever little joke.
Homer doesn't laugh
because he doesn't get it because it's a little too smart, and Homer's just like, well, everyone else is laughing.
Yeah. Then he like drops his books or something.
He drops his papers and he goes, "Oops." Homer erupts into laughter.
We can cut it if you want. I love that moment.
I see a lot of new faces, but you know the old saying, out with the old, in with the nucleus. Now we'll begin by... Oops.
Did you see that jerk? He dropped his notes.
I dropped this paper, his big jerk. Homer finds that just that he made a mistake.
Everyone in the auditorium is just like...
He stands out so much in that class.
Yeah, I love that.
Oh, that one. Was that Lisa or Bart? That's Lisa.
Yeah.
Lisa's drunk here. Doesn't want to stand up.
Okay, so the dean recommends
3, and this sets up the final act. The third act of the episode is the dean recommends the tutors, which are we introduced the 3 nerds.
3 nerds, new characters.
Which are new characters, which are recurring characters.
Are they really?
Oh, they show up all the time. Yeah, they show up a bunch.
Oh.
Anytime they have if there's a nerd convention or something, they're in the background. When Homer...
This is season 8, right?
No,
Homer goes. What season is Homer goes
this
to college?
is season 5.
Oh, 5.
This is season 5.
Oh, that's
this
right.
This is the first time we meet these.
So
characters.
do they appear in like 6, 7, 8?
They're recurring.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, dude, they're recurring characters. They're recurring like back. They don't get a lot of depth, but they're recurring like background characters. Yeah, in the episode where Homer becomes Poochie, they're in the Q&A. Homer belittles the one guy. I think I'm pretty sure it's him where he's like, in episode something, why does he? And then Homer's like, let me ask you this. Why would a man wearing a shirt that says genius at work spend his time watching a children's cartoon? You remember that where he like just tears apart?
Just tears them down.
And then he's like, I retract my
statement.
Yeah. So they introduced the 3 nerd characters, which are literally stereotypical nerds. Like it's like Revenge of the Nerds
Science
level
nerds.
Yeah. But they're actually like good students. And what then follows is this is the like where this turns into, and it turns into Homer trying to corrupt the 3 nerds.
Yeah.
Again, trying to force his own reality of like, no, college is about partying and having a good time. So he tries to like, he's not interested he doesn't like get any tutoring. He's not interested in any of that shit. He's constantly just trying to like get them to do crazy shit, like wild pranks and things. But then what ends up happening is the big prank. Not the final prank.
No, yeah.
Not that one. The big prank is Homer's like, we need to do something. Come on, guys. Maybe a prank. And then that's when Bart shows up. And he's like, a prank,
the Jaws.
I got a prank for you. And I love... So Bart's prank idea is like, okay, whatever... I can't remember the name of the college they're at.
There's a rivalry between the colleges.
There's a rivalry between the colleges. They're trying to stoke a rivalry between the colleges, which is 100% a real thing.
Yeah.
And I love that Bart's like, the nearest college within something distance to this college is Springfield A&M, or it's like something like that. And it's just by proximity, the closest other college. And immediately, do you remember what Homer says?
I don't recall.
The only other college in 50 miles is Springfield A&M, so they're our best target.
Those bastards.
For absolutely no reason.
Yeah, just by proximity.
So now he hates this. They hate these other guys. And their plan is to steal the mascot of the rival school, and they steal Sir Oinks-a-Lot, the pig.
The pig.
Yeah, and that's their big prank. The prank ends up having major consequences because once Dean Peterson discovers...
the Sir Oinks-a-Lot's background.
So
Here he is.
So Sir Oinks-a-Lot ends up, for whatever reason, being friends with Richard Nixon.
Former
president.
Former President Richard Nixon.
And so what ends up happening is the pig gets sick, and then Dean Peterson discovers him, and then this...
Well, don't they get the pig drunk?
It's because of Homer. Homer and the pig share like a case of malt liquor. Guys, he's really sick.
I mean, this is also the iconic like curly straight.
Oh, there's great moments. With
you got the roll him up in a carpet, throw him
off a bridge. Yeah,
which is not part of Bart's plan.
No, he just wants to kidnap him.
We'll kidnap the pig and we'll stoke a rivalry with this school. And then Homer adds,
and
then we'll roll him up in a carpet and throw him off a bridge. It's like,
it's way too far. So then what ends up happening is the fallout is the 3 boys get caught with the pig. Homer doesn't.
Hello?
Yeah.
That sounds like a pig fainting.
So he ends up having to expel the 3 nerds, which then leads to them living with the Simpsons. Do you remember this? Because this is also like a few minutes into it.
Yeah, the nerds end up
So the nerds end up having to live with the Simpsons, and they're just like the most annoying, stereotypical nerds. They're terrible like guests. And it immediately starts driving the family nuts, like including Marge, which Marge is always like the kind, more level-headed, reasonable, but I like that it even gets under her skin.
Like I want those nerds out of here.
Yeah, okay. So wait, before you get to that. So they all end up having little interactions with the nerds that annoy them, except Homer. Homer's just like, everything's fine. And this is one of the funniest fucking moments with Bart and Lisa.
I love this. Yeah, I know exactly.
So Bart and Lisa are watching an episode of Itchy and Scratchy. A very special episode. So if you're not familiar, Itchy and Scratchy, they're actually on your side there. Itchy and Scratchy, it's a good thing they actually says the names of the characters on the box because I always forget which is which. Scratchy is the cat, Itchy is the mouse.
Yeah.
they're basically like it's a parody of Tom and Jerry and many other cartoon,
a million other
cartoon
things,
animals, but it's like hyper violent.
Yes.
Right? That's the running gag is like cartoon violence is violent, but they take it to an extreme. That's the joke.
Because already like Looney Tunes and old Fleischer, like all kinds of animations would be violent.
But this is like bloody and like it's like it's making fun of cartoon violence, but it actually is pretty violent. Is the funny gag to it? So in the show, Itchy the mouse basically brutalizes Scratchy every episode. That's the running gag.
Yeah.
But in this one special episode, Lisa said, she hypes it up. She's like, oh, I've heard about this one. This is the one where Scratchy gets itchy.
Oh, I heard about this. This is the one where Scratchy finally gets itchy. Wow.
Which never happens. In the entirety of the show, it's always Itchy brutalizing the poor cat. For once, and you see it, they set it up so well. Where like Scratchy has Itchy, he's like tied up and like chained to like this fucking like a moving cart, and he can't move, and he's got like grenades pinned to him and explosives, and Scratchy, like they set it up for like a minute of just setting up all the like, guns are
building
aiming
tension.
At building tension as like we're gonna get this moment where Itchy's gonna fucking get it, and the kids are like just glued to the television
away from the screen, just like
and then the TV turns off.
My purpose in life is to witness this moment.
We need the outlet for our rock tumbler.
So then that makes Bart and Lisa just like absolutely hate the nerds, because I love that it just cuts back and it's instantly just
plug it in.
They plug it in and then it cuts back and it's just instantly the end, and you just see like the credits.
The credits rolling.
And then they scream again, and then I love fucking Krusty. Wow, they won't ever let us show that in a million years again.
Yeah, like jumps into this. Whoa.
Plug it in!
What, the rock tumbler or the TV?
The TV!
Wow! They'll never let us show that again! Not in a million years!
We'll never show that again. Never.
Why? Just it makes the gag so much funnier.
Yeah, it just
that it was so
amplifies
special that it won't ever be shown again, and the kids missed it. So the family wants the nerds out of the house, and Homer is like, I'm sure that we can all reach an equilibrium where we all get along. Right, Marge? And Marge's like, no, I want those geeks out of my house.
Yeah.
Look, I'm sure we can work something out where we can all live in harmony. Right, Marge?
No, I want those geeks out of my house.
So then...
Usually the voice of reason.
Right.
It's understanding.
Yeah, even she has reached her limit. So now Homer has to... they have to find a way to get the geeks back enrolled into college. And do you remember what Homer's idea is?
This is the running over the dean.
Yes, so
rescuing the dean.
The only solution to a zany prank is an even zanier prank. I'll fix it so you guys save the dean's life. Oh, I love this.
Yeah,
it just cuts to like Homer's prank idea is his zany. So it's not prank, but well, I guess it is. The zany scheme is Homer's going to attempt to run over the dean on the campus
with an out of control vehicle. Like he's like driving the car across campus.
And the nerds are waiting to push the dean out of the way. And then as this is about to happen, Homer's like they know what they're timing.
Timed it to their watches.
And Homer's right on time. And then the nerds pause for seconds. They then overanalyze the situation. They're like, oh, should we account for wind variance? I don't know. And then you just see the poor the poor and like nice dean just gets smoked by the car. And this then leads to so I know we're saying along with it, but this is my number one.
This is your number one.
This is my number one. Like,
do we cut to the dean in the hospital right from there? Is
okay,
it like
so
a smash cut?
So then it cuts to the dean in the hospital, and Homer's like, Dean, the whole thing has been about my fault. The other prank was me. Homer owns everything, and then he's like, I'm sorry for the running you over prank. And the dean's like, prank?
He's like in a full body cast. Like,
Frank? Yeah.
That's one of my favorite line deliveries there.
And then he's like, and then again, just showing how nice of a guy the dean is. He's like, well, maybe I have been a bit of an ogre myself. How about this? We'll just forget the whole mess ever happened, and I'll reinstate your friends. So that's like working out. It's like the nicest man alive. But the episode isn't over. And
it continues.
Again, brilliance of this episode. It's a fake out because it's normally in anything else. It's like, well, the story's wrapped up. It's all great. Just like in what they showed us at the beginning of the episode where it's like the bra bomb.
Yeah.
And it's like partying down. They get their revenge on the dean, right? So the dean solves the main crisis, but we've forgotten about the A plot, which is Homer still needs to pass the fucking college course.
Yeah, he still needs to actually pass the test.
So it's like, it all worked out. And then it cuts to Homer in class, and he's like, good luck on your final exams. And then Homer's like, oh my God, because he completely forgot about class.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like in his underwear for no reason.
Is that just like the cliche of like the nightmare of going to school in your underwear thing?
So Homer has a final exam. How is he going to pass? And we then get the classic montage sequence, like in so many raunchy comedies, of Homer studying, and you think, well, that's how it's going to solve it. And Homer gets an F.
Yeah, a montage will solve this.
Yeah.
We'll just show him that he's studying and
hard.
Then we'll cut to,
the nerds help him cram. He's like cramming to try to study for this big exam, and he ends up failing. He gets an F.
That's a brilliant use of a fake out montage, because usually that's like a lazy way of solving something. Like, well, how's this character going to get out of this? Oh, they'll do a montage of them training or studying hard, and then they'll just succeed. But yeah, the fake out of that is like still gets an F.
Yeah, he still fails regardless. And then it turns out the nerds are able to hack the school's computer system. So
that's right.
They then offer Homer, because Homer helped them, to hack the system to change his grade. And that's what they end up doing. And then I love this fucking ending so much. So then the whole family, including Marge, Bart, Lisa, Homer, the three nerds, they're all in the living room of the Simpsons home. And Homer's like proudly showing off his A+. And then Marge immediately figures out that the nerds changed his grade using a computer.
Yeah.
But then Homer tries to give a like morality lesson like they would in some of these comedies where it's like, yeah, we had some laughs, but at the end of the day, the real lesson is such and such. Like so many movies did that.
Yeah.
So Homer's like, the important thing is we all learned a lesson. These guys learned the richness and variety of the world outside college.
Look, the important thing is that we all learned a lesson. These guys learned the richness and variety of the world outside college.
No, he didn't.
And then Homer's like, oh, well, then I learned the value of college is to study and work hard.
Oh, then I learned the real value of college is to study and work hard.
No, you didn't. You only passed your course by cheating, which you always taught us was wrong.
Lisa's like, no, you didn't. You used the computer to cheat. And then it perfectly cuts to the credits where Louie is playing. Louie. And it's showing stills. It's like the ending of so many of those college movies.
Montages.
The stills montage, like Animal House.
Yeah.
And it's Homer doing random things that we didn't see in the episode. They're all just like these random cutaways.
Like outtakes
it's
or
like
cutaways.
Him, he's like water skiing, like in a toga uniform and shit.
Yeah.
It's just
so even using the credits as like extra joke opportunities.
Extra way to parody like what they're doing. Like it's an extra way to it's more. Yeah. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Homer goes to college.
It's basically a perfect episode.
Do you have anything else? Sorry, I hijacked all that by all means.
So that's my number 9.
Oh, you had nothing else to add.
That's your number 1. I think we went through everything. It's a damn near pretty much perfect episode. I don't know what you could critique from it, like what you don't like. Like
I got like nothing.
Yeah. It's a Homer-centric episode. That's about it. But there's still family.
Bart and Lisa aren't in it a lot.
The thing is, I don't mind that if it's.
I don't care.
Yeah, if you have an episode that focuses on an individual family member, it's still like if you do it well. Like,
I guess the question comes back to me. The onus is like, well, defend it. Why is it your number 1 above so much else? It's perfectly written. The jokes come at you so frequently.
Jokes per second.
It is so
insane.
quotable. I watch because you can look up Simpsons clips. I look up clips from this episode probably more than anything. Every moment is a funny moment in this episode.
Yeah.
And as someone that loves, this is partly why I guess it's more number one for me. Because, yeah, you're right. It could be number 5. Could be, where'd you have it at?
I had number 9.
Number 9, sure. It's
a top 10.
It's a top 10. But for me, it's a number 1 because it's the one that I enjoy watching the most. That every time I think about it, I get a warm feeling where I'm just like, it doesn't really have much heartfelt stuff in it. Not a ton. It doesn't have, there's no celebrity cameos. It's not that it hits all of the criteria, but the premise, as someone who grew up watching 80s boner comedies, my dad showed me Revenge of the Nerds and all that shit, all those.
This is, more of our dad's thing. My dad loved Animal House. He showed it to me when I was a teenager.
I watched all those raunchy comedies growing up, all those 80s raunchy comedies. And so I know all that shit. So the idea of satirically parodying they're not really parodying it. They're almost showing you the flaws in those original movies.
Yeah.
They're showing you what the reality looks like against what you think it is, your perception. And the idea of Homer just trying to force
that to happen,
is just so fucking funny. And that's what makes me laugh so much. It just works.
It reminds me, in a way, of I would say Jim Carrey and the Cable Guy.
Sure.
That character's trying to force a television cartoonish reality.
He's trying to force movie scenarios into reality.
Yeah. Obsessed with a movie scenario and being it should be like this, or this is what it's like, that kind of thing. But it's perfect. It's brilliant.
Love this episode. Yeah. My number 1.
Number 1.
Yeah, you're knocking off all my top ones.
I'm just sniping your top ones.
Sniping the top ones, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Marge is down! Let's take a break for a second. I got to take a leak.
So hold on a second. Before you even say the name, you have a motherfucking season 9 episode in your top 10 of your favorite Simpsons episodes of all time. Season 9.
Right, season 9. This is one of my favorite episodes of all time. It is so fucking funny. So earlier you said you were Itchy and Scratchy Land might be the best bottle episode Simpsons Go to a Place.
Yep.
This is definitely a close second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so this is one of those, but I think this is before it turned to shit. Sorry, I'm moving shit around. I got cables everywhere. Everything's fucking near me. Okay, here we go. My number 8 coming in from season 9, episode 1. The fucking first episode opener. The City of New York versus Homer Simpson.
Dad, you got a letter from the City of New York.
Throw it away. Nothing good has ever come out of New York City.
Oh, that is a good episode.
I fucking love this episode. Yeah. Holy shit, is this good. Now, we're going to get to this, not in this video, but in the next video. I actually did a breakdown of all the episodes of season 9 and 10 to give a bit of a ratio.
Interesting.
Because I know
this is the first episode of season 9. I know the second episode of season 9.
I know. And that's what's so interesting about, let's just quickly comment. Historically, most people say the day the Simpsons died was, what is the episode called?
The Principal and the Pauper?
Principal and the Pauper.
Yeah.
It's the second episode of season 9. It is so weird that season 9 opens with, in my opinion, one of the series' best, followed by one of the series' worst.
Very interesting.
It's so interesting, but I'm not going to save it for the next video.
Yeah, that'll be for the next video.
I have a breakdown of the ratio of good episodes versus bad episodes in 9 and 10, because I know in your mind, you write off 9 and 10. There's some gems in 9 and 10.
I believe you. I believe
you. There really are.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they're offset by some real stinkers.
I just don't revisit that season enough to be like, oh, I know this is a really good one. I do know this episode.
I hear you.
I do know this episode.
Okay, so the episode begins with Moe informing. So Homer and his friends are at the bar drinking at Moe's, and Moe informs them all that They need a designated driver because, according to the police, 91% of all traffic accidents in the area are caused by you 6 guys, which is I find fucking amazing, and they're all like proud of it. They're all like high fiving.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I know. And then he's like, but because of that, for insurance reasons, we need to have a designated driver from now on. And
this is great.
The way they pick this is so good. Do you remember this? Like Mo's.
I don't remember how they pick, but I remember the whole rigmarole of.
So the way they pick it, according to Mo, is we're gonna pick it the same way they picked the Pope, and he takes out a big thing of pickled eggs.
Oh yes, the pickled eggs.
Big jar of
whoever
pickled eggs.
Whoever gets the rotten one.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's like, whoever picks the black egg has to be the designated driver. So they all reach into this jar of the same way they picked the Pope.
Yeah, what?
Such a funny line. So they all reach in, grab an egg, and everyone is like, no one wants the egg because everyone wants to, drink and have a good time. And the biggest drunk of the group, Barney, gets the black egg.
Yep.
Yes, he gets the rotten egg. So Barney must remain sober to be the designated driver for everybody else, while everybody else gets to party and get drunk and have a good time. Everyone is like partying it up and being an idiot.
Just getting
smashed in the background. And Barney, meanwhile, is like sitting on the counter, like gritting his teeth, like torture, like eating like peanuts.
Yeah.
You know?
He's an alcoholic on top
Yes.
of it already being obnoxious to DD for a bunch of drunk, your super drunk friends.
Yeah, he actually is like an alcoholic.
He's also an alcoholic, so it's
so then we get introduced. So to make it even worse, so Barney's already on edge. To make it even worse, do you remember who shows up? First appearance.
I don't recall.
First appearance of Duff Man.
No.
Yes.
That's the first appearance?
First appearance is this episode. It's all the way into season 9.
You're fucking kidding me.
Nope. 100%. I looked this up. So Barney's like sitting at the bar and everyone's drinking behind him, having a good time. And then you hear like, like this pounding, thumping music starts going, and then like things on the counter start like bobbing, and Barney's like,
I can't believe that's the first appearance.
First appearance, season 9.
Wow.
So then Barney's like, oh no, any night but tonight, not tonight. So then Duff Man, who they now introduce, is so Duff beer is the imaginary beer that exists in the Simpsons verse, right?
Yep.
It's long running. It's in all the episodes. Duff Man is now introduced as the mascot face of the brand.
Oh no. Oh no. Not tonight. Not tonight!
Are you ready to get duffed?
Hey, it's Duff Man, the guy in a costume that creates awareness of Duff.
Duff Man wants to party down with the man who sent in 10,000 Duff labels.
And he's like, it's like a muscular guy.
Super
in like
macho.
Spandexy, wearing big, thick sunglasses. He actually kind of looks a little similar to my store mascot, Biff McFarlane, with like the cool shades. You put shades on anything, it looks kind of cool, right? And he's like a macho guy, and he's wearing like a spandexy type shirt. And he has a red cape.
Yeah, he's got the red cape, red hat. I think he's got a belt of
Duff beers.
Duff cans. Yeah.
So Duff Man shows up with a bunch of like hot chicks with like pom poms. They're like cheerleaders.
Yeah.
And Duff Man's like, I am here for one man who sent in the most Duff beer labels to be presented with this bottomless Duff beer drink. So on the one night Barney has to be sober,
wins this huge
he wins
prize.
this huge prize for drinking so much Duff beer. And so then they're presenting it, and the girls are like, chug, chug, chug. And then Barney's just like, I can't. I'm the designated driver. And there's like the record scratch moment. Yeah. And then Duff Man's just like, yeah, Duff Man Duff Beer proudly supports designated driving programs. Now, who is ready to party with Duff Man? So they just like party without Barney, so he doesn't even get to celebrate his own like victory.
Yeah.
And then there's a great sequence where Barney's driving them home, and
I love that.
And they're all low. And anyone
being
who's
so obnoxious in the back of the car.
Anyone who's ever had to deal with like obnoxious drunk friends. Oh,
yeah.
So they're all being obnoxious in the car, saying stupid shit.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Does he say something like that?
Yes, because they're all like, oh, they don't want the night to end, right? Because when you're drunk, you just want to keep it like, let's party all night, we'll live forever. So like it's Carl, Lenny, and Homer are in the car, and it's Homer's car, but Barney's driving it.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, let's go to the Playboy Mansion. No, let's go here. And then Homer's like, it's my car. We're going to the lost city of gold.
I'm trying to drive.
Hey, let's go to the girls' college.
No, the Playboy Mansion. Playboy Mansion.
Shut up. It's my car, and I say we're going to the lost city of gold. Well, that's just drunk talk. Sweet, beautiful drunk talk.
And Barney's like, that doesn't even make sense. That's just crazy talk. Sweet, drunk, crazy talk. Because they're all just drunk and having a good time.
Yeah.
So then he drops Homer off, and he goes, and Homer's like, oh, yeah, just bring it back tomorrow, Barney. Don't worry about it. And Barney's like, ooh, I get to keep your car?
Keep the car.
Now I'm going to go on a bender. And then it cuts forward, and now Barney's been missing for several days, and Homer's like putting up flyers of like, have you seen this man and my car? And it's like a picture of Barney in the car. And Homer's like, face it, Homer. Barney ain't never coming back. And I love there's a quick little gag of Homer is like in his garage, and he's making his own car. Do you remember this? And it's like a it's like a mattress with like wheels.
Yeah.
And he like puts like tapes flashlights on the front for like his headlights.
That's a good gag.
And Marge is like, Homer, I don't like the idea of you driving your own car. And Homer's like, Marge, you can pick apart my plan, or you can sew me some seatbelts. And she's like, sorry. She's like, sewing seatbelts? So then Homer, Barney actually shows up again, but he basically was just on a blackout bender. He doesn't even remember what happened. He has no idea where the car went. And Homer's just like, well, that's just great. Now I don't have a car, right? But a letter in the mail shows up from the city of New York.
New York City.
Immediately, Homer's like, fucking throw it in the trash. Well, he didn't say fucking, but he's like, throw it in the trash. Nothing good ever comes out of that shitty city. To which all of his family members are like, what? Like, where's this coming from? And then Homer reveals I love this flashback. You know the flashback I'm talking about?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Set to the classic piano song, The Entertainer, we get a flashback of 1970s crime-ridden New York. And this is why Homer hates New York City. He went there as like a young man and had this awful experience visiting what would have then been the peak of like crime-ridden New York.
Crime-ridden shithole downtown New York.
Yeah. And it's this great like montage with it's like a silent film thing. And it's all this shitty shit happening to like Homer. Like he gets there and then like immediately like a guy steals his briefcase or steals his luggage, and then another guy steals his camera. And then like someone steals his wallet. Like it's like it's like cartoony. It's like a Buster Keaton skit. And then like a hot dog or a seagull like swoops down and steals his hot dog. And then like someone dumps like garbage on him and he throws like the banana peel at a pimp. And then the pimp chases Homer. And it's just such a fun little segment. Yeah, it's over the top fun. So then Homer doesn't want to go. The letter, I didn't say this. The letter from New York reveals that his car is parked illegally at the bottom of the two World Trade Centers. Yes, the trade centers were still around at the time.
Yeah.
So it's at the bottom of the Trade Center Plaza.
Right
so
in
like
the plaza.
In the middle of the two World Trade Center buildings.
Between the
and
two
it's
towers.
like loaded. The fucking thing's like loaded with parking tickets. So at some point during Barney's escapades, the car somehow ended up there and just got dumped.
He somehow drove it there.
So basically New York City's like sending him that thing.
Well, that's a fun setup that Barney just went on a bender and somehow drove the car to New York and just abandoned it.
And that's where it ended up. Yeah. So it's a threatening letter being like, hey, if you don't come pick up your car, we're basically going to destroy it. Like you either, this is your last chance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Homer doesn't want to go. He's like, fuck it, right? But then Bart is like, oh, well, we can go. We can take like a Super Saver bus trip. And it's only like $6 fare. Like, let's go. And then Homer's just like begrudgingly like, fine, because he doesn't want to go.
Yeah.
But the family's super excited because they're like, wow, we get to go to New York?
Yeah,
this is
big
gonna be
trip.
Great.
This is going to be cool.
So what follows, to finish explaining the plot, what follows is the Simpsons make it to New York. Homer spends the entire episode going through an ordeal trying to retrieve his car, while the family actually goes around and enjoys the tourist
sees
attractions.
the sights
and
actually
has a good vacation trip. What do you think of this episode? Because
this is a brilliant episode. Yeah, I don't begrudge like season 9 and 10. Like you said, I imagine there are gems in there. I just find post Principal and the Pauper, and then those seasons end up being a little weaker. I just haven't bothered to explore them as much. That being said, this is an iconic one. I think I saw this one a lot when we were kids. And I can see why you have it so highly rated.
I
fondly recall watching it on TV all the time. This was a popular episode for reruns and things like that. And,
did you know this was hiding in season 9, or did you think it was season
forgot.
7 or 8?
I kind of just no,
you couldn't. Yeah, because you didn't.
I rewatched
watch it.
them, so I guess I just never thought of it. It just slipped my mind that like this quality episode was hidden in 9. But like you said, it's another Simpsons travel like bottle episode where it's like, let's get the Simpsons family in the car and go somewhere, similar to Itchy and Scratchy Land. But goddamn, yeah, this is a fun one.
This is where it's done right, and we're going to talk about this later.
I think they abuse this format as the seasons go on.
Hold that thought. This is probably the last time they did it right.
Because this becomes almost like Treehouse of Horror, where it's like we got to have one almost every season.
Every season, The Simpsons. Yeah, we'll get to it. Hold that thought. I have a lot to say on that. I like it's a relatively simple setup done to perfection. Which the simple setup is Homer just trying to get his car back, but so much shit comes out of that. Like they mine it so well, and it's very relatable. It's one of those things where it's like if you've ever had to do anything where you must be here from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and someone's going to show up at some point. Like that frustration of going through the system, figuring all that shit out. So Homer finds his car and then he calls into there's a number on the car, and then it turns out he's got to wait for a bylaw officer to show up because his car has been, not only is it ticketed to hell, it's got a boot on it.
Yeah, it's got the boot.
It's been booted, so he can't drive the fucking thing. So he now has to wait. He has to waste the entire day while his family's out having fun, visiting the city. He is now stuck just sitting on his car doing fucking nothing.
Yeah, so he can't enjoy the trip at all.
No.
I also wanted to ask, after the montage of Homer's poor experience, the flashback of his bad experience, is that book ended with, and then the Chuds came after me?
Yes, yeah.
That's the famous, I love that line.
And then the Chuds came.
And that's when the Chuds came.
Yeah, which is a reference, obviously, to the relatively obscure horror film Chud.
Yeah.
Which is like these mutant creatures in the sewer system of New York.
And Marge has a great line where she's like, oh, Homer, like, New York's not all pimps and chuds. Pimps and chuds?
That's great. So while Homer's waiting, he starts to get hungry, but he can't leave the car because he's so worried. And they're like tempting him. There's like a pizza. There's a pizza shop right across, within like eyesight, right across the street. And he so badly wants to get to it.
But far enough
that it's like if he leaves, he might miss the guy. So then a guy rolls up, and this is the shashkalash, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The street meat vendor, where he's like, hey, can I...
Krokalash or
whatever it is. It's some weird, bizarre street meat. And the guy, it's like this random vendor, and Homer's like, can I give you some money to go get me a pizza? And he's like, no pizza, krashkalash. And then Homer's like, all right, fine. And he buys one. It's like the most just disgusting looking street meat.
Yeah. And
he eats it, he finishes it, and then he's like, do you have anything to wash that awful taste in my mouth? It's like crab juice and Mountain Dew. I'll take the crab juice.
Yeah.
Which as a kid,
bravo.
It's a funny joke, but as a kid, as someone who loves Mountain Dew, that one hurt. Like I always,
really?
I was always like, what do you gotta hate on Mountain Dew?
We always thought that was hilarious growing up.
Everybody takes like shots at Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always a thing.
Crab juice or Mountain Dew. Ugh. Take the
crab juice. And then what this culminates in Homer eventually having to piss because he drinks a bunch of crab juice, but he can't leave the car. And then, of course, Homer's just like, all right, fuck it, I can't do it anymore. So then he has to run and take a piss. And, of course, by comedic timing, as he's taking a piss, he looks out the window and does the bylaw officer then show up. And by the way, to add insult to injury, writes him another ticket and adds it to the pile of tickets. I don't know if you caught that. He's like writing another one. Yeah. And then Homer's just like, damn it. Like pissed. So actually, let's get into a little bit about the Simpsons formula. So I've got here, it could have easily devolved into what would later become the Vacation Simpsons formula, which is the Simpsons are going to blank.
Yeah.
That formula. But it doesn't. And that's the question is, what makes it different than those later ones? Why does this one work, but the later ones are just derivative crap? Like they're just unfunny crap. And
you can only mine the same, like, Simpsons go to wherever.
I think why this one, because this is getting later now. We're season 9.
Yeah.
I think why this one works so well is the writing is spot on. So while they go with the Simpsons go to a tourist trap, they do a funny joke there. That works really well. Yeah. So all of the moments with the actual family walking around works great. They have funny jokes around them. It's good writing. Homer's scenario, that could have been anywhere.
It's very relatable.
It didn't need to be New York. So it is a funny scenario that does not rely on the setting. It relies on it very little. It could have just been another city.
Yeah.
Like seriously.
Yeah.
So it works so well.
That's true.
Some little funny moments that I like when Bart, Lisa, and Marge are actually taking in the sights and sounds. When they get on the subway, Lisa's talking to just like some random crazy homeless guy. And she's like, how about it? We'll do this. You give me your information and I'll write you. And then he's like, okay, send it to Jesus, care of the Pentagon.
Here's a better idea. You give me your address and I'll write to you.
Okay, just send it to Jesus, care of the Pentagon.
Talking to a crazy person.
Yeah, just like so dark. They visit Chinatown for like a second, and and Lisa sees the ups. At this point, I believe Lisa's a vegetarian at this point.
I think so. Yeah.
So she sees the like dead rabbits hung up in the window.
Yeah.
And then
they're sleeping or whatever.
Mom, are those rabbits dead? No, honey, they're just sleeping upside down and inside out.
Mom, are those rabbits dead?
No, Lisa, they're just sleeping. Upside down and inside out.
She's like trying to protect her like innocent
She's still
daughter.
a child, but it's like, yeah. It's funny.
And there's so many great little moments in this. And my favorite moment.
Not the crab juice.
No.
Okay.
Well, not my favorite moment of the whole episode, but of the tourist places they go to, my favorite attraction is they go and see a Broadway production.
Yeah.
It is one of my favorite little music moments. Like they do music. The Simpsons are very connected to music, like music numbers.
Yeah.
Like specifically like singing. There's a lot of singing in The Simpsons, especially in the golden era.
By season 9, there's already several musical
But
episodes.
musical episodes, musical moments, great songs, and they're all really well written. Some of them are up to the tier of like South Park is God tier, but some of them are close to that tier for sure. This is one of my favorite little music moments. They go to. Do you remember the Broadway play they go see?
I'm trying to think. It's not Guys and Dolls, is it?
No, that's the Mark Hamill episode.
That's the Mark Hamill. I don't remember.
Okay. So they go to Kickin' It, a musical journey through the Betty Ford Clinic.
Oh, that's right. This is
moment.
Amazing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you will permit me, I will try to remember the lyrics of this thing.
Yeah.
I remember some of it. Let's see if I can get this. I fucking love this sketch.
I know the sketch. Yeah.
He's Guilty of mayhem, exposure, indecent, freaked out behavior, both chronic and recent, drinking and driving, narcotics possession. And that's just page 1 of his 10-page confession. I should lock you away where you can't kill or maim us, but this is LA and you're rich and famous. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go, folks. Sorry if that was obnoxious. I fucking love that moment. It's so catchy.
Yeah,
it's just always
so
stuck
good.
in my head. Yeah.
I forgot that was season 9 too.
That's
yeah,
in that
goddamn.
episode. Yeah, that's that episode. And there's more to that. I'm not going to sing the whole thing, but there's more to it where it's like...
I'm checking in. No more pills or alcohol. No more pot or Demerol. No more stinking fun at all. I'm checking in. He's checking in.
No more stinking fun at all.
Fun at all.
Oh, he's checking in. It's like a Charlie.
I'm checking in.
It's like a Charlie Sheen looking guy too.
Or Robert Downey.
Oh yeah, maybe
too.
it was supposed to be Robert Downey. But I love that little moment. And I will finish up by saying it ramps up. So some of the episodes that I like the most are the ones where they stick the landing, where it's like it starts off high, it climaxes, but then the ending is like it's still close to like the level. You know, it doesn't dip.
Well, it is funny because really strong episodes like this, where it's like the setup is so innocuous. It's just, oh, Barney's got to be the DD tonight, and we wind up in New York City with all those ridiculous things.
It just goes like, brrr, but then the ending is like, it's not far off. Like, it's still peak funny. So I think this ending is perfect.
Okay.
So what ends up happening is at this point, it's getting late in the day. Homer has said, we're going to meet in the park before sundown, because after sundown, that's when the real crazies come out. Because he's being very protective of his family, right? And his family's kind of like, okay, Homer, like, okay, Dad, we'll do that. The entire day, the family has been having this magical, wonderful family trip. Homer, meanwhile, has been going through hell.
A nightmare,
dealing with the fucking car. At this point, because he had to piss, he now has missed the bylaw officer who was supposed to remove the boot. So now he's like, well, I'm fucked, but it's getting dark. I'm like, I got to get out of here. I got to rescue my family in a sense. I got to get them the fuck out of the city. He snaps and he ends up driving on the boot. And the boot just shreds, just shears the metal all around the wheel well of his car.
His entire wheel well gets destroyed.
And he's driving, it's like, boom, boom, boom. Like, it's just like, it's so nonsense that he would actually attempt this, right?
Yeah.
And again, everyone else,
that would destroy the car.
Oh, of course. Well, I'm getting to it. So everyone else is just having a great time. Homer now he is now reaching boiling point of anger and frustration. He is like getting so ramped up and angry. So he's like, fuck it, I'm going to drive on the goddamn boot. He starts driving on the boot, and as he's driving on it, it's scraping the asphalt off the road and throwing rocks at all the cars behind him, and it's like cracking their windshield. So then all like it's all like New York cabbies is like, hey, get the fuck off the road, man. And everyone's like yelling at Homer, like, hey, everyone's honking at him because he's also driving slow because he can't drive normal speed because it's like doo-doo, doo-doo. And Homer's just like, he snaps. It's like he's just see him like so angry. He's like in this rage. And it's just like, he's like, shut up. And he puts on the radio. Do you remember this?
No.
He puts on the radio, and it just cuts to like this calm, serene music. It's like, everything is beautiful. and Homer's like, he's just so angry, like boiling. And he's like listens to it for like 2 seconds where he's just like, and then just he smashes the radio.
Get off the road, you freaking maniac!
Yeah, you jackass!
Shut up! Everything is beautiful.
in its own way.
He just smashes the radio because he's like, he just won't, he won't calm down.
Yeah.
He's not going to calm down. Nothing's going to calm him down. He then ends up pulling off to the road and grabs, because he sees a jackhammer that someone's using.
Yeah.
He grabs the jackhammer to take off, like to do the most unprofessional mechanic job, removing the boot off his tire.
Dangerous.
He ends up like annihilating his car. It like blows out the windows of the car. The hood is like all dinted in. The fender falls off. It's like all just a wreck, but he gets the boot off.
Yeah.
So now he's like, all right, fuck it. He slams like the hood on. He just gets in the car. He's like, and just peels off. And then it cuts back to the family, and they're like having this beautiful, serene, like, horse ride. It's like a horse buggy, like a horse carriage.
Yeah,
horse carriage ride through Central Park.
Meanwhile,
and then it comes back to Homer, and he's like driving on the grass like a madman, trying to find them. And then he pulls up right beside the cart, and like, and they don't realize it's him at first. And then like the horse carriage like driver is just like, oh my god, there's some crazy madman. He starts like whipping at Homer, like it turns like into Mad Max for a second. And then he just yells and gets everyone to pile in the car.
Yep.
And then Homer finally makes it out of New York alive with a shitload of ticket debt to that state and his car destroyed.
Completely destroyed.
The family doesn't even ask him any questions. They're driving away over the bridge, and the entire family, the rest of the family who's just had this magical trip, they all just start gushing about how lovely it was.
All the wonderful things.
And they look out the back window, which is, I think, blown out at this point, and they see this because now it's like the sun is going down.
Yeah, the sun
so
is
you're getting
setting.
the nice night line. And you get this beautiful picturesque shot of like all the buildings in New York like lighting up, and I think it's Lisa's like, wow, what a magical city. And it cuts back to Homer, and there's a dump truck in front of him, and it's just garbage is just spilling out the back, and it's like heinous garbage, and it's spilling out and hitting his hood and then exploding into his face
because he has no windshield.
Because in a windshield. And as this is happening, Lisa's like, can we come back next year, Dad? And Homer's just like, we'll see, honey. We'll see.
Can we come back next year, Dad?
We'll see, honey. We'll see.
And you just see like it's like medical waste,
yeah,
just
like diapers,
and
diapers like
and like needles, just like are in his face. And then it zooms out, and we hear it's New York, New York. I believe it's the song. It starts in the dun 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 dun. I love this episode.
Bravo!
It's just this episode. There's gems in 9 and 10. There's gems.
I forgot. Yeah,
there's gems. You know, that's one of them. That's one of them.
Touche.
It's one of my favorite ones. One of my favorite ones. Yeah, that's such a good episode.
Yeah.
Back to you. Back to you there,
Back
buddy.
to me.
That was what was that? My number.
That was your number 8?
Number 8? Number 8? Is that that stupid Yoko Ono thing?
Yeah. Number 9?
Was it number 9 or number 8?
It's a Beatles song. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But it's number 9.
In the Simpsons parody, I think they did number 8. Number 8.
Yeah.
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 Barbershop Quartet.
Barbershop Quartet.
All right.
Okay. My number 8. So that's what we're on, right? Yes. Okay. I'll be surprised if
my
you don't.
My next one is number 7. Yeah, so you should be on number 8.
I'll be surprised if you don't have this one. So my number 8 is Cape Fear.
Oh my God! Someone's trying to kill me! Oh wait, it's for Bart.
I don't have it. I knew you were gonna have it.
God.
It was on. I want you to know it was on the list. It came off the list.
What?
It is.
So now I'm upset.
Now, in all fairness, you are more of a Scorsese fan than I am. This is the infamous Sideshow Bob is what's his face? Robert De Niro's character in
Robert
Cape
De Niro's
Fear.
character in Cape Fear.
It's the episode is a bottle episode where they do a parody of Cape Fear.
Yeah, it's basically a 1-to-1 parody.
It is a brilliant episode.
Yes.
It just didn't crack it. That's the subjective part, right?
What? So.
Oh no, I'm not going to
Okay.
get into what I didn't like. I
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
say. I don't have specific complaints. It just doesn't hit me as well as the other ones.
Yeah.
It might show up in my. If we do another one of these, it might be in my my another top 10. Like,
Yeah.
It might be in my 11 to 20, but it doesn't crack top 10 for me. But go ahead.
So this one is interesting because it.
Do you know the episode number of this by chance?
I actually don't have
Okay,
it
that's
on
fine. I'll look it up real quick.
Okay.
Because I can still comment on them because I still have notes of
I'm sure
of
you have
every
notes of
episode
it.
here. So I just got to find it. But go ahead. Why don't you start off with what
I'll
is
pull
the
up.
brief synopsis of Cape Fear?
So yeah, essentially the synopsis of Cape Fear, like the title suggests, is just a Simpsons parody of the film Cape Fear, which
It is season 5, episode 2.
5, episode 2.
Yeah.
So this is like they're parodying the Scorsese version of Cape Fear, which is itself a remake of a 60s film, the original Cape Fear, which I've never actually seen the 60s film. Have you?
Me neither. No.
Okay.
I haven't seen it.
I don't remember who's in that one, but in the 90s Scorsese remake, it's Robert De Niro and I can't remember. But anyway, so it's a Simpsons 1-to-1 parody of a Scorsese blockbuster like crime thriller film. The reason I have this one on my list, it's another sort of Simpsons bottle episode, pack the family up and go somewhere. But it's just so much fun. Its jokes per second is insane.
It is, yeah, it is.
Iconic moments, iconic line delivery. I wouldn't be surprised to hear like most people call this their favorite Sideshow Bob episode.
It generally is.
I think this is
I'm
often
I'm going to
considered-
reveal something. I don't have a Sideshow Bob episode in my.
Interesting. This is,
and if I was going to, this was the one.
This
I
is
want you to
my-
know this
yeah.
at one point was up here.
This is my Sideshow Bob episode. A lot of people do like the Selma one or the I can't remember what it's
Widow's
called.
Lover or something.
Yeah, the one where he
Yep.
marries
to try to kill her.
Yeah, to try to murder her. That one's also fantastic. But yeah, just jokes per second, iconic line deliveries, and then just a perfect parody of like a 90s movie, which is like I don't know like how they decided to do this is just like they're like, you know what? Let's do an entire episode that's just a parody of this Scorsese flick.
It's season 5, dude. Season 5 and 6.
It gets weird, yeah.
Season 5 and 6 were trying things.
But it works. It's experimental and it's kind of strange to just have the writers be
perfectly because
You know what?
Kelsey
This is a
Grammer.
risk. Yeah,
Kelsey
Kelsey Grammer
nails being obnoxious Sideshow Bob.
Yeah.
like he was playing a Robert De Niro Sideshow Bob, and he nails it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they even parry specific scenes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Parody, not parry.
similar to, I'll just start describing the episode, I guess, instead of the film. If you've seen the film, you've seen the film. If not, I that's the other thing. I hadn't seen, growing up in the 90s, I wasn't old enough to watch Cape Fear.
No, I never watched
until
it.
I was like,
I only watched
yeah.
it recently a couple years ago.
Yeah. So my context for it was just like, oh, this is a funny Simpsons episode. So even, like, I would say even without knowing or having watched the movie,
it's still great.
It's still fantastic.
Because it's so funny.
Yeah. You don't need to know, oh, this is a parody of this, which is a remake
No.
of this. Like, you don't need to know all that stuff. So Sideshow Bob's in prison. I believe from his last episode. I guess he would still be in prison from the Selma episode.
Maybe he's in prison for some reason, but he blames Bart Simpson.
Blames Bart. We get great shots of him sending ominous letters to the Simpsons family.
Yeah, specifically to Bart.
Yeah, specifically to Bart.
Yeah, where it's like, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah,
die,
written in
die,
blood.
die, Bart, die. Yeah.
He comes up for parole, and then he
Yep.
has the parole sequence with the tattoo on his
Yeah,
chest.
he's got a tattoo on his chest that says die, Bart, die. And he's like, no, it's
No,
German. It's the Bart.
The Bart. The. Yeah. I mean, yeah. And then he gets out, and then just like the film, starts stalking the family very ominously, just appearing around them. And it's 1-to-1 to the movie. Like, they go to the movie theater, and he's like smoking in the front row, which is, again, De Niro does that.
Yeah,
but
they parody that scene. He's laughing
Yeah,
like
they
obnoxiously loud. Yeah.
I don't know if you want to, but we could like compare a second of.
Well, so to get back into the plot for a second.
Yeah, it's hard because I'm like
you skipped over. It starts off with him threatening Bart, but we don't know who's actually threatening Bart. Then Sideshow Bob gets paroled, right? And then immediately Sideshow Bob announces to the neighborhood he's going to kill Bart, basically.
Oh, yes, that's
he's like,
right.
The following resident, he has like a ice cream truck and he's like announcing it like a speaker. He's like, the following residents on the street will not be killed. And he says everyone but Bart. So then the family, taking it seriously, go into witness protection.
Yes, that's right.
They set up the witness protection program. And then in the witness protection...
Which they have the hats that say like witness... I think they have hats.
They have jokes, yeah. The witness protection's kind of inept, but they go into witness protection. That has...
It forces the family to move.
Forces the family to move to another... to Terror Lake, I believe is what they actually go to.
Yeah.
And then while at Terror Lake, what proceeds is mostly just the Cape Feare. It's basically all Cape Feare.
It's literally
a
one-to-one
ends on the
remake.
boat. It even ends on the boat.
Yeah, it's hard to be like, it's literally the film.
The plot of
ends
Cape
on the
Feare,
boat.
yeah.
Even the way he buckles himself underneath the car.
Yeah.
That's what De Niro's character does in Cape Feare.
But I like they show what would actually happen where it would fuck you up.
Yeah. Well, even this, like in the film, like he's stalking the family. He's like sitting in a car or sitting at a cafe and like around them. There's a funny sequence where he's like sitting in the middle of the road.
Right. Like, surely there's no harm in sitting out in
there's
the public
no harm
road.
in lying in a public street.
What do you want?
Surely there's no harm in laying in the middle of a public street.
Not the elephants!
And then a parade just happens to come through at that time and just stomps on them.
Which we get not the elephant.
Yeah.
Like stomped with the entire parade, including a giant elephant.
So do you want to just go?
I don't want to go through and just quote the entire thing, but there's
you want to talk about some of the ones, like some things that you like the best?
Yeah, this one's
moments you like the best, or
for me, this one's a no-brainer. I just think it's like brilliant. I love. I think the highlight of the episode is Kelsey Grammer, but also like
his delivery's so good.
Yeah, the absurdity of the rake joke. Yes. That has become like legendary. Yeah. Just like so. He buckles himself underneath the car to follow them as they're going into witness protection. And then we get just them driving on the road and the kids being like, hey, can we drive through that cactus patch?
Wait, hold on. Yeah, so I want to bring that up.
Okay,
so, no. So what happens is Kelsey Grammer is now buckled up, like he's secured himself underneath the Simpsons car, right?
Yeah.
And the way they play this is he gets brutalized being underneath that car. And it starts off as like Homer's like lousy speed bumps, and you hear Kelsey Grammer's like, and then
it's really just like they're just allowing Kelsey Grammer to just like chew the fucking scenery,
right? Yeah,
with like
and
his
they
voice
just
acting.
like torture Sideshow Bob in this episode.
Yeah,
and then Homer's like, this coffee's too hot. And he pours it on the side. All you hear is and he like scalds Sideshow Bob, and then out of nowhere, Homer's
it's like, who wants to drive through the cactus?
Who wants to drive through this? Let's just cut to it.
Hey, kids, want to drive through that cactus patch?
Yeah.
No.
Whoop, 2 against 1.
2-1. Homer doesn't even comment that there's like a third person.
Who's that supposed to be? Maggie?
Yeah.
No.
And then he goes through a cactus patch, which would annihilate you.
Yeah.
But then he gets they
the
park.
Rake.
He gets he unbuckles himself, drops to the ground, stands up, and as soon as he goes to walk,
he steps on a rake. But I believe it's just the one sound clip, and they just keep playing the same clip. That's so far ahead of its time, I feel, because like what other show is doing like a gag on a sound clip that was funny, like just being like,
well, it's like I think what makes it funny is it's like Family Guy eventually got known for this. Was
it became a thing?
You take a thing that's kind of funny, but then you just keep it going to where it becomes funnier. Where you're like, this is still going. It's like 30 seconds.
It's very long
of him just hitting a rake, and then he's like,
oh, sorry,
turns, hits another rake, and then it
pan out,
and then it pans out. It turns out there's like just for whatever reason a semicircle of rakes in front of him for no reason.
This might be the most like absurdist and brilliant, like just like bonkers joke that the series ever makes. Just the idea of like,
for whatever reason,
he steps on a like that alone, just like Charlie Chaplin-y slapstick of like, oh, he steps on a rake. But then we slowly pan out to see that, he's just surrounded by rakes, and we're just repeating the same voice clip of Grammer going, ugh. I fucking love that joke. That's like one of my favorite Simpsons jokes.
I think the majority, like the first 3 quarters are great. The last quarter on the boat.
That's the other thing, is this episode just ramps and ramps. And
similar to
ramps.
the Boy Scouts in the Hood, where it ramps and they're all on the boat. They're on the raft.
God, yeah.
They're all on the boat because eventually.
And things from this episode I have like quoted almost daily.
Right.
Like there's quotables from this that are just like
There's
maybe some of the most quotable moments in the entire show for me. Yeah. So eventually they make it onto a houseboat.
Yes, they get a houseboat.
A houseboat, which is similar to the film, the Cape Feare.
Yep.
They flee on a houseboat into the river. And we get Bart is clearly nervous from being chased by this murderer. He's like, I'm really nervous. He's trying to sleep.
He's trying to sleep.
Yeah.
He's going to bed, and then
I don't want to cut too much, but like these, like the
Homer. Let's just say Homer breaks into his room twice.
Yes,
not thinking it through.
Buddy, you want some brownie before you go to bed?
Come on, let me cut you a brownie while they're still hot.
Dad, I'm kind of edgy right now. I'd appreciate you not coming in my room screaming and brandishing a butcher knife.
Why? Oh, right. The Sideshow Bob thing. Oh, I'm sorry, boy.
Bart, you want to see my new chainsaw and hockey mask?
Oh, sorry. What am I thinking?
Oh, the Sideshow Bob thing.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Where is my mind at? Yeah. So good.
Hey, buddy, you want to see my chainsaw and hockey mask? That's just like...
That delivery is amazing.
The delivery, the timing, and just everything. That's so quotable. My friends still say that. Just like, hey, like,
and it also makes no sense, where it's like, why...
Chainsaw and hockey
chainsaw and hockey mask. And why would Homer have just bought these? Why would he need a chainsaw? They're on like a houseboat.
Yeah.
It's just absurdity, right?
This final, I don't know, 10 minutes of this episode are literally like frame by frame, second by second, just like amazing. I'm blown away you don't have this one in your top 10.
One of the things, so there's another Sideshow Bob episode I like more.
Oh, interesting. Okay, well,
I'm not going to say it, but there's one I actually like more that I don't think gets enough love. I think I find it better than this episode.
But I think that's blasphemy.
But this episode's brilliant.
Yeah.
But one of the things I don't like is there's like 2 minutes of the Sideshow Bob like singing.
In this episode?
Yeah.
I love that.
I know.
Hilarious.
It's not bad. It's the HMF Pinafore. It's like some well-known Broadway production of like
we'll get to
naval
that,
something.
Do you want? So Sideshow Bob climbs onto the houseboat and ties up the family. We get the gag of Mom, they drugged Dad. And like Marge
because Homer's asleep.
Homer's asleep, completely tied up.
Oh no, Dad's been drugged. He hasn't.
No, he's not.
So he just fell asleep while his family's like in crisis.
And then the visual gag of Bart running to the front of the boat, to the back of the boat, to the front again.
I say that all the time. So Bart's trying to run away from Sideshow Bob that's chasing him with like a machete. Yeah. And he runs to the front. And
alligators?
There's
eels, electric
runs
eels.
He runs to the front, and it's like an alligator, and then he runs to the back, and it's like electric eels, and then he runs back to the front again, and it's like an alligator, and he's like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Uh-oh.
That I say that so often that oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah.
And then we get the
how would he have forgotten that
in the seconds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot that thing was there. That makes me laugh so much.
they're on a raging river surrounded by crocodiles and electric
And eels,
so there's nowhere for him to escape. Bob catches him and is, any last requests before he kills him. And then we get Bart requests him to sing the entirety of this Broadway musical.
Yeah, it's like the HMF Pinafore or something.
Some British admiral. I don't even know what it is.
It's some like obscure British Broadway production.
I have
of, like,
never
a
bothered to
naval-
look into what it is.
Yeah.
It does not stop it from being hilarious.
It's very funny.
The iconic line of I quote that one constantly with my friends. Very well. I shall send you to heaven before I send you to hell.
Very well, Bart. I shall send you to heaven before I send you to hell.
That's great. It's great.
That one is just like one of the all-time quotables, and then just a time lapse of him completely reenacting the entire musical.
So
while Bart is eventually sitting, I think, like eating popcorn or something on a chair.
So and the way they set it up is great because
Bart's an Englishman.
So the whole thing is like the reason Bart requests him to do that is he's buying time.
He's buying time for them to go down the river.
Because he sees on the sign it's like Springfield 10 kilometers or something.
Yeah.
So he's trying to buy time hoping that they're going to crash into shore where there will be a bunch of people around so it would foil the plan.
Yeah.
And then he coincidentally crashes into like a brothel. Did you catch this? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
but the police are there.
The police are there making an arrest.
Making an
or something?
arrest. Yeah, the police are already there, like busting a brothel, and he just happens to crash into right into the arms of the police.
He remains an Englishman, and then we get he gets like a standing ovation from Bart. They crash the ship. Coincidentally,
the police are there.
Chief Wiggum and the police are there.
One of my favorite Wiggum lines.
I don't know how you don't have this episode, even just this line, too.
One of my favorite Wiggum episodes of all time. So, Bart, now the police are arresting Bob, and Bart looks at the cops and he goes, Take him away, boys. And Chief Wiggum's like, hey, I'm the chief. I get to say that. Back him away, toys.
What'd you say, Chief?
What'd you say, Chief? Just do what the kids said.
Just do what the kids said.
Take him away, boys.
Hey, I'm the chief here. Take him away, toys.
What'd you say, Chief?
Do what the kid says.
Bake 'em away toys is like
brilliant.
Possibly the best Wiggum.
One of the best Wiggum moments of all time. I just love that. Just do what the kids say.
Bake 'em away toys.
Bake 'em away toys.
What was that, Chief? Just do what the kids say.
What'd you say, Chief? Just do what the kids say. He says it like so angrily, like under his breath. Like
that's my line.
He was trying to show authority and just completely botches it.
Yeah.
Which perfectly, again, one line we get Chief Wiggum's character.
Yeah.
That he's inept at his job. Like that's it. You get Wiggum there in a second.
Yeah.
He has an inferiority complex and he is ultimately inept at his job. That's Wiggum in a heartbeat.
I think just jokes per second and iconic moments and quotables. This episode's off the chart. I could easily see it being higher, but things to dislike, I don't think there's much. I mean, is it derivative to just do a movie parody? I guess so, but you know what? I don't give a fuck.
No,
it's amazing.
I'm not. Again, it's still a great episode.
Yeah.
Just because it wasn't on my list.
You could try to knock it for being just, it's just a movie parody episode, whatever. But we get Bake 'em Away toys, we get the rake scene, we get all the Kelsey Grammer scenery chewing, we get chainsaw and hockey mask, all these things. It's just one of the episodes that I will constantly rewatch, constantly quote.
It's a good one.
Till the day
it's
I
a good
die.
one.
Yeah.
It's a good one. It's not my favorite Sideshow Bob episode. That will come up maybe
it's very
if we
interesting.
do this again.
Yeah.
I have another one that I prefer.
Okay.
It's not a it's not a super popular pick, but I have another one.
So I'll just leave it there.
That's your number.
Speaks for itself. That was my number 8.
Okay, my number 7.
Okay.
I don't think you have this one either.
We'll see.
Okay. This is from season 6. This is episode 8. Lisa on Ice.
Hey, Millhouse! Knock him down if he's in your way! Jimbo, go for the
Ooh, I considered this episode for my list. It did not make it, but I love this episode.
This episode is just so fucking good. It is so good.
For a time, I had it on my list.
This is okay. Let's get into it. So, basic plot: Lisa is failing a subject.
Yeah,
which is that's a new element to the show. But what is she failing? She's failing gym. Which, that's kind of relatable. A lot of like smarter academic people struggle with physical activities in school. They even like try to get out of it. Bart, on the other hand, he's not necessarily failing anything, but like he's kind of got like straight D's, so he's like just passing enough, right? But Lisa is failing a subject, and I love that like they're like in the kitchen, the Simpsons kitchen, and like Marge is like giving Lisa a lecture on like how concerned she is about this. Like, this isn't normally like you, honey. And Bart's Homer is just like, great work, boy. I'm gonna take you out for a sundae or something. And then Lisa, it's like one of my favorite Lisa lines. She's like, that's not fair. Why is Bart getting a present and I'm getting chewed out?
That's all of them. And I'm so proud you didn't try to forge my name. How about a present, son?
Well, I could use a new pair of hockey skates.
Done and done.
That's not fair. Why is Bart getting a present and I'm getting chewed out?
Ah, the mysteries of life.
The interactions between Lisa and Homer are sometimes some of the funniest.
Yeah, the way Homer's written in this episode is really interesting. It's a perfect sort of parody of like the competitive dad who's pushing his children into sports.
Right,
and, like,
he's playing the sports parent.
And that's such a big, like, we've all experienced that kind of thing growing up with either our own family members or like siblings or family and friends. There's always like parents that take it too far with sports,
right.
And they're like, yeah, you got to crush them, you got to do good. Like they're over invested in their children's like sports success, that kind of thing. So Homer's tweaked a bit in this episode, I feel, where he's like there's a number of ways he could have been written. He could have just been lazy and not giving a shit, or he could have just been
they make him go all
jerk
in.
Homer, but no, he's like all in on like competitiveness and pitting the kids against themselves and stuff. Yeah.
So Lisa will pass. She makes an agreement with the phys ed teacher. She'll pass PE if she joins a Pee-wee sports team. Which we get a little montage of her like just sucking at random sports, like volleyball and basketball. Meanwhile, Bart is actually already playing hockey, and he's actually pretty damn good at it. He plays on the Mighty Pigs, which is
Mighty Pigs.
That's Chief Wiggum's team.
Yes, yeah. And then Apu is one of the opposing.
So the intro to this is Bart, early in the episode, is playing. It's the Mighty Pigs versus the Gougers, which is coached by Apu. And Milhouse is the goalie in for Apu's team, and he's like terrible. And Bart like knocks his teeth out, which is just heinous. He like does a slap shot and like hits Milhouse in the teeth or something. And then after the game, Bart and Lisa are just kind of like hanging around outside the rink, and Bart starts flicking garbage with his hockey stick.
And Lisa's like,
blocking it, defensively blocking it. Apu sees this because he's like, we need a new goalie. That's what we need. Like, Milhouse is useless, right?
Yeah.
We're like, okay.
He sees the potential of Lisa.
He sees the potential of Lisa. And then he fires, which is like so, what's the word I'm looking for? Irresponsible. It's so irresponsible. He fires like a slap shot at Lisa.
To
see if she'll block it. And to everyone's surprise, she actually catches the puck. Turns out she has potential. So Apu desperately wants Lisa to join the team. Lisa is reluctant at first, but then decides that she's got to do it because this might be her only chance to avoid getting an F, which she feels will haunt her forever.
Yeah.
Which has one of my favorite cutaways.
Great character motivation. And then, the cutaway.
The incredible cutaway.
Yeah.
I have to join the team or I'll get an F that will haunt me for the rest of my life.
I now pronounce you President of these United...
Stop the inauguration. I just discovered our President-elect got an F in second grade gym class.
In that case, I sentence you to a lifetime of horror on Monster Island. Don't worry, it's just a name.
He said
What he meant is that Monster Island is actually a peninsula.
Needlessly evil.
Needlessly over the top, yeah.
Like, I sentence you to a lifetime of horror on Monster Island.
Monster Island.
And then Lisa's like, just, and then the judge, don't worry, it's only a name. And then it just cuts, and they're just like on this like actual Monster Island, like something out of like Godzilla, like destroy all monsters. They're being chased by like Rodan and like Gamera and everything. And then Lisa's like, he said it was only a name. And then you get that great, clever joke of the other guy. What he meant is, it's actually a peninsula.
Yeah. That is a fucking
gold joke.
Absolute
fucking gold joke.
But I love that's so relatable what Lisa's experiencing, because everyone's been a kid and you're like, oh no, if I fail this test or if I fail this thing, it's going to haunt me forever.
Yeah,
or like,
you think this is the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I
it's
fail
your
this
whole
test,
world. Yeah.
There's no coming back from this. My life's ruined.
Or even the simple thing that like parents would often, or teachers would often be like, it's going on your permanent record and this is going to affect you when you're grown up. But like, as a kid, you don't realize that like no one cares about your public school grades. It's
complete nonsense, folks.
Yeah.
Complete nonsense. Yeah. Does not mean a thing if you're listening and you're younger. Yeah. So Lisa joins the team and ends up being a natural, taking to the sport very well.
Yep.
It actually opens her up, and she kind of like has she finds a part of her personality she didn't know existed. So she becomes like very competitive and very like aggressive.
She's always been competitive academically, but now she's
physically.
channeling it into like
a physical activity.
Yeah.
And she ends up basically leading her team. And this now gets Homer's attention, because earlier in the episode they set up that Homer absolutely loves watching Bart's games. He's proud of his son. He's proud of how well he plays. Like, Homer very much is a sports dad.
Yeah.
Like, he loves watching his kids succeed. So,
but he's also a buffoon, so he values like strength and sports and stuff. He's like, yeah, like, so that's
what he has a really great line that's like so fucking mean. So like, it's right when he realizes how skilled and how fun it is to watch Lisa. He's like, to think of all the time I wasted on you. Like, to his own son?
Wow, I have the tiger mouth of a teamster. To think of all the time I wasted on you. Well, not wasted. I love you.
Like, to Bart? And Bart's just like, literally just like,
That's so good.
This, of course, starts a rivalry between the two siblings, culminating in a championship game where the two teams face off. Lisa's team versus Bart's team. So it's Chief Wiggum's team versus Apu's team.
I like, we also get the who gets to sit up front in the car after the game. I think that's also a game.
Well, Homer, so the entire, so I got it right here.
Okay.
The rivalry is pure fun. Homer, like, encourage his kids to compete for his affection,
for his love and affection,
right? Literally. So he is encouraging a very unhealthy thing, which is like he's pitting his kids against each other, really, which is not a good thing to do, right? But the Lisa and Bart, sometimes when they're like, it feels very real, you know, like sibling rivalry is a very real thing, and I think they did a very good job of portraying it in this. The way like Lisa and Bart are at each other the whole episode.
Homer's behavior is like toxic, but it's very relatable. Like,
I love, like among the things that happens, Bart, Lisa comes in to her room and Bart's already sitting in her room. And he's and Bart, at this point, Bart has realized like the hierarchy has changed.
Yeah.
And she's starting to move in on his quality time with Homer. So he's jealous. He immediately just becomes super fixated on his sister, and he's like super jealous, and he's gonna like remove her from the situation. And he tries to threaten her. He's like, I just want you to know, I just ripped the head off Mr. Honey Bunny.
Yeah.
And which he thinks is like one of Lisa's like toys. And then Lisa immediately is like, Bart, that was your cherished childhood toy.
But instead, I just ripped the head off Mr. Honey Bunny.
Bart, that was your cherished childhood toy.
Ah, Mr. Honey Bunny!
Bart immediately realizes he fucked up and destroys his own cherished like childhood memento. And they have a great callback to that later where at the beginning of the game between Lisa and Bart, they skate up to each other to like, kind of egg the other one on, fling a little bit of mud. And Lisa's like, I'm wearing my lucky rabbit's head.
It's the severed head of
the severed head. She actually put it on a necklace. That's so clever. That's a great callback. There's the nice little fight moment they have. Yep. That's the infamous, I'm going to swing my arms like this.
Oh, yeah. And
if you happen to get hit by him, it's your own fault.
Well, I'm going to kick my legs
like this. And if any of the air from that kick should hit you, that's your own fault. And then they just like slowly go toward each other. And then it cuts. Yeah. And then they're just rolling around on the ground like, animals.
Is that where they also cut downstairs to Homer?
Yes.
And he's like,
the pie.
Don't you eat this pie. He's like, I'm going to go like this.
And if you get eaten, it's your own fault. Yeah.
Smashes his skull off the...
He hits his head off the cabinet, and he's like, whatever. What else do I got here? Do you have anything to add on this?
No, I mean, is this the best sports episode?
For me.
For The Simpsons?
For me. There's another one that's really good.
There's the football one.
I don't think that one's as good as people say it is. It's okay. Yeah. I never thought that one was good. A better episode, I think, is Dead Putting Society.
That's a very good. That's early. That's like season 1 or 2.
Season 2. I did watch season 2.
Yeah.
Dead Putting Society is a good episode. That's where Rod goes up against Bart. There's some great moments in that.
Oh, yeah. That's a very good
That's another
one.
good
So we got Dead Putting, we've got the football, and this ice hockey, the hockey one.
So a couple of random things that I loved. Right at the beginning of the episode, Kent Brockman is such a fun character.
Oh, yeah.
In the show.
Yeah.
I always love when Kent Brockman showed up. They gave him such great little cutaway jokes that are so quick. And it opens with them watching TV, and it's Channel 6 Action News. And it's just so deceptive and manipulative what they're doing with this, where they're trying to make the news so edgy and like
Is this
exciting.
a guitar solo? Like,
it might have something like that. It's not the Ion Springfield. It's not that one.
Oh, okay. I think that's what I'm thinking.
No, that's the Ion Springfield. Yeah. So it's just like Channel 6 Action News. So Kent Brockman like comes in. He's like, Kent Brockman here. Our top headline: President Reagan dies. His hair.
Now, here's your action anchor, Kent Brockman. Hello, I'm Kent Brockman. Our top stories tonight, a tremendous explosion in the price of lumber. President Reagan dies. His hair.
Like, it's so fucking manipulative.
Yeah.
And then it cuts to like the weather report, and it's like there's a storm coming, and they have a death count. It's just so like morbid.
So over the top.
Yeah, it's over the top. And it's like, well, Kent, the death count is currently sitting at 0, but I'm sure it's ready to pop at any time. It's like that level of sensationalist news.
Sensational, salacious news.
Just if it bleeds, it leads. Like just that level. I find that so funny. When Homer starts spending more time with Lisa, Bart's kind of like depressed and alone. And this is a nice little moment. I like this. Marge actually offers to spend time with Bart to cheer him up.
Yeah.
And she's like, and immediately Bart's like, and then she's like, don't have a stereotypical picture of me just because I'm your mother. And then I think she has some cute line where she's like, we can shoot the hoop ball, like from basketball. Yeah. So then it cuts to them. It's like very quick. This is like 20 seconds.
I do recall
and
that.
It cuts to them like, Bart's just like sitting there like deflated, and Marge is like dribbling. She's like, okay, here it comes, coming down. And they're doing like a one-on-one.
Watch out for the shack attack. Ow. I told you to watch out.
I don't know. I always thought
that's
funny.
always...
That's one of the more adorable Marge moments.
Yeah.
For me, Marge is always like, you got the main family here. I've got like their weird severed heads lined up here. Number 1's always going to be Homer. To me, number 2 is always kind of Lisa and Bart mixed. And then Marge, to me, is always of
Marge
the main
has some
family.
great lines.
She has some great moments, but I find she very rarely owns episodes. She works great when you sprinkle her into funny moments. More so when you pair her up with Homer or pair her up with the kids. You know what I mean?
She has some good standalone episodes, I would say.
I disagree. Let's keep going.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Okay. The ending. So it all builds up to this final game between the two of them. They set it up like it's a championship game. I don't know if it is or isn't. I think it's just a game. Yeah. But for whatever reason, the entire town gets invested in this game.
All of a sudden, the whole town is like gambling and is invested on it.
And including, I love this scene. Mo comes over to the family dinner.
Yeah,
they're
all
he's
like testing them.
At this point,
how are you kids feeling?
And at this point, everyone's all like angry at each other. Like Homer is excited about the prospect of his kids competing. Bart and Lisa are just like
they're basically not speaking.
They're not speaking. Yeah. And Marge, of course, hates the whole situation because she doesn't like that it's like tearing the family apart. And out of nowhere, Mo comes in and he's just like, "Hello," like not invited. Yeah. He's like, "So, how are you kids feeling? Any injuries that might be interesting?" Like, he's trying to get insider information for
gambling.
Yeah. And I like that Marge immediately like shuts him down and gets rid of him. Because normally she kind of like is pleasant, right?
Yeah.
And I think she even says something like, "I hope you understand I don't have the energy right now to pretend that I like you." It's like something like that.
Such a good line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. But the whole town gets invested in this one hockey game. The tension gets super high. The hockey game plays out. It's actually very well animated. It's good.
It's really well done.
The last like 5-6 minutes is just a straight hockey game between the two of them.
Yeah.
It's very tense. It's like going...
It's shot like a sports drama.
Yeah, it is. And we get... The whole town is watching this game. And they're all invested in this game, and they start getting like, it's like Pee-wee hockey, but for whatever reason,
eat them alive kind of thing. They're like,
and everyone's like getting this bloodlust for the game.
Yeah,
and it like goes to a fever pitch where at one point, for like no reason, Hans Moleman just like falls down the steps and drops his food, and everyone just like turns and laughs at him, like implying that like this is the tone of this crowd is that they're all just like mean-spirited, just like hyper aggressive. Like they think violence is funny at this point.
Yeah, what's a huge thing in the entire series as a whole, and especially classic era Simpsons, of like the town forming into a mob mentality.
Like mob, right? Yeah,
it's very common,
very classic. Yeah. And then it has one of my favorite endings ever. It comes down to, so the game is tied at this point. It's like 1-1 or 2-2.
Yep.
It's a tie game. Everyone's on the edge of their seat. Who's going to win? Jimbo, I think it's Jimbo Jones because he's on Lisa's team, trips Bart. Bart gets a penalty shot.
Penalty shot.
So Lisa is the goalie, again, to remind everyone. And Bart is like the superstar, like, you know, the goal scorer, like, you know, the sharpshooter type character, right? And Homer hypes this up even more. He goes, "Oh my God, Marge, a penalty shot with only 4 seconds left. It's your child versus mine. The winner will be showered in praise. The loser will be taunted and booed until my throat is sore." It's so good. Yeah. Because that's the big thing is like Homer and Marge are watching the whole thing. Marge is like, "I can't watch. This is so awful." And Homer is just like gleefully watching. And every time, for him, it's like they're playing for their parents' love. And every time, like, if Bart gets a goal, he's like, "I love Bart." And if Lisa saves, like, a shot, he's like, "I love Lisa."
Yeah.
Like, so, he keeps trying to get Marge involved in this, where he's like, "So, you're a Bart fan, are you?" It's like their own children. So then, as Bart is skating towards Lisa to take the penalty shot, I want to talk about heartfelt moments.
Oh, yeah. This is a big one.
We get these beautiful flashbacks that we've never seen before. They're original to this episode, of Lisa and Bart getting along and having fun as even younger kids.
Growing up together.
And so Bart's having these flashbacks and Lisa's having these flashbacks. And by the time Bart skates up close to the crease, he stops, looks at his sister, who they're both thinking the same thing. Why are we doing this? We love each other. This has gone too far.
Yeah.
Let's end the bitter rivalry. Let's just end it that we had a great game. They take off their equipment and they hug and they skate slowly on the ice.
They skate towards each other and
they
hug.
skate on the ice and they both say, "Great game."
And the clock runs out.
And the clock runs out and it's a tie game. Beautiful moment. But then it go. I love it. It cuts to Homer and he's crying.
Yeah,
and Marge is like, oh, homie, and you think like, oh, he was also moved like we all were, but no. Like, and the great thing about The Simpsons is like, usually when they gave you tearjerker moments, they immediately lightened the mood. You know what I mean? They didn't let you like, you're not going to let you cry for 5 minutes. It's like, no, we got to give you some levity. So then, turns out Homer's just crying because he's disappointed in his loser kids.
Yeah, my loser kids.
Yeah, because he's like, they're both losers, and that's when the stadium erupts. It ends in a riot.
Rip off! We paid for blood!
Let's tear this place apart!
Good idea!
Because the entire crowd is like, tie game? What the hell is that? And everybody starts freaking out. And Hans Moleman has a great line. He's like, we paid for blood. And then it ends with the town of Springfield tearing the stadium apart.
Yeah,
like, I don't know. Someone's like, I think it's Wiggum is like, let's tear this place apart. Like the cop, like the chief of police.
Yeah, it's complete mob mentality.
Yeah, and then it just turns into chaos, and they just start tearing the stadium apart.
Yeah.
Love that episode.
I almost had this episode on my list.
It's perfect. It's a great one. This is one of the ones that surprised me.
It's my favorite sports episode.
When I rewatched it, I was like, holy fuck, this episode's good.
Yeah.
You know? I am very hungry. Why don't we take a break and go grab some grub?
Sure. Sounds good.
Yeah. This lunch break is sponsored by... No. This podcast is sponsored by the fine folks at Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys. Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys is your one-stop shop for everything cool and collectible. We are located in the heart of downtown Oshawa. That is Oshawa, Ontario, Canada. If you're looking for movies, video games, and toys, check us out. We are worth the drive. All right, and we have returned once again. Our bellies are full of high-quality burritos.
Burrito meat.
Yep, from the fine folks at Fat Bastard Burritos. Who just went? Was it you or
not
me?
A sponsor?
Not yet. You fucking fat bastards.
Who did just go?
I think you went.
No. You did your number 7?
I think I did Lisa on Ice.
Yeah, Lisa on Ice. What was that?
That's my number 7.
Okay, so now it's my number 7.
Your number 7.
Yeah. All right.
I'm all ears. I'm sure this is going to be amazing.
So, my number 7 is You Only Move Twice.
I'm gonna miss Springfield. This town's been awfully good to us.
No, it hasn't, Dad. That's why we're leaving.
Oh, yeah. So long, stink town!
Ooh, yeah. All right. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's a good episode. It's a
not
goodie.
on your list.
No, not on my list. Yeah. It's a good one. It's a good one.
What?
But no. I'm
shocked.
It's solid. It's solid, but no, it's not one of my top 10. No. I really like this episode.
I'm speechless.
What? I really like this episode. It's very good. But yeah, no, I like other ones more. Yeah, didn't crack the top.
Hank Scorpio.
Yeah.
Globex.
Who is the voice actor for Hank Scorpio?
That's a good question. Look that
I
up.
want to say it's Phil Hartman. Because they used Phil Hartman a lot. I'll just quickly look up Hank Scorpio. Oh, it's Albert Brooks. Sorry, we should have actually known that. Yeah, that's why it's more raspy. Yeah, it's Albert Brooks. Okay. Why don't you get into the plot of You Only Move Twice?
So, this is another episode where the Simpsons... Again, I guess another episode where the Simpsons are uprooted. They move...
This is Season 8, Episode 2.
Season 8, Episode 2. Yeah. You Only Move Twice.
You Only Move Twice.
So the Simpsons are uprooted to Cypress Creek with a new job offer from the Globex Corporation, which is run by the mysterious CEO Hank Scorpio. So right off the bat, we get Smithers wakes up in the morning and steps outside. He's walking to his car or walking down the street on his way to work, and a mysterious limousine pulls up next to him, and the window rolls down, and a woman says, I can offer you a lucrative new job opportunity.
Right, because they're trying to
they're trying to
recruit somebody from the nuclear power plant in Springfield.
They're trying to brain drain from the nuclear plant for a new mysterious Globex corporation. And Smithers says, "What's wrong with this country? Can a man walk down the street without being offered a job?"
Yeah, it ain't like that now.
And so the headhunters, oh well, that was the most senior man at the power plant. I guess we'll have to go down to the second most senior.
And for whatever reason, it's Homer Simpson.
For whatever reason. So I guess that implies that...
Well, he's a safety inspector. He's pretty high up.
Yeah, so he's been safety inspector for...
years.
A decade or more. So I guess they go, oh, well, it goes Smithers, and then the next option, Homer Simpson. So we immediately smash cut to like, Marge, you got a new job! And we have Homer just... It implies he just immediately accepted the new job with all these new perks and bonuses.
Yeah,
and
without
things.
consulting Marge.
Without consulting Marge or the family whatsoever.
That they're going to uproot their life and move to Cypress Creek.
Yeah. And obviously Marge objects because she has no idea what this is about. And she's like, we have roots here. She has a great line. And I didn't write down the whole thing, but I wrote down part of it is she's like, we have all these roots. Bart's lawyer is here.
It's a good,
that's a reason to say line. Bart's lawyer.
Yeah. Which I'm assuming they mean Lionel Hutz.
I guess, yeah. Who would they be referring to?
I'm assuming it's Lionel Hutz because they used him in the Bart trial multiple times.
That's true. So then we get this opportunity and this new pay is part of Homer saying that he wants to follow his dreams. And he explains to Marge that one of his dreams was that he always wanted to own the Dallas Cowboys.
Dallas Cowboys, yeah.
Which the entire family laughs at him.
Yeah, his lifelong dream to own the Dallas Cowboys. This is your number 7?
This is my number 7.
Okay,
I guess I don't
that seems like the right ranking. Yep.
I've got a bunch of quotes and things, but bottom line, the Simpsons moved to this new town,
this
with
beautiful,
picturesque, perfect town.
Perfect town.
Yeah.
Because it turns out that the entire town is built around a mastermind James Bond villain.
Essentially,
which is Hank Scorpio. And he's building some sort of doomsday device. And unknowingly, Homer has decided to work for a villain.
An evil empire.
He's working for a villain. Yeah,
villain, like a super villain.
Yeah, and he's completely oblivious to all this. And the entire town
so the reason
works at for the facility, works for the company.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the reason they wanted to headhunt him from the nuclear plant is that he's a nuclear safety inspector. Presumably they're building some sort of nuclear
device.
Yeah. I love this episode. I mean, this could easily be
It's
higher.
a great episode. It is. I've got a lot of funny things on here.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
It's a brilliant concept. I love the idea of Homer and the family unknowingly just like working for this evil mastermind who's also just like a super nice guy.
I love the idea of Homer. So they move in Springfield. You know, Homer hates his job. To him it's miserable, but he does it because he loves his family. Which is very honorable. It's one of the great things about Homer. When they move to this new town, it's like the roles are suddenly reversed. Homer loves his job and he's actually really good at it.
Yeah.
To the point where he keeps getting promoted. Do you remember, like?
Oh yeah.
But the rest of the family in this picturesque, beautiful place is miserable.
Ironically, almost they're miserable because even though everything's so perfect, it's just like Lisa moves there and she has allergies all the time and can't enjoy the beautiful nature. Marge, you would think has this perfect home with all these robotics.
It's an automated smart home,
but everything's automated, so she has
nothing to do.
Bart
gets put in the special needs class.
Yes,
because because all of the schools are actually like very advanced. So they just think that Bart's slow. So they put him in the special needs class, and then he doesn't get in trouble because he almost can't.
Understanding of him. Yeah.
Well, they almost can't. He almost can't get in trouble because everyone in the class is just like a troubled kid, basically. So he doesn't stand out at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wrote down, what do I got here? Oh, I love the gentrification montage advertisement for.
Okay, so I'm glad you brought up.
Creek.
Okay, so in order to persuade people to join the community, they have a promotional video that's meant to sell you. And
so Marge is still unsure when they're deciding. She's like, I don't know.
So Homer's like, well, I got this tape from them. And so it's Cypress Creek, A Tale of One City.
Yeah.
And I love that it starts off and it's very like, it's very exactly what you think it's supposed to be. It's an informative, little schmaltzy, meant to sell you on the idea of this picturesque community. And I like it. Immediately Homer gets bored and he's like, let's watch something else.
Cypress Creek, A Tale of One City.
Let's watch something else.
Homer, you're trying to talk us into moving to this place.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Let's watch this.
It's like, Homer, you're the one. He's like, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let's watch this.
And it shows, like shithole buildings magically gentrified and turned into a cafe.
And it's like a homeless man gets turned into like a mailbox.
Yeah, a homeless man on the street just disappears and is replaced by a mailbox. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
I mean, that's how you clean up the streets.
That's gold. I wrote down Cypress Creek, where dreams come true. Your dreams may vary from those.
Your dreams may vary
from those of the Globex Corporation, its shareholders and subsidiaries.
Cypress Creek, where dreams come true. Your dreams may vary from those of Globex Corporation, its subsidiaries and shareholders.
The little quiet narrator has to add the little
disclaimer.
The little quiet disclaimer. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, as they're driving into this new, so they do decide to take a chance on it.
They move to Cypress Hill.
We do get a funny montage as they're leaving Springfield. They're like, bye, Springfield. And like virtually every single character in the show.
All the side characters, yeah.
Just like, oh, bye, Simpsons.
Bye.
Like,
Bye-bye now. Yeah. That's good.
Fun.
That's a nice little montage.
As we're driving to Cypress Creek, we have Lisa say they're driving through these massive redwood forest. I love this line. One of these giant redwood trees can provide enough sawdust to cover an entire day's worth of vomit at Disneyland.
Yeah, days.
Ooh.
Yeah, days.
Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they move into 15201 Maple Systems Road. Systems? It's like,
yeah.
Okay. And then, we meet Hank.
Do you want to get into Hank Scorpio?
Hank Scorpio. So is Hank Scorpio one of the best one-off characters?
One-off characters? Yes, he's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, he works so well. So he is a nice, charming, friendly supervillain. That's literally what he is. And him and Homer immediately click, which I like.
Well, he's immediately just like, he's like the kind of guy who just loves all of his employees, and he's like, "You're my friend. Like we're friends."
And
now,
he's very like charming and personable and very outgoing. Like
charisma is like off the charts. He's just like,
So he immediately shows up.
Well, as soon as they step into their new house, a knock on the door. He shows
up with like it's like a basket of fruit or muffins. No, it's fruit. Because he's like, hey, papaya. It's fun to say, like papaya.
Yeah,
papaya. He's very like eccentric.
He also, I think, gives them moccasins, or they have the shoes. He's like.
He goes, he's like, you like my moccasins? There's a pair of them in your closet for you. Yeah. Don't like them? Neither do I. Get the hell out of here.
Look at my feet.
Okay.
You like those moccasins? Look in your closet. There's a pair for you. Don't like them? Then neither do I. Get the hell out of here. Ha! Ever see a guy say goodbye to a shoe?
Yes, once.
Ever seen a guy say goodbye to a shoe?
Yes, once. which I assumed he meant from what he just saw. That's how I interpreted that.
Once.
Yeah.
Like, what is such a the line delivery is fucking perfect
in this episode.
For everything. I mean, especially
Scorpio. Yeah,
like the speed at which he delivers and like effortlessly delivers these like pretty complicated lines. Like another thing about Scorpio is like a fast talker. So he's like,
oh yeah, he doesn't really he doesn't really give you a chance to talk.
I'm not even going to attempt to do his lines because it's like like that kind of
it's
thing.
Very quick.
Yeah,
very quick. I gotta run. I'm in a fun run. Oh.
Yeah, middle of a fun run.
Yeah. Turns out he was in the middle of like a run.
Yeah.
He's got like a number on. Yeah.
You'll notice that we're pretty casual around here. Yes, sir. I will notice that, sir.
Yeah.
Like Homer.
Yeah, he calls him I think he calls him boss.
And he's like, don't call me sir.
Don't call me sir. Don't call me that. Don't call me that either. Just call me Hank.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like super personable. All of the interactions between him and Homer are really good.
And then we get can you hang up my jacket?
Oh, yeah.
Say, before we continue our tour, would you mind hanging my coat up on the wall, please?
Let's see.
Relax, Homer. At Globex, we don't believe in walls. Matter of fact, I didn't even give you my coat.
Hang it in the corner. There's no corners, just a round in a room. And
at Globex, we don't believe in walls.
In fact, I didn't even give you my jacket.
Yeah.
And it's like on backwards. It's
like he quickly grabbed it back on.
And then when Homer's like, wow.
Wow.
I like the idea of Homer being oblivious to like what the guy, who he's actually working for.
Well, he didn't look into this company at all.
So
he had
Homer's
no
working
questions.
for an evil, basically a terrorist group. But I actually also love the idea that Homer takes the job seriously.
Earnest, yeah.
He tries to do a good job where he actually tries. So his job is to motivate a team that are actually doing the real like number crunching and all that shit. So he's just there to motivate them.
He's there to like middle manage these other actual scientists.
But he does genuinely, he's not great at it, but he genuinely tries to like put in the effort.
Well, is the gag was like, hey, so can you guys
work harder?
Work harder?
Yes, sir, Mr. Simpson.
Yes, sir, Mr. Simpson. Like, what?
The easiest bossing job of all time. Yeah.
What else do I got? I mean, the phone call trust fall gag.
Oh, yeah.
Where he's like, okay, I want you to fall into my arms. And then, and of course, there's a phone on the wall, which...
Excuse me, Homer. Let me just grab this. Oh, geez. Sorry, Homer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Homer falls over.
Which you get the line, what happened? When did that happen? How much of it? Oh, my goodness. I've got to go upstairs. There's a problem. Somebody ate part of my lunch.
But it sounded so intense.
Yeah.
My favorite Scorpio moment in the entire thing is when he's talking to Homer.
Is it the hammocks?
No.
Oh, it's not the hammocks. Okay.
So he's talking to Homer, and they're like in some random... Like, the Globex is like a big, giant facility, right?
Yes.
And most of the times he's interacting with Hank. Hank is on the way to something, because he's the mastermind,
Oh, he's
right?
constantly on the move.
So he's constantly putting out fires. Homer just kind of will tag along and talk to him very briefly, and they have a short little interaction. And one of them is like, he comes to talk to Hank about something. I don't remember. And he's like, oh, excuse me for a minute, Homer. And Homer like turns around. And then he pushes a button, and then like this is when you realize he's actually a supervillain.
Yeah, so to
the
be
entire
clear,
wall opens up. Like they kind of keep it ambiguous until this point.
For the audience seeing it for the first time, it's kind of ambiguous. You're like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
But then that's the reveal.
Yes.
Basically.
And then a giant wall just opens up, and it's a giant screen, and it's a live feed with the United Nations, and he's negotiating with the UN to meet his demands.
Yes.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. This is Scorpio. I have the doomsday device. You have 72 hours to deliver the gold, or you face the consequences. And to prove I'm not bluffing, watch this.
Oh my God, the 59th Street Bridge.
Maybe it just collapsed on its own.
We can't take that chance.
You always say that. I want to take a chance.
It's basically like Dr. Evil.
Right. And then and he's like, gentlemen, you have 24 hours to make your decision and to show I'm not bluffing. And he pushes a button, and then a bridge in the background explodes, and it has one of my favorite like just side character lines. The two UN counselors.
It's like, maybe it was a coincidence.
No, he goes, yeah. Maybe it just fell over. And then the other guy's like, we can't take that chance. Oh, you always say that. I want to take a chance.
I want to take a chance.
Why would he want that?
On like the 1% chance that it was like a bluff.
Yeah,
like
but I like the idea that just like they have their own little inner dynamic, the UN Council.
They're squabbling.
For whatever, they're squabbling for whatever reason. The one guy's like, I want to take a chance. Why? It's great.
We get the iconic hammock conversation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hammocks. Why didn't I think of that? Yeah.
Oh, the hammock complex on 3rd. Oh, yeah, in the hammock district.
The hammock district. Yeah.
We could even put that up, all the hammock names. That's just like iconic.
Yeah, it's like there's I don't know. It's like
I didn't write
hammocks
them down.
are us. Susie in the hammocks.
That's on 3rd.
That's on 3rd. That's also on 3rd. Now that I think about it, they're all in the hammock district. Like hammock district. He's so interesting. You can just never really get a read on him.
And actually that's part of that joke. So they're talking about the hammocks, and he's like, give me a moment, Homer. And that's when he turns.
Oh, that might have been it.
And then he says, you have 72 hours to deliver the gold. And then he turns back and he's like, back to the hammocks, my friend.
Yeah. After all that.
After all of that.
Yeah. And
the sugar and the cream in the pockets.
Okay, so the way the episode plays out,
it's just
so it keeps ramping.
It does.
It keeps ramping to the point where the family is miserable and they want to move back, and Homer's debating about this
because this entire time they're just bored and miserable and isolated.
So you see the family get more and more miserable. Homer loves his job and he's bonding with Hank, and then by the end of the episode, you see a little bit more and more of how like fucked up Scorpio's Globex operation is.
Yeah.
We get the fantastic Mr. Bont scene.
Yes,
it's not Bond,
yes.
it's Bont. And there it's a parody of the Goldfinger scene.
Yeah.
Where he's like, I expect you to die. And
I say the line from this, this is an eternal line. I've said it my whole life. You're going to die now. Like just the way he delivers that line.
So great. And then he gets out of it in classic Bond format.
Yeah.
But in any Bond movie, that's it. And he's escaped. But Homer Simpson works there, and Homer's like,
get him, he's supposed to die.
Homer's like messing around at the vending machine and then just tackles James Bond. And then they just kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just kill him. It just cut, and then he gets promoted because of that.
Yeah.
Great work, Homer.
He says, when you go home tonight, there's going to be another story on your house.
Another story on your house. It's great.
Yeah, but just the idea that that's a whole nother movie happening.
Yeah, there's a movie. It's basically Homer is in a James Bond movie unaware, and then is playing out around him, and it ramps up to the point where the very last scene he has with Hank, it is clearly like it's
an iconic final battle scene, basically.
In any other action movie. It's like MI6 is like invading, and it's like countdown to detonation.
There's just chaos.
Chaos is happening. They're under siege.
There's a woman in like a bikini.
Oh, there's so many great moments.
Does like a flip and breaks a guy's neck with her legs.
Yeah. She's like, and then like just snaps the guy's neck. I think she's supposed to be from Globex too.
Oh, really?
I don't think it was a UN. I think it was supposed to be Globex. Yeah. That it's like that's on his team. And like
the climax
Homer
of this episode.
Homer goes to talk to Hank.
He's finally accepted that his family's unhappy.
Yes.
He's like, we're gonna move home. So he's like dejectedly walking through
chaos,
this like chaotic battle scene. So yeah, I'll turn it over to you. What do you?
He's like, he's like all this chaos is happening. Globex is under siege. Scorpio's like at a master control panel trying to complete his plan and not let it go to ruin. And then Homer he's like, I need to talk to you, Hank. He's like, I just need some advice. And he's like, I'm kind of busy right now, Homer. But how can I help? And then to Hank Scorpio's credit, he says Homer should do what's best for him.
Yeah.
He should best for his family.
Best for you and your family.
He's like, I'm going to be disappointed, but I ultimately think you need to do what's best for your family. So he's like, not a piece of shit.
He takes the time in the middle of this battle.
In the middle of this. Yeah. But like, while this is going on, Hank like grabs he's got some sort of grenade and it's like, dee, 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 and he like throws it and like blows up a bunch of soldiers. And then he's like, Homer, it would really help me on your way out if you could kill somebody.
Kill a few guys on your way out, kind of thing.
And then that's when he gets the flamethrower.
Oh man, this is legendary. Hank Scorpio then proceeds to pick up a flamethrower,
like a final boss in a video game or a movie.
And then we get just again like eternal,
and he's just torching guys,
torching men to death. He's murdering men with a flamethrower. I fucking love this episode. I mean, it's brilliant. The writing, there's not an ounce of fat on this episode. Yeah. It's just like banger after banger, joke per second. Just like the entire concept is great. And then we get the ending where Homer moves back.
Well, okay, so they move back home, and then did you catch this on the newspaper?
Yes, there's a newspaper headline that says the Globex takes the East Coast.
It says, supervillain seizes East Coast.
The East Coast.
So
of the United States.
So Hank Scorpio was successful.
Yes.
His master plan. Homer helped a supervillain win, which is hilarious.
Basically slowly begin to take over all of America.
Right.
Yeah. And then he gets the letter.
The phenomenal callback.
Yeah.
I'll let you take it.
Homer's dream was to own the Dallas Cowboys. So Hank Scorpio, you might have the full quote there. I didn't write the whole thing down.
No, I didn't write it.
Well, Homer, I know it's not the Dallas Cowboys.
It's not the Dallas Cowboys, but
and then he opens the door and it's the Denver Broncos.
Project Arcturus couldn't have succeeded without you. This will get you a little closer to that dream of yours. It's not the Dallas Cowboys, but it's a start. Drop me a line if you're on the East Coast. Hank Scorpio. Oh, the Denver Broncos!
Practicing in the yard.
Which, and then Homer immediately was like, "Oh, the Denver Broncos." So,
and then Marge is like, "Oh, I think that's pretty neat." Like,
I think the Denver Broncos are pretty good. Oh, Marge, you just don't understand football.
Yeah.
Which I'm assuming they were a shit team at the time.
Like, I'm not a football person, so I don't know, but I can appreciate just like shitting on a sports team.
I think the joke is that Homer's dream was to own an NFL team, a specific one, but Hank Scorpio, as a reward, gives him almost that gift.
Yeah.
But Homer, because it's a team he doesn't like and he thinks it's crap, he's just like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
But like, and that is one of
That's
those
brilliant.
things, though, that is like, next week, that's all gone. Because, I mean, they don't reference.
They never
It's too much of a thing where it's like, how are they going to write out the fact that it's like, well, how did Homer get rid of owning an NFL team? And,
if there's any critique to be made, I guess it's just that this is for sure almost like Treehouse of Horror.
It
level.
has to be, yeah. And it's also the fact that Hank Scorpion can't exist in another episode almost.
No.
You know, I don't think they ever bring him back.
And then I just want to call attention to, after that, we get cut to credits. And we get the Hank Scorpio song, which
done
is
in the theme of a James Bond theme.
The Shirley
song.
Bassey Goldfinger song.
Scorpio, his twisted twin obsessions are his plot to rule the world and his employees' health. He welcome you into his lair, like the nobleman welcomes his guest.
So that's you only move twice.
It's a really good one. My one of my biggest problems with it is just Marge, Bart, and Lisa don't get anything to do.
Yeah, I can understand
they get
that.
sidelined in that episode.
I mean, that's part of the plot is that they're sidelined and unhappy, but I just think Scorpio just
works so
well, is so memorable, and so like the episode's so quotable, and it's such a joy to rewatch. It's just like, I love that episode. So that's my number 7.
The Who? What episode? Sorry, I'm trying to buy time so I can quickly scroll to my next episode. There's no way you have this on yours. This is one I don't get here brought up, or I don't hear get brought up enough. My number 6 from season 7, episode 13, Two Bad Neighbors.
Hi there, neighbors. I'm George Bush.
That's one of your favorites.
I love this episode.
The George
Bush episode. Holy fuck, do I love this episode.
Really?
It is so simple. It is so fun. I am smiled ear to ear the whole fucking episode. It's so good. Okay, so it starts off with Homer bored at home watching TV. And this is a great...
Before you even get into the plot, this is like a meta episode because of the feud between the Simpsons as a show, the showrunners,
right,
and the in real life,
I think it was either Barbara Bush or George Bush Sr. This is Sr., not Jr. And that made comments about like America needs to be less like the Simpsons and more like something. So like,
his quote was, "It was like we need to America needs to be more like the Waltons,
less like
and
the
a lot less like the Simpsons."
Yeah, they weren't fans of. They thought the Simpsons was representing like a negative pop culture, like a bad influence on the youth, basically. But so they take shots at George Bush.
Yeah.
But to their credit,
that's brilliant. They should be taking shots
but here's
at
the thing.
George Bush.
But to their credit, they don't really make him out to be a complete piece of shit. Like the way they do it, like I think they still show respect necessary for a former president.
Well,
they don't make him bump. Let me get into the plot.
Yeah.
So it starts off with Homer bored at home watching TV, and some of the, like in the golden era, man, the television was just so ripe for comedy and great like jokes and gags that would come out of the characters watching some preview or trailer or some shit. Those were some of the funniest jokes. So Homer's watching television. He's like bored, and it's like the Grand Nationals of Sandcastle Building. Preview.
Preview.
Homer's like, what the? Homer's like, but then it's like, again, to misdirect, it's like bikini girls, dune buggies, daredevil surfers. And then so Homer's like, like his attention's come up, and then it's like, ordinarily the beach would be full of these. Of course, they've all been cleared off to make room for the sandcastle field. So like they almost they subvert your expectation. You're like, oh, it's a boring show. Oh, maybe it's not. Oh, it is a boring show.
Oh, it is a boring show.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
That's brilliant.
So Homer is bored at home. It's all crappy TV on. He's like, oh, what the fuck am I going to do? And then Marge gives him some flyers to hand out to the neighborhood for a local rummage sale. They're going to do a neighborhood rummage sale. As far as I know, this is one of the first times Homer actually walks around the neighborhood. I don't mean just to Ned's house. I mean, walks around the neighborhood. Now, I'm not going to say that whose house because he walks to like a Pooh's house at one point. He walks to other people's homes. I'm not saying
the geography never really made sense.
No, and I don't think, and they even make fun of it in a second here, but I just thought that was a neat little thing. It's like you never really see them walk around their own neighborhood.
Yeah.
So Homer walks around the neighborhood to hand out flyers and talks to some of the local neighbors. And then this is where the joke comes. They make a joke of like, oh, I never noticed that house over there.
Yeah.
Right across from the house, Simpson's house is a
mansion.
giant mansion, a gated mansion. Yeah, it's like, how would you ever not notice it? It's like something that never existed before, all of a sudden exists in this one episode. Then the rummage sale takes place, and a few notable things. One of the when Marge and Homer are like looking for crap to put in the auction sale or in the rummage, like the garage sale, and Marge finds Homer's old jacket from when he was younger, and it says Disco Stew. And she's like, who's Disco Stew? And Homer's like, I was trying to write Disco Stud. I ran out of room. So it says Disco Stew. But then, coincidentally, we get introduced to, this is the first episode of him, Disco Stew.
That's the first episode.
That's the introduction of Disco Stew.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's the joke, is that how are you going to sell a jacket that says Disco Stew? Coincidentally, there's a Disco Stew. And by the way, he doesn't buy the jacket. Because he goes, Disco Stew doesn't need to advertise.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so he ends up buying it. There's some great little moments of the rummage sale, but the big reveal is at the end of the rummage sale, some big moving trucks suddenly pull up and pull into the gated estate, like the big mansion. Somebody new is moving into the neighborhood. Everybody swarms, all the residents swarm around, they're crowded. Everybody's expectant to see like who could be taking this big mansion home. Who could it be? It is revealed to be former President George Bush Sr. in one of my favorite cameo episodes of all time, even though it is not him. So in case you're wondering, like, did they get him? Of course they didn't.
Who did they actually get to voice?
I don't know. It's somebody doing an impersonation.
Probably just one of the Simpsons people.
Their impersonation, I'm not even saying it's accurate, but it's hilarious. Like the voice they got for George Bush in this is so perfect. Like, all of his lines are delivered so well. So now the neighborhood is all hyped because there's a former president living among them. Everybody immediately starts sucking up to the president.
Yeah.
And I like the way they set this up where the first people to greet the new president is Ned Flanders and his family.
Of course.
And immediately Ned and George Bush get along, and they're actually very similar, which is great foreshadowing. They're setting up that the Bushes are like the Flanders. They're very plain Jane, square, simple individuals. They'd both be
presumably like conservative Christian, like
right. They're making that comparison. They're showing you that they're like the Flanderses. They're not like the other family. We got a great shot of Bart as they're having their nice little meeting. Bart like slowly walks or rolls by on his skateboard and just like looks at them, and it's like a little great foreshadowing, ominous shot. While this is happening, Homer, of course, is not impressed. He's just like, whatever, I don't fucking care. Like, so what? It's a former president. Whoop-de-doo, right?
Yeah.
And there's a great shot of all the neighbors are like, everyone starts jogging with Bush, and like they all are like smiling, like in awe of him. And even Homer's like on a hammock, and even Santa's little helper perks up and then runs after George Bush as if even the dog wants to suck up to the president. And this is one of the funniest Homer internal monologue moments.
I guess you might say he's barking up the wrong bush. There it is, Homer. The cleverest thing you'll ever say, and nobody heard it.
Don't! And then Homer's immediately just like, don't. Great. That I just find that so, because very rarely does Homer actually come up with clever things. Yeah. There it is,
and
Homer.
Of course it'd be when no one's around.
Right. The cleverest thing you'll ever say, and nobody heard it. So then what follows is the meat and potatoes. Like the meat of this episode is they are doing a parody of Dennis the Menace. And holy fuck, does it work well with these with these characters?
Yeah.
So Bart is obviously Dennis the Menace, and George Bush is supposed to be Mr. Wilson, and Barbara Bush is Mrs. Wilson.
Yeah.
And this dynamic works so fucking well.
And again, it's like calling back to in the late 80s, early 90s when Bush was president, The Simpsons as well was more Bart-centric.
Right.
Like a lot of Bart was essentially the main character. It wasn't until they got a few seasons in that Homer started becoming more of the focus of the episodes. So it makes sense that Bart would be antagonizing him.
Well, and it's also it also speaks to like George Bush was a very like out of date president. He was very like not hip, not with the times. Him and Barbara Bush were extremely conservative. So Bart's supposed to be like the cool, hip, new generation, meeting the crusty, old, grumpy generation. That works so fucking well. So that they then started a tense relationship with Bart basically annoying the former president and having several shenanigans ensue, which ultimately results in Bart accidentally destroying George Bush's memoir, his like typed up memoir.
Yep.
At which point, George Bush spanks Bart as punishment, which Marge and Homer are extremely against. And this sets into motion the second half of the episode, which is Homer and George Bush having a neighbor war.
Yeah.
This episode is just pure fun. I know it's not on yours.
I don't think this would ever crack my top 10. It's an interesting choice.
It's just, every time I'm like, oh, Two Bad Neighbors. I just love
You're locked in.
Oh, it's okay. So things I like. I love Bart. The voice acting with Bart and all the scenes with Bart and where he's driving George Bush nuts are perfect. So like immediately after he meets him, George Bush is like a grumpy old man, just like doesn't want to have anything to do with this like annoying kid. And Barbara Bush is like the innocent, like, oh, George, come on, he's just a cute little boy, not knowing that like Bart is actually like, a
terror,
a little terror. And there's like the great scene where like George is supposed to be, he's showing old photos to Bart, which is like, that trope of like old people showing young people photos that they don't give a shit about,
albums,
that they're not going to give a shit about. And George is like taking it all serious. He's like, there's a picture of me with Charlton Heston, and Bart's just like not engaged at all. And he just he keeps going, "Who's that, George?
Who's that, George?
That's me with Charlton Heston.
Who's that, George?
See, you wouldn't know him. That's Bob Mossbacher. He was secretary of...
That's a dumb name. Who's that, George?
Maybe he thinks Bart is a dumb...
How many times were you president, George?
Just once. Bar, isn't it time for dinner yet?
I'm making rice. It'll be a while.
Well, that's so-and-so. And as he's answering, who's that, George?
Yeah. Who's that, George?
Who's that, George?
Who's that, George?
That's a dumb name. Like, he's being so annoying. I fucking love that. But Barbara Bush is like doing it's just like the setup of Dennis the Menace episode. George Bush is like asleep, and Barbara Bush is like gardening in the front lawn, and then Bart shows up with like a slingshot in his back pocket, and then he's like, "Oh, is Mr. Bush around? He's awfully grumpy." And she's like, "Oh, that's just his way. He really likes you, Bart." Like she's
just clueless.
So then she sends him in to wake up George Bush, and he like blows like, I don't know, some like peace horn, some like antique horn.
Of course.
And he wakes him up, and Bart's like, "Those are some funny looking pajamas." And George Bush is like, "These are presidential pajamas. You have to be president you have to be president to get them, and you're not." And Bart immediately, "Yes, I am."
Where'd you get those pajamas?
They're presidential pajamas. You have to be president, and you're not president.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not, Bart.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Like, this is such a good episode of Bart being a little shit.
Yeah.
And George Bush is the perfect foil to that. He is the perfect victim of that. It works so well of Bart just driving George Bush like up the wall. And I love all of his like little muttering things he will do. He's always like Bart's trying to find like candy in their kitchen. And then Barbara Bush is like, "I can bake you some cookies if you like." And then, like, again, Bart's being all sweet around Barbara Bush. And George, like, mutters under his breath. He's like, "Can't remember the last time she made me cookies."
Older people don't eat much candy, Bart, but I could bake you some cookies if you like.
Can't remember the last time she made cookies for me.
What's that?
No, nothing.
So fucking good. And then speaking of the spanking, because George Bush is like, he's old school, right? So like
that's an older generation.
Yeah, but when he spanks Bart, it's like once. He literally like, he's like one spank, and then he's like, "Now think about what you did, young man." And it more just annoys Bart that like someone had the gall to do that kind of thing. But Homer takes it so personally and angry. He's like, "He spanked you?" Like he's just so angry. But Grandpa has a great little interjection. "Big deal. When I was a pup, we got spanked till the cows came home. Grover Cleveland spanked me on 2 non-consecutive occasions."
Grover Cleveland.
Grover Cleveland. and then Marge is like, "But we just don't believe in physical violence." And Grandpa's like, "And that's why your no good kids are running wild." And it like cuts to Lisa, and she's like quietly reading a book. That's such a great cut. No good kids are running wild.
Yeah.
Great.
That's gold.
Homer, this is why I love this episode so much.
Because then it becomes Homer versus Bush.
Yes. And one of the formulas on the show that works so well is when you take Homer and pit him up against something else, even if Homer's in the wrong, the needless rivalry episodes, and they kind of do it in the State of New York versus Homer Simpson. And another episode that almost made my list was Trash of the Titans, where Homer runs to be the city waste disposal, whatever it's called, manager. Yeah. And he has a needless rivalry against it's something Peterson, who's like remember what I'm talking about? He's like,
I know.
And it's Steve Martin. Steve Martin's the voice of that Peterson guy.
Yeah.
And Homer just needlessly makes him his rival, where he's like, "Are we going to listen to old man Peterson here?" He's like, "Old man? I'm only 3 years older than you." And like, I love the idea. Like, I think it works so well when you give Homer just this hill to die on. And it's just a dumb thing. The Dean, again.
Yeah.
I works so well. And him and Bush works so well. It starts off where immediately Homer the whole thing is Homer wants an apology from George Bush.
Yeah.
And George Bush is like, "No, your kid's and again, to the credit of the show, George Bush is actually right. Bart is a little shit.
Bart is a monster.
Yeah, Bart is a little shit, and Bart 100% should be reprimanded. So again, to the credit of the show, they don't actually portray George Bush in a terrible light. He's just like a normal average guy. He might be a little square and conservative, but like he's not wrong in that like Bart really was being a menace. Like he was being a little shit. He did destroy important property. There needs to be some consequence. He might have been in the wrong in that you don't lay hands on another person's child.
On someone's child.
But Homer is obviously just like, no, he's not listening to reason, and he starts a feud with George Bush. And I love the scene where they're just like, they go like face to face and they're like threatening each other, but nothing comes of it.
All right, mister. You want trouble, you're gonna get trouble.
Oh, I want trouble, all right.
Then you're gonna get trouble.
No, you're gonna get trouble.
Oh, that's good. That's good, because I want trouble.
Then we're agreed there'll be trouble.
Oh, yeah. Lots of trouble.
Trouble it is.
For you.
Don't!
And what precedes is a bunch of like pranks. They almost have like a prank war on each other.
Well, it's almost like grumpy old men or something like that playing
Yeah,
pranks on each
it's
other.
similar to very similar to grumpy old men. And I find it funny that like, so Bart and Homer come up with some great pranks. So there's the bottle rocket prank where like they get 1 million bottle rockets and they start shooting them over at George Bush's house while he's like doing toe touches in the window. And like every time George Bush tries to get involved, it's like the lamest thing he can come up with. And he draws like the mural, and it's like a horrible drawing, a horrible painting of, it's like spray painted. It says like bad neighbors.
Yeah.
And it's like a horrible picture of Bart and Homer. And like all the other neighbors are confused. They're like, I don't understand. It's like Dr. Hibbers like, I don't understand. Are you saying that you and Barbara are bad neighbors? And then he's like, no, it's the boy and the father. He's like, I know the boy's name is Bart. I don't know the father's name. What's the father's name? And Barbara in the background. I'm not getting involved, George.
He doesn't know Homer's name? The boy and the father.
Yeah,
what?
So good. There's the infamous rainbow wig prank. They put super glue on Bush's head and then put a rainbow colored wig on him.
Christ. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he ends up having to go to like a press conference with like rainbow colored hair. Finally, George Bush has had enough. This is one of my favorite shots. Is the biggest thing George Bush does to get back at them is he drives his car on their lawn and just like starts tearing it up.
Yeah.
It's so fucking good. And I love Marge, naive Marge is like, I think Mr. Bush is lost.
So she can't be critical of like the president.
And then and Homer just like glaring out the window. He's not lost. So good.
He's not lost.
And then this leads into the final climax, which is, for whatever reason, only in this one episode, there's a tunnel system. There's a sewer system that leads underneath the street. So it's like underneath the street near Homer's property, Bart and Homer are able to get into the sewer system to then go towards the Bush property.
Yeah.
George Bush sees Bart and Homer walking in the sewer, and then he jumps down. Before that happens, though, the final prank, which doesn't end up really happening, is Homer's going to use locusts. I guess we never really know what it was there, but he has a box of. They're just like casually walking with a box of locusts, and Homer has
to release them inside their house.
Who knows? But I love Homer's line. So I thought, what would God do in this situation?
So I thought to myself, what would God do in this situation?
Locusts. They'll drive him nuts.
It's all in the Bible, son. It's the prankster's Bible.
It's all in the Bible, son. It's the prankster's Bible.
Just releasing a horde of locusts.
Locusts? Like, that's what it turned into?
And then we end up getting another president at the end of this episode.
Oh, wait, before we get to that.
Okay.
One of the funniest moments in the whole episode, Homer versus George Bush. They actually fight.
Yeah, that's right.
And it is a fun fucking fight because George Bush was I believe he was ex-CIA. Like, he's actually ex-military.
Well, yeah, I mean, he went to West Point and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He's in the 40s or something.
Right, but I love the fact, again, they don't really shit on George Bush, but I like the fact that George Bush actually is like, Homer's huge.
He's a military officer.
George Bush is an old man. He's like doing pretty fucking well against Homer. He's actually kicking Homer's ass.
And this is the kind of thing where it's like, how did they get away with this on TV?
I know. It's fucking amazing.
For the mid-90s?
And so they had this big fucking
how
epic
did
fight.
the network, how did like Fox sign off on being like, yeah, this is cool. Just have like
go for it.
Them fight the former
Especially because
president.
Fox is so Republican.
Yeah.
And they're kind of taking the piss out of a former Republican president.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And then the phenomenal ending where eventually George Bush, through a series of events, George Bush has to apologize to Homer, and George decides to leave. Fuck this neighborhood. We're getting out of here. Immediately after he leaves, a new president comes into the neighborhood. Former President Gerald Ford. Which, do you know anything about Gerald Ford?
I think he was like an interim president in between when Nixon
yes.
So had to step down.
He was never like a beloved president. He was basically like exactly what you said. He's an interim president.
Because there was the Watergate scandal.
Right.
Then Nixon went down, and I believe then it was Gerald Ford.
I don't know when he went in, but I don't believe he was elected. I think it was he was a default president that went slotted in. But
we're not American folks.
Yes, we are Canadian. But I actually did read up a little bit about Gerald Ford, and they portray him as extremely slow and kind of dumb like Homer. So Gerald Ford actually was a bit of a slower person because he he was high-level football player in college, and because of that, it's speculated he had like CTE, like he had brain trauma. So he actually was more of just like a friendly, like simple man, like I don't want to say simpleton, but like a very everyman type of person. Somebody that maybe shouldn't have been at that high level of office. But I like the fact that him and Homer immediately get along. They picked a simple president to get along with a simple man. And it's a great ending that they immediately, unlike George, it's like,
well, he's more like, I guess, I don't know much about him. But
I think the implication, the joke they're making is Homer is just a dumb boob everyman. George Bush is a little bit more of a intellectual, like, I don't want to say milquetoast, but he's a very straight-laced, very, staunch.
Yeah.
A career politician.
Yeah.
Gerald Ford is just a kind of like a bumbling everyman he's kind of like a Rob Ford.
Regardless of political polarity, he was more of just like an everyman.
Right.
Type
and
guy.
That's why immediately him and Homer get along.
Yeah.
I love this episode. It's so fucking fun.
That's a surprise pick.
I know.
I do like that episode.
It's one I didn't think you'd have.
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of people do, but I love it.
Yeah.
And kudos to the George Bush voice actor because all of his lines are so good. It's just so good.
That's one, like, it's amazing they got away with it too, which kudos to them.
It's a special episode. All right, that was my number 6. What are you on?
So then goes to my number 6.
What do you got?
So I've got at number 6, Bart Gets an F.
Look at him. I bet he didn't study again. And now he's going to try to kiss up and get answers from us. He's pathetic. Good morning, girls. Good morning, Bart.
From season 2.
I don't like this episode.
You don't like this episode?
Nah, it's okay. It's okay. It's not that I don't like it. This is one of those sappy episodes. I know which episode this is. Is this the infamous, the snowstorm, the freak snowstorm, and he's inside studying the whole episode?
Yes.
Yeah. See, this is where we vary. I think you like the heartfelt episodes more than I do. I like heartfelt moments. I don't like heartfelt episodes. And this is a very heartfelt episode. Like, that's the episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sorry, I'm just bringing up my notes.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to quickly...
this is a season 2. This is back when Bart was predominantly the main character for a lot of the episodes.
And sorry, actually, this is the premiere of season 2. This is season 2, episode 1.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. So I love this episode. I think this is like an incredibly charming and heartwarming. This is like a soul episode for me. It's not packed with jokes. It doesn't have like jokes per second like later seasons. This is just like a really heartwarming and relatable episode where it's a kid failing a class at school and then trying to Hail Mary it and study and then come up with like a strategy to not have to retake a grade. And like, as someone who grew up in the 90s and went through the public school system, it's like super relatable to stress about grades and things like that. Like, so what I wrote was really, really strong episode. Early Simpsons has a strong focus on real, actual drama and the emotional struggles of the characters. Bart's underachieving school kid point of view is incredibly relatable. I do love the Martin and Bart dichotomy of like Bart's the...
They got rid of that. They
didn't do that as much anymore.
No. So in the early seasons, Martin Prince is set up as
the yin yang of Bart.
Well, he's the nerd in the class.
Yeah,
he's the smart guy. He's the Lisa Simpson in Bart's class.
Yes.
Bart is the class clown. So, and there's I think the episode might even be called Prince versus Simpson. You know what episode I'm talking about where Bart runs for class president?
Yeah.
It's early. It's like season 2.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. But then there's also like the Days of Thunder episode where
that one's a classic.
That's also a good.
I love that episode.
But I guess what I'm saying is for a while Martin and Bart were often in a lot of plots together.
Yes.
Then Martin became pushed back to the sideline, and it was Milhouse and Bart.
Yeah.
I think that was a better decision.
Martin becomes a background character, and Milhouse is pulled forward and becomes like a recurring.
And I think
character.
that works better. I think that was a smarter decision because Milhouse is kind of similar to Bart. He's not a rebel per se, but they fit better together.
He's more of a flunky for Bart, or like a lackey.
Yes, he's a lackey.
Like, whatever you say, Bart.
Right.
Like
it works way better. Whereas I think Martin is just a little too of his own personality. Personally, they never give Martin a ton of character development. He becomes a little one note.
No, I didn't write too many quotes down or anything, but I do love the montage of like.
So wait, the basic plot is though.
Oh yeah, sorry. So Bart Gets and F is Bart's failing his history class.
Yeah, he's failing,
and he gets an F, and then the risk is that if he doesn't do the makeup test, then he might have to repeat a grade if he fails.
Right.
So it's huge stakes for a young public schools kid.
Yep.
And then
he doesn't want to repeat the grade.
Yeah, he doesn't want to repeat the grade.
Obviously, like it's a death sentence as a kid.
Yeah, as a kid. Again, we talked about even the Lisa episode. The idea of like flunking gym is like, oh no, my whole world is going to end.
Repeating a grade is legit.
Oh yeah,
that's a problem.
And there's even jokes where it's like, well, at least you'll be bigger than the other kids. It's like, oh Jesus Christ. So yeah, that's the drama. That's the goal. And Bart thinks, okay, well, what can I do? I can recruit like the smart nerdy kid in the class to help me. And then Martin basically is like, well, what's in it for me? And he's like, well, I can make you cool. And I just love that there's a whole montage and sequence of Martin learns how to be cool and hip and make friends. And then Bart does that first with Martin, but then Martin just becomes like drunk on like the power and influence.
Which
of being like,
this is a trope. They always do this. Yeah.
And then ends up not helping him. So I'll just write down. I wrote down a bunch of notes here. So in terms of memorable quotes and gags, I've got Bart at the arcade playing Escape from Grandma's House.
Whoa! Take that, Granny! Oh, hide in the closet! Oh no, deadly mothballs! Ooh, Granny's killing me!
You have reached the level of ungrateful grandchild. Try again if you dare.
Yeah, and you know what? There's a lot.
I love the background jokes or the little like.
Well, they would constantly do, because at this time arcades were a thing. Kids, arcades were a thing in the 90s, and you would have arcade cabinets at like convenience stores, and they would be in bowling alleys. And
I think it's in the Quickie Mart that he's playing it in. I believe
there's the Quickie Mart usually has like 3 arcade cabinets right to the right when you go in. But that was a genuine thing. But the running joke in the show is they're always just these nonsense arcade games that would never exist.
Yeah.
You know, like I remember the one that was like Larry the Looter. Where it's like
I remember that
just playing as a burglar. One of them I think is like it's like a Donkey Kong clone, but you're playing as it's like a Cuban Donkey Kong or some shit.
This one is Escape from Grandma's House, and
I do remember this. Yeah,
you've reached the level of ungrateful grandchild. Try again if you dare.
That's clever.
Yeah. Again, this one's just charming, full of soul. Martin becoming cool and wearing a neon Hawaiian shirt with shades. It's funny. Again, it comes down to he has to study for this this test on the founding fathers.
Yep. And then is this the one where he pleads like to God?
Yeah, he basically gets down on his knees and pleads to God. He's like, God, please help me, give me one more chance. And like Lisa notices him, and he's like, oh, like praying to God, the last respite for like the dying man or whatever. I didn't write the quote down.
And by some miracle,
he wakes up the next morning
to a freak snowstorm.
There's a massive snowstorm.
And it's like, it's in a time of year that shouldn't even be happening.
Yeah, it basically is an act of God for
literally
all intents
is.
and purposes.
And to Bart's credit, he stays inside and studies.
Yes.
While everyone else, including the whole neighborhood,
Yeah.
like I think even Mayor Quimby and shit show up. Like
I wrote this down.
Like, yeah.
Bart is like, no, this was he's like, this was a genuine miracle. I have to stay inside and study one more day for this test for a chance to pass. He looks out the window and like virtually everyone in the entire town is like la 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 la, like
taunting
having
him
the most
almost.
amazing day. It cuts to Mayor Quimby and he's like, I hereby declare this day to be Snow Day, the funnest day in the history of Springfield.
I hereby declare this day to be Snow Day, the funnest day in the history of Springfield.
The funnest day in the history of
But Bart
Springfield.
can't be a part of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Are you gonna get to the tearjerker moment?
the tearjerker moment.
Oh, you know what it is.
It's here.
Well, so Bart spends the entire time studying. I think several times the family like looks in on him concerned, and they're impressed what he's doing, but they're also like, wow.
Oh yes,
So then this all culminates in Bart now having a whole day to study, takes the test.
And he still fails.
Yeah. And
That's
the way I interpreted this though was
Miss Krabappel's line is, "What's the matter? I thought you'd be used to failing by now."
What's the matter? Well, I would think you'd be used to failing by now.
No, you don't understand. I really tried this time. I really tried.
There.
This is as good as I can do, and I still failed.
which is really
so
harsh.
Yeah, and
cuts
then
deep.
Bart is crying.
He's
He says,
crying.
"No, you don't understand. I really tried this time. I really tried."
Right.
Which is just like heartbreaking. Just this kid, like,
It's a heart-wrenching
this is when The
scene.
Simpsons had fucking actual emotional
Yeah, I know what you
weight
mean.
to
Yeah.
like the plots and the narratives.
Right.
As we dial up the meta dial and the silly like stuff in the later seasons, you don't have as much of this. Like, that's what I appreciate about season 2 is like genuine fucking like stakes and emotion.
See,
to the
for me,
plots.
I feel that there's just not enough funny to balance it out. I like when those gut punch moments come in the genius episodes. So that's for me.
So I'll
To
just
me-
tell you, we get Bart's crying. Krabappel tries to comfort him. Says,
So
"There,
wait,
there."
I'm going to interject there.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
the way I always interpreted this was, I don't think Bart is actually a really stupid kid. He's just the lazy class clown that doesn't really want to do the work.
Yeah.
But then this episode kind of hints towards something else. Some people are really bad at taking certain forms of tests because
Yeah.
Bart fails the written test. But then what happens next?
Yeah, so I'll run you through it. Yeah, so Krabappel says, "Well, 59 is a high F," and Bart says, "Who am I kidding? I really am a failure. Now I know how George Washington felt when he surrendered Fort Necessity to the French in 1754." And we can even cut to it if you want. I don't
Right,
know.
but it's so
Yeah.
the point is, it turns out Bart actually did remember a bunch of shit. He just was, he's terrible at taking written tests.
Yeah, so he then says, "Oh, 1754, the famous defeat of the French." It's like, "Oh my God, Bart, you're right." She checks the book in front of him. And she says, "You demonstrated applied knowledge, and due to the difficulty and relative obscurity of the reference, you deserve 1 extra point in your exam. It's only fair." So he like applies the knowledge in a real conversation. But it's like, yeah, some people learn.
And Mrs. Krabappel takes pity on him and gives him the point.
Gives him the pass.
Yeah.
Gives him the D.
Right.
And so then we get him returning triumphantly with the D grade to his parents. And the parents say, "We're proud of you." And he says, Homer says, "We're proud of you." He says, "Thanks, Dad, but part of this D- belongs to God." And then we get the ending. It's like,
God bless us, everyone. Dude,
That's
remember
just
when
like-
The Simpsons was like highly religious?
yeah, I don't care for that as much,
Yeah.
like the religious aspect of it, but I just like the charming.
This episode proves God's real.
Yeah, God's real.
I'm just glad I got my wings today.
But no, goddammit. Like I like this episode. I think it's a near perfect season 2 episode, and it's
That's a banger.
from an earlier age.
I mean, it's not. It's to me, it's too sappy, but
Yeah.
it's got gut punch. It's got a good gut punch moment.
Gut punch moment, some funny stuff. I like the Martin stuff. I love the snow day, and then great line delivery and great ending. That's my pick for.
All right, that's
6.
Your number 6. This is my number 5. If you don't have this on your list, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
All right.
I predict this is in your top 3. This is my prediction. From season 3, episode 16, Homer at the bat.
Check it out, boys. My magic bat.
That's it?
Yeah, I got a magic bat too.
And I got an enchanted jockstrap.
Yeah, just watch.
Okay, this is my number 1.
I knew it. I knew it. Remember I said, I'm like, I think I know your number 1?
Yeah.
You quote this so much.
Yeah.
We both do, but you like it a lot more than I like it. I mean, it's my 5. It's up there. To me,
it's a top 5 for you.
For me, the top 5.
I lied. I earlier I said Simpsons on Ice might be my favorite sport. Lisa on Ice might be my favorite sports episode.
No, it's Homer.
It's Homer at the bat.
I actually didn't correct you because I knew you had. I'm like, Kevin has to have this, so I didn't correct you because I was like,
that's a slip up.
Yeah. I'm like,
my
let
apologies,
him catch this.
Folks. This is my number 1. This is my favorite Simpsons episode.
I thought it would be.
Yeah.
I thought it would be. It is a perfect episode.
Yeah,
it's perfect. And
I'll let you take it away, but I'll just say quickly, it's just like the finest jokes per minute in all of Simpsons for me personally.
Sure.
Every single second, there's something happening that's making me laugh or smile. I love the cameos. It's a perfect episode.
There's some heartwarming moments. The ramp up on the plot. It has a perfect ending.
Perfect ending.
Funny writing.
Great Mr. Burns stuff.
Incredibly quotable. Like infinitely
quotable.
Yep.
It has one of the best songs. It's got the remake of the Terry Cashman
we'll get to it.
baseball song.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to quickly go over the plot and then we'll go back and forth here. It starts with Homer convincing his coworkers. So they're all, it's like Lenny, Carl, and then that other guy with the glasses whose name I always forget.
I never remember that guy.
He's mostly in early seasons, but it's like Homer and his coworkers at the power plant, and Homer is trying to convince them to join the plant's softball team. So they have a softball team that's like, again, it's not like professional baseball or anything, but it's just like some work baseball team, basically, right? And they're all reluctant, like, oh, come on, Homer, we sucked last year. And he's like, well, I have a secret weapon.
Well, first of all, Homer's choking.
Oh, well, that happens.
He's like,
we can't go through all the jokes. There's too many gags. So Homer's like, I have a secret weapon. And I love the cutaway of them all like picturing what his secret weapon could be. And it's all like nonsense that would never be legal in a game of baseball. Like one guy pictures like a giant glove.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then like Lenny, Homer has like a ray gun.
It's like a laser gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're all like, oh, okay. Yeah, great.
Lenny's expression when he's like, like picturing.
So it's revealed that Homer's secret weapon is a baseball bat that he carved out of a branch that was struck by lightning.
Yes.
He carved this branch. Something told me it could be carved into something special. A baseball bat. He has like some line like that. Yeah. The nuclear power plant in Springfield, they have their own softball team. It's mostly Homer and just his friends. And the first game they have is against the police officers.
Yes. Yeah.
And it gets revealed that
we're skipping over his magic bat when he talks to Bart. I love that joke. I just want to point that out. And he's like, I've got a surprise for you, boy. And
what is that? A homemade bat?
A homemade bat. Like he beats him to the chase. Yeah. So he's like, you'll never guess what I have. Is it a homemade bat? A homemade bat.
Yeah. How would you even know that? So the softball league is basically just a beer league.
Yeah, it's just beer league softball.
It's just like a beer league softball. And I love the, I'm not even going to go
I have that written down, but yeah, the whole... Okay, so you chug a beer when you're around first base. When you do this, you chug a beer. When you do this,
when you score a point, you chug a beer. And the 8th inning is the beer inning.
We know how to play softball.
Let's go over the ground rules. You can't leave first until you chug a beer. Any man scoring has to chug a beer. You have to chug a beer at the top of all odd-numbered innings. Oh, and the 4th inning is the beer inning.
Hey, we know how to play softball.
Wiggums, I love it. We know how to play softball.
This is like earlier Wiggum too, so he's a bit more like...
They're like finding that character though, where he's like the bumbling
He's a bit more cranky.
I love that though. Turns out, so that despite some like ribbing from his teammates, they're like, "Oh, a magic bat, Homer." Homer's actually really good.
Yeah,
and he gets a home run, and
the home run that he hits that flies out into the field and kills a man
and just hits a guy in the head.
Is that man alive?
No, he's dead. His life is always forever changed. The team then end up going on a winning streak, and he's hitting a ton of home runs. Then we get a cut away to Mr. Burns talking to a rival power plant owner.
Did you write down his name?
No, but he apparently he owns the Shelbyville power plant, so I guess Shelbyville also has a power plant because it says Springfield versus Shelbyville.
Yeah.
So, but I swear to God, he says my power plant team. I don't know. Maybe
I didn't write it down.
Whatever. It's another eccentric millionaire, and they wager $1 million over a single game of baseball to see whose team is superior.
Yes.
And this begins Mr. Burns' brilliant scheme, which is he is going to hire professional baseball players to work at the power plant so that he can use them as ringers to play on his softball team.
Yeah.
And do you have the joke written down of like the first time he pitches the idea, his like roster that he comes up with?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I figured, I'm like, you must have this.
So, Mr. Burns wants to hire, he's like, ringers. He's like, scour the leagues, the American leagues, the National leagues, the Negro leagues. Like, the defunct, like, Black League.
They're
from,
all,
like,
because he's
the
so to
1930s.
date. He's so to date.
The joke that he's so old that these, like, players from hundreds of years ago.
He thinks are current.
Yeah, because professional baseball goes back to like 1890 or something like that, or maybe even older. So some of the players he wants Smithers to hire are from the dead ball era, which is like 1910.
Yes, yeah.
So he's got Honus Wagner, Mordecai Three Finger Brown. I didn't write the other ones down. I just wrote those.
It's like Arn Anderson or something. Yeah.
But
the one that always got me was Mordecai Three Finger Brown. How would you know this? And he has like photos of them on this little chart.
Yeah, and then Smithers is like, "Well, I can't remember what it is." He's like, "Your right
fielder's been dead for over 100 years, sir." Well, then get me some new current players. Yeah. So Smithers goes around a quick little montage. Gets a bunch of ringer players, which are actual professional baseball players, actually voiced by then professional baseball players, to sign up to play for the team the softball team, the power plants team, much to the displeasure of the original team players, including Homer and Lenny and all them, because they are now effectively bench warmers. Because obviously they're going to let the ringers take the ring.
They're going to hire these players at the power plant and then be like, "Oh, look, there's a softball sign up."
And then they get them all to sign, and then
the whole montage of Smithers hiring all these
is very funny.
Is really funny.
It's very funny, yeah. And then this leads to the big game as it approaches. 8 out of the 9 players, the ringers, have misfortunes, and it's up to the bench warmers to win the game for Mr. Burns.
Yep.
Homer at the bat. Take it away, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean,
it's your number one.
It's perfect. I could go through every joke, moment by moment, but it's like, I agree with you. I think it's perfect for me. There's no moment of this episode that doesn't make me smile or laugh. So some of the ringers are Steve Sachs, Wade Boggs, Ozzie Smith, Roger Clemens, Don Mattingly, Darryl Strawberry, Ken Griffey Jr., Jose Canseco, and Mike Socha.
Yeah.
Like, these were all active players at the time.
And it's actually them doing the voices.
I believe the way they did it was whenever they were in town for a game, they would go into the booth and record.
To record a line.
Because to organize all those players.
Because they're from different teams.
They're all from different teams playing all like different
Kudos to them for being a part of this, because they are now a part of a historical Simpsons episode. Like they're immortalized forever in this episode.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to point out, because we're in Canada, and like I'm a Blue Jays fan, for Toronto Blue Jays. Don Mattingly is a bench coach for the Blue Jays.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The 2024 season. He has been for like a year now. Huh. And still to this day, people make sideburns jokes.
That's fucking.
It
never goes away.
It's immortal.
It's like David Hyde Pierce, who played in one episode of The Simpsons. He plays Cecil, Sideshow Bob's brother. There's an interview with him being like, to this fucking day, people will come up to me and be like, Cecil. It's like one episode, man.
It's insane.
You get immortalized when you're in a good Simpsons episode. You are now immortalized forever. You're now a part of the zeitgeist.
Yeah. I wrote down, you're Daryl Strawberry. You're Daryl Strawberry. We can cut to that.
Okay, so do you want to let's get into this. Let's just do the cameo. This is one of the greatest cameo episodes of them all, if not the best. If not the entire roster is not wasted.
Simpsons
they all have funny moments.
The Simpsons has a long and storied history of cameos and celebrity guests and all these things. I think this honestly takes the cake.
Does it perfectly.
Yeah.
So we've got Steve Sachs, for absolutely no reason. The local police just arrest him and charge him with random crimes for absolutely no reason, and he's like being super polite. Like it's
How
him.
Can I help you, officer?
Yeah,
he's like driving down the road,
and he's like, oh, what a nice neighborhood. Maybe I'll buy a home here someday. And then he gets pulled over by like Lou and I forget the other cop's name. I don't remember. Whatever. He gets pulled over by the two cops that are always like the main two cops, right? Besides Wiggum. And like immediately they start harassing him for absolutely no reason.
Like, oh, New York.
Oh, look at this. Steve Sachs from fancy New York here. Like needlessly give him a hard time.
Needlessly harassing
And then they
him.
take him into jail and then charge him with a bunch
lot of
of
murders in New York.
I heard some guy got killed in New York City and they never solved the case. But you wouldn't know anything about that, now would you, Steve?
But there's hundreds of unsolved murders in New York City.
You don't know when to keep your mouth shut, do you, sexy boy?
What?
They're being needlessly like cruel and evil to him. And then I like
the gag of so Burns hired all these ringers, and then he's like, well, you know, some misfortunes might happen.
Maybe
to these
7,
players.
maybe 6, maybe 7, but not all 9.
Yeah.
But 8 out of the 9. Actually, 7 out of the 9 have misfortunes.
Yes.
7 out of the 9. Mike Sosa, who actually just loves working at the power plant.
Yeah, he's
for some
just
reason.
being a blue collar worker.
Because he likes the fact that the pressure's off of him from working in
such
Major
a
League
high
Baseball.
stress job.
Right.
Yeah.
And then he ends up getting radiation poisoning.
And that leads to probably my favorite joke from the whole episode is probably that, like him lying in bed.
Yeah, because
can I still play softball?
Well, I'm afraid you have a case of acute radiation poisoning, Mr. Socha.
Will I be able to play softball tomorrow?
No, by tomorrow you'll barely be able to breathe.
Oh, by tomorrow you'll be lucky to breathe.
You'll barely be able to breathe.
And because he was the only one that took the job seriously, so he was around all the radioactive materials.
I think he spills. He
does. He spills at one point.
He spills radioactive waste, and he's like,
and
"Oh
Carl's
Carl's
like, don't worry about it."
He's like, "Man, this job is sweet," or something like that.
And then he gets severe radiation poison. Earlier in the episode, they go through a little training camp with Burns and the ringers and the benchwarmers, and Burns gives the brain tonic. His old-fashioned brain tonic gives it to Ken Griffey Jr.
And Burns is dressed in a baseball uniform that's like from 100 years
from
ago.
like the 20s. Yeah. And Ken Griffey Jr. loves the tonic, and then his misfortune is that he gets the gigantism. That great shot of his giant head. Jose, so I'm going to go through them all because we're saying them all.
Canseco, I guess Jose Canseco.
The fire.
Yeah, but apparently in real life, he was like kind of a jerk to work with. He didn't want to do it. And they had a whole nother plot planned for him. This is what I just read on like Wikipedia.
I didn't know this
interviews.
at all.
And I guess he complained, and he's like, well, if I'm going to be in it, I want to be like portrayed as like a good guy. So
that's why he's
his
the most heroic thing. Yeah,
he's just heroically helping rescue this lady.
He stumbles upon this lady whose house is burning, and then he runs in to save her baby. Then he runs in to save her cat, and then he runs in to save her player piano. And then
oh man,
and then it just gets to it cuts back. It keeps cutting back, and it cuts back to the point where it's like it's now So the game has started, and he's still helping this woman carry shit out of her burning house. And she's like, the dryer goes beside the washing machine.
Yeah.
He's like, yes, ma'am. One of the best ones, Wade Boggs.
Yeah.
Wade Boggs, this is the Wade Boggs that was like a rampant alcoholic, right?
He was, I think, a heavy drinker.
Yeah, he was a hugely heavy drinker. So his misfortune is that he's in Moe's getting loaded, and he starts an argument with local barfly Barney, and the argument they're having is complete nonsense.
Lord Palmerston.
Yeah, so it's I say England's greatest prime minister was Lord Palmerston, Pitt the Elder.
And I say England's greatest prime minister was Lord Palmerston.
Pitt the Elder.
Lord Palmerston.
Pitt the Elder.
Okay, you asked for it, Boggs.
All right, that's it, Boggs. You asked for it. And he just knocks out Wade Boggs. But I just find it so funny that of all the things they would be arguing about, England's greatest prime minister.
Yeah.
And I looked them up, and they're actual prime ministers.
Oh, yeah.
Lord Palmerston and it's Pitt the Elder.
Pitt the Elder.
And I think it's like William Elder was his actual name or something like that.
Yeah.
But like that was one of his nickname was Pitt the Elder. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Mattingly does not have a misfortune, but he gets kicked off the team for having long sideburns.
Even though he has no sideburns. So Mr. Burns just keeps ragging on him about his sideburns.
Yeah.
I'm assuming the joke was that it was supposed to be his mustache, because I think he's the only mustached player.
It's a joke, I believe, based on Steinbrenner's Yankees in the 90s. And just the Yankees in general have historically had... if you play for the Yankees, they have a dress code where you have to be clean shaven.
Oh, okay.
You have to have like really clean cut hair, no beard, that kind of thing. So I think it's a joke on how strict the Yankees were at that time, because I believe he played for them. And then he has like, there's a joke at the end where he gets fired. He's like, you know what? I quit. He's like, still better than playing for them, kind of thing. So it's a Yankees joke. Daryl Strawberry. I mean, again, call attention to that. You're Daryl Strawberry.
No, wait. Before we get to that,
we
get that, we also got Ozzie Smith. It just goes into a bottomless pit.
He goes to a tourist trap.
A tourist trap, but it actually is a bottomless pit.
Yes.
Yeah, because they're like. Because Smithers at one point is like, he's saying all the misfortunes is like, and Ozzie Smith seems to have vanished off the face of the earth, and it just cuts back to him, and he's just
floating
like
floating
in a void, and it's like EMC squared goes behind him, and he's like, cool.
Who gets one guy gets
the chicken?
Hypnotized, yeah.
Roger Clemens.
Oh, that's
Roger Clemens. So they have a hypnotist Mr. Burns brings in to hypnotize the team to play perfectly.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, the side effect is that Roger Clemens just now is stuck like in the mind of a chicken.
And it's, you will give 110%. It's like,
it is impossible to give more than 100%. By definition, 100% is the most percent someone can give. Okay. Now, of all the cameos, let's get to it. Daryl Strawberry.
Fucking amazing. Yeah.
He must get asked about this all the time.
Yeah.
Because of all of the players, he gets the most screen time. Because he plays the same position that Homer does. Which I don't remember what it is. Is it right field or left field?
I think it's right field.
I think it's right field. And the first interaction is when all the ringers get introduced and to all the other employees at the power plant. They're signing up on the sheet. Homer walks up to him, and they have this amazing exchange. I'm not even going to butcher it.
Yeah.
Here it is.
You're Daryl Strawberry.
Yes.
You play right field.
Yes.
I play right field, too.
So?
Well, are you better than me?
Well, I never met you, but yes.
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 Just that yes delivery.
Yes.
Fucking amazing.
Yeah. It's
so good.
All of his lines are so good.
No hustle neither, Skip.
Okay, yeah. So then during the training
he's
camp,
like a suck up to Burns.
Yeah, he sucks up to Burns to make so you're supposed to hate him just that little bit more.
Yeah.
So we resent him because fucking
he's knocking Homer off.
He's fucking over Homer. And I love it. It's like during the training camp, there's a ball way up in the air. Homer's like, I got it. And you just see Daryl just jump into the air, and he's up there for like 10 seconds. And you hear, yes, like he jumps an inhuman amount of distance into the air to catch the ball, and then Homer's like, "Hey, I caught it," and Burns like scolds him. He's like, "There's no I in team here, Simpson. Some of these guys have a bad attitude, Skip." They sure do, Daryl. And he's like
no hustle neither.
So good.
Yeah.
And then of course, Lisa and Bart heckling Daryl.
Oh my God, yeah. Daryl. Should we just cut to that too?
Daryl.
Daryl. Daryl. Daryl. Daryl.
Children, that's not very nice.
Mom, they're professional athletes. They're used to this sort of thing. It rolls right off their backs.
Single tear? Single tear.
I just love the fact that they got under his skin.
Yeah. I mean, it's perfect.
I don't have much else to say other than I'll say like it's a simple premise that just the way it builds is perfect.
My God,
it's like it starts off and they have this beer league team. Then the money guy gets involved and fucks it up. He basically fucks up the fun by making it about money. He makes it a competition. So then we got the ringer players. Then the ringers and the benchwarmers are at each other. They go through a little training camp, and then it builds up to the big game. The ringers all have misfortunes, and then it's up to the benchwarmers. Like, it just it plays through so well.
It ends dramatically with score tied, bases loaded, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th inning, classic. Burns pinch hits Homer for Daryl Strawberry
for no reason,
which makes noting that fielding a right-handed hitter against a left-handed pitcher will serve to their advantage. But like Homer's cold because he's been benched the whole game, and Daryl Strawberry's a pro athlete,
right?
But just like that's such a perfect example of coaches like
needlessly
fucking around too much and
needlessly
micromanaging the team for like no goddamn reason, being like, well, like there's a mathematical ratio that says this. It's like that's another gold thing which happens constantly in actual baseball.
Yeah, where managers will meddle with the lineups.
Distracted by Burns' strange hand signals, that's a great like
he's doing all these weird. If I touch my belt once, or not once, not twice, but thrice. He has like the most convoluted hand signals telling him what to do.
Yeah. Homer ends up getting hit in the head by the first pitch, knocking him out and forcing him the winning run to walk in.
Because he gets a walk. Yeah. One other little thing I want to point out. It's a little moment, but I found this so funny. The first quarter of the episode, they hype up Homer's Wonder Bat. But then in the training camp, do you remember this? The training camp, Homer's like bitter, but he's like, all right, well, whatever. Just because they're professional players, he's like, I've got the Wonder Bat.
These guys aren't so tough. I've got Wonder Bat.
And then it just like one of them pitches and it and it like turns into like just a laser of a pitch
comet.
And it actually like destroys his bat. That's just such a funny little cut where you're like, oh, poor Homer.
Man.
That's so funny. But it just shows the skill gap between them. I thought it funny that they were in their own episode were willing to be like, yeah, Homer was good for a beer league, but like these are the real
pros.
Yeah, these are the actual pros. Yeah. And then
then Homer unconscious gets hoisted up because he's still unconscious from the ball to the head, and they win the game and he's paraded around as a hero. And then we end off with the Talkin' Softball song, which is a parody of the Talkin' Baseball song, and they actually got the same guy.
It's Terry Cashman.
Yeah. That is my favorite Simpsons gag song.
So
there's a lot of great fucking songs in Simpsons.
So the episode ends. The team has done it. They win. There's a great group photo of them, and
with Ozzie Smith as a ghost.
Yep, instead of it cutting to credits, it perfectly transitions to a very special credits, which is the song in question. And let's just listen to it right now.
Well, Mr. Burns had done it. The power plant had won it, with Roger Clemens clucking all the while. Mike Socha's tragic illness made us smile.
There you go. You got to listen to like 10 seconds of it. I ain't playing the whole fucking thing. It's perfect ending.
The only other tidbit trivia from the episode is Burns' jersey has the Zephyrs on it, which is a reference to a Twilight Zone episode.
Oh, really?
About a robot pitcher.
Oh, that's so specific.
Baseball. It's a reference
esoteric.
to a baseball Twilight Zone episode.
I would have never got that.
Yeah. So
that was my.
I love that.
I think that was
episode.
my number 5, right?
Yeah. So that was my number 1.
Yeah, but now I think it's your number 5 now. Like it's back to you.
Because
you didn't go 1, I did 5. Yeah, so it's back to you.
That was your 5?
That was my 5.
Okay. So my 5, and I will again be shocked if you don't have this.
It's
one.
probably on it. I'm sure we're getting down to the end here, folks. I only got, I think, so I was just checking to see how many picks I had left. All I got is 2 left. I got my 3 and my 2. That's it.
Yeah. So my number 5 is Homer's enemy.
Hi, grimy old buddy.
I'm not your buddy, Simpson. I don't like you. In fact, I hate you. Stay the hell away from me. Because from now on, we're enemies.
Okay. Do I have to do anything?
I don't have Frank Grimes.
You don't have Frank Grimes.
Big omission. I don't have Frank Grimes. I know everybody has Frank Grimes. And that's kind of why I didn't do it. It was a little too obvious. It is one of the smartest episodes of The Simpsons ever
Probably
written.
the best.
Like meta. It's the most, yeah.
It's probably statistically or like fucking academically the best Simpsons episode.
Everybody loves this episode.
Yeah.
I love this episode. I didn't want to pick it.
That's more interesting than talking about it. Why did you not?
Because it's too safe. It's too safe. It's just everybody has it. I didn't want it. And I love the episode.
It's a perfect episode.
It is. In a lot of ways it is. But in a lot of ways it's also not a classic Simpsons episode. It is a outside the formula Simpsons episode.
That's
it
interesting.
is actually a dissection of a Simpsons episode.
It's a meta
so
deconstruction.
if you are going on the top 10 Simpsons episodes, which to me, these are Simpsons episodes, that one doesn't really count. It is in the golden age, but it's really a dissection of what The Simpsons is.
Have you heard this take? Which I tend to agree with. I think this is like the final Simpsons episode in many ways. Once
I've
they
heard
did this,
yeah, I've heard
that's
this.
it.
Yeah. And I don't believe it.
This could almost end The Simpsons
because it's like season 8, I think.
Yes, it's season 8, episode 23.
20. Yeah, it's near almost the finale of that. Yeah. It's great. Go ahead, take it away. I mean, I have jokes that I'm going to talk about. Like, I love the episode, but to me, it doesn't feel like a real Simpsons episode. This is
a no-brainer. One, like you said, like everyone loves this episode. Everyone knows about this episode. This is the Frank Grimes episode. The crux, really quickly, because most people know about it, but this is the episode where Frank Grimes, who is a working-class stiff, the conceit of the episode is like, what if some real-life person was dropped in to
the world of the Simpsons.
The world of the Simpsons,
right?
And Frank Grimes is the epitome of that. He's based off of.
So you having that means that you probably omitted one of my next 2, and I'm shocked by that too. This is more interesting than we thought.
This episode, I don't even have much to say. We don't even have to bother going through every quote. I mean,
no, I've got lots of shit. Like I have the quotes written down.
In the episode, Frank Grimes hired as the new employee at the Springfield nuclear power plant. Despite Homer's attempts to befriend him, Grimes is provoked by Homer's laziness and incompetence. He decides to make Homer his enemy and tries to expose his flaws through public humiliation.
And Homer's like oblivious to all of this.
Yes.
So like Homer doesn't understand why Frank Grimes doesn't like him. It is the most meta episode they ever wrote.
It's basically the entire deconstruction of the show at that point.
Right. Which is like...
The episode explores the comic possibilities of a realistic character with a strong work ethic hired for a job where he has to work alongside a man like Homer Simpson.
A cartoon character.
Yeah.
Yeah. What if an actual human being that was realistic had to work beside a cartoon character?
Yeah, a bumbling buffoon.
Yeah, literally a cartoon character.
Yeah.
Because Frank Grimes is portrayed as kind of like a real person.
Yeah.
Like he's not really cartoony at all in a sense.
He's voiced by Azaria, I believe.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I knew it wasn't a guess. I don't think
it's not a guess. It's Hank Azaria.
Yeah.
And he modeled him after Michael Douglas's character in Falling Down.
He seems like it.
As well
Mr.
as
Straight Arrow.
as well as William H. Macy.
Yeah.
So just like a character that's like bubbling with rage, but like a deep passion.
Extremely straight-laced, does his job.
Straight-laced.
But has no real personality.
Yeah.
Not very social.
It's brilliant. It's been endlessly written about and debated,
endlessly analyzed.
There's a million essays. There's some really great ones on YouTube. If you just Google Homer's Enemy, there's 1,000 different ways to talk about it. I'm not going to get into all that, but the bottom line is, I think it's a masterpiece episode. But it's interesting what you said. Like, it's like, is it a Simpsons episode?
It doesn't feel like a Simpsons episode.
It's almost the death of Simpsons.
It's
a postmodern
feel
Simpsons
like
episode.
a Simpsons episode. It feels like an analysis of a Simpsons episode, where it's like the closest this episode gets to being a Simpsons episode is the subplot with Bart buying the factory.
Yeah, which that
is a wacky hijinks thing. I like that B plot a lot.
Yeah.
So like earlier in the episode, Marge takes Bart to like it's some auction thing, but it's like an auction thing for the city. It's like city, like repossessed buildings and things.
Repoed old buildings or abandoned buildings.
Bart bets on bet's the wrong word. He puts in a bid.
Bids?
He bids on an old factory and he ends up winning the bid. So he gets for I think it's $1. For $1, he gets the deed and the keys to like this old, decrepit, dilapidated factory in like the industrial area of Springfield. And they cut back to this several times, and it's just him and Milhouse. It's like two kids
messing around
in a warehouse. I love the fact that like an old factory. I like the fact that Bart really like immediately embraces the dynamic that he's the boss and Milhouse is his employee.
yeah.
And he makes Milhouse stay
work a night shift
as the security.
But I'm sleepy. No problemo. Here's a nickel for the coffee machine. So this is my life.
It's like
the rat.
A cup falls down, and then like a rat falls into the cup, and then jumps out, and then it's like the sludge of coffee comes out. It's like, I don't know. I like that,
and that's even payoff for Frank Grimes in the A plot, where he initially just dislikes Homer. But then he comes to actually actively resent him when he gets invited over for dinner, and he's like,
"Well, the brilliant, that's the brilliance of that
your
scene.
house? It's a mansion."
And
then he's like, "Your son owns a factory."
Yeah,
which is like, he doesn't really own a factory.
No,
but that's
in the wacky scheme, in that wacky B plot. Yes, he owns It's technically he does own a factory.
Yes, but Frank sees it as like a class thing where it's like he's like an owner of this production thing. It's really just he bought a old decrepit building for $1. But Frank Grimes can only see the material stuff. He's like, you went to space? You did this?
Well, that's my favorite moment of that is Homer is trying to impress Frank,
and
not
Homer,
make him feel bad.
The irony
genuinely is trying to win his friendship.
He genuinely wants to be friends with Frank Grimes.
But Frank sees all this and is just like, how could this idiot get all this stuff? Not realizing Homer is a cartoon character.
Yeah.
The writers wrote him an episode where he goes to space. The writers wrote him an episode where he was on tour with the Smashing Pumpkins.
Yes.
But Frank Grimes is supposed to be us. He's supposed to be a real person.
Yeah.
So you get that shot of all these accolades, and it's like, here's where I was in space.
You've been to space.
And he's like,
you've never been?
You've never been? Yeah, but again, Homer's a cartoon character, right?
Yeah.
And then you get the, here's where I was on tour with the Smashing Pumpkins. Oh, and do you want to see my Grammy? Because he also got a Grammy.
Yeah.
Again, so many years now of Homer doing all these wacky adventures. Of course, he's going to have all these accolades.
Yeah.
When you show that to a real person, you're like, this is the greatest human being of all time. How could he? He's lived 10 lifetimes, you know?
Yeah.
But so it makes
brilliant.
Frank extremely resentful towards Homer.
Yeah. And then there's a number of ways to interpret that. You can interpret that as like a critique of the American dream itself. Like it's like working hard may not necessarily lead to a better life, that kind of stuff. There's all kinds of like socio-political ways to look at it that are fascinating. But yeah, it eventually leads to Frank Grimes' mental break where he tries to he tries to trick Homer. The interesting thing is like Frank Grimes is this real person he focuses all of his hatred and resentment for his situation, his lot in life, and the failure of his version of the American dream. He focuses all of his anger on his coworker and this man who really is quite zen in his own like life and his own family and stuff. And he focuses to all of his time and attention and hatred towards Homer when he really should be focusing it on like society or Mr. Burns or the power plant or whatever. So that's his sort of failing as a villainous, like as a antagonist towards Homer.
I've heard from many people this is the darkest episode of The Simpsons. The last 5 minutes becomes the darkest probably moment. Yeah, it is dark as shit.
Obviously, the failure. So Grimes tries to make a fool of Homer
by tricking Homer into entering a competition for children to make a model power plant, a model of the power plant.
Yeah.
Homer enters the competition. Immediately, Grimes is like, hey, look, Homer's in a competition for children.
Yeah, he's kicking their butts.
Look, everybody, Simpson's in a contest with children.
Hey, shh.
You're making us miss the contest. Could you explain your model, young man?
What's to explain? He's an idiot.
Pipe down.
All of the side characters know they're in a cartoon, like
so they
don't.
Like, you go, Homer.
Yeah,
like,
they don't get it. They don't get it. They can't see what
this
Frank
grown
sees.
man is in a competition for children.
Right?
Like,
What's this? Ask. He's an idiot. Grimes just keeps like throwing out these barbs, and they go in there, and then Homer ends up winning.
Yeah,
and that's when Frank snaps.
Yeah.
In one of the darkest
endings to an episode. Oh, we also kind of glossed over, even though I initially disliked him, he saves Homer's life at the start of the episode too, when he like tries to drink the.
Well, that's
acid,
when they really set up Homer is a cartoon character, Frank is a person.
Yeah.
So he's like eating like a pig, and he grabs something to drink, and he grabs a flask of sulfuric acid.
Yes.
Like a beaker or whatever, and he's about to drink it, and Frank Grimes is like, and knocks it out of his hand, and it like melts the wall. And then he's like, you idiot, you almost drank its sulfuric acid.
You idiot! You nearly drank a beaker full of sulfuric acid.
Acid, eh? Gee, that would have been stupid. Why would my face have been red?
Stop laughing, you imbecile! Don't you realize how close you just came to killing yourself?
It's like, what? Because he's a cartoon character.
Right, because in Homer's mind, it's like, well, I never really get seriously.
He doesn't care about it. He doesn't have to care about it.
Because there's no consequences. Yeah. There's no stakes. He's a Looney Tunes character. He's going to bounce back the next week. But Frank Grimes is like, you almost died. And he's like, he's so angry. Yeah.
So that leads to the darkest of all endings for all Simpsons episodes.
Yes, is
Frank Grimes' meltdown. I'm Homer Simpson.
I'm better than okay. I'm Homer Simpson. So he snaps and goes on this tirade at the plant, and for whatever reason, just now thinks, I'm just going to be Homer Simpson. I'm going to be a cartoon character. I'm going to be one of you.
Yeah.
And you know how it culminates in
extremely high voltage. Well, I don't need safety gloves because I'm Homer.
What's this? Extremely high voltage. Well, I don't need safety gloves because I'm Homer Simpson.
Even Mr. Burns, everyone's like,
it's so just dark. The idea that this poor man is just like
electrocuted to death.
Yeah.
Like charred to a crisp.
And it just cuts to his funeral.
Cuts to a coffin.
Yeah. And he's dead. He's being lowered into the ground. And the insult so bad in this scene.
Frank Grimes or Grimy, as he liked to be called.
Only Homer called him that, and Frank hated it.
Yeah.
So like
the ultimate insult, even in death.
He doesn't even get a proper funeral.
And then Homer's
asleep during the funeral.
Marge, change the channel.
Change the channel, Marge.
That's our
Homer.
And then everyone's like, "Oh, Homer, ha ha ha!"
And then as the casket's being lowered, it is the darkest episode.
It's amazing.
It's a great episode. Again,
It could be number one for me.
For a lot of people, it could be.
I put it at 5. It's mostly just vibes, but like this could easily be number 1 for me. But I understand what you're saying.
To me, it just doesn't feel like a proper Simpsons episode because it's an analysis of a Simpsons episode. So it doesn't really feel like a Simpsons episode. And that's why I kept it off the list.
Yeah.
But it is great.
See what else? I don't know if I have any other notes here. Oh, Grimes' quote, "You're what's wrong with America, Simpson."
You stroll through life, coasting along, waiting for somebody else to do your work for you.
Yeah.
If you were in any other country, you would starve to death.
Yes.
He's got you there. He's got you there, Dad.
I also love the Mr. Burns line of, "Oh, and by the way, you must find the jade monkey before the next full moon."
Is that this episode?
Oh, fuck. You know what? That's not in that episode.
I was going to say, I don't think that's in this episode.
I put that in the wrong note.
Yeah.
Cut that.
Nope. That's in. You fucked up.
No,
anything else to say?
The year What's Wrong with America, Simpson, and then, the ending. It is what it is. It's Homer's enemy.
It was in one of ours.
It's my number 5.
Yep, it was in one of ours.
So that's my number 5.
So how many you got left? I only got 2 left. I'm on my last 2.
I've got 3 left then.
Okay. Well, it's possible. One of these has to be.
Yeah.
Has to be. So this is my number 3 and my number 2. My number 3 from season 5, episode 12, Bart Gets Famous.
Being in show business is like a dream. We're really lucky, aren't we?
I wish I was dead.
No, I don't have Bart Gets
Whoa! Holy shit! Really?
No, I love Bart Gets Famous. It's a great episode.
Wow. Okay, you might not have either of my next one then.
There's one that I'm very curious about for you.
Wow. Okay. So, all right. Well, let me get into Bart Gets Famous.
Okay. Yeah.
So it starts with Bart going on a field trip. He's bragging to Lisa, and we get the great little cutaway where he's like, we get to go on a field trip where you have to go to school, Lisa. And it cuts. I love Lisa's little flash forward. Every time Lisa has a flash forward, it's always like her as some accomplished person.
Yeah.
And it's like, she's like in a mansion writing a memoir, and Bart's like polishing her trophies. And then she like kicks him, and then like it gets impaled on her like Nobel Peace Prize. The field trip in question is to the box factory.
Yeah, this is the box factory. Yeah.
Holy fuck, is this funny? The box factory. So they're going to one of the most boring field trip destinations of all time. There's a great shot of like as the kids are in the school bus, as they're going to the box factory, they pass Toy Town, the fireworks testing range, and the slide factory. It's like all these other phenomenal, like Willy Wonka-esque, fantastic destinations. But no, they're going to the fucking box factory, which is perhaps the most boring tour of all time. To a comedic level, and it's written to perfection.
Yeah.
The tour of the guy just like shuts down any chance of fun. Like no one is going to enjoy themselves on this tour. Like he's the most boring human being of all time. Yeah. And that voice actor's so good. I love that. Like he says, he's like, boxes have many applications. Some of them are even filled with children's candy.
Many interesting and important things have been put into boxes over the years. Textiles, other boxes, even children's candy.
Do any of these boxes have candy in them?
No.
Will they ever?
No, we only make boxes to ship nails.
No, we only make boxes to ship nails. It's such a specific box factory. It's not any box factory. It's a box factory that makes boxes to ship nails in.
Some of them might even have candy. Will any of these ones? No.
We only make boxes to ship nails.
Then why bring it up?
And then Martin, the only two people interested are Martin and Principal Skinner. They're actually like excited. And Martin's like, will we actually get to see any completed boxes? Oh no, we don't complete the boxes here. That's done in Michigan. So they just make the boxes, but they don't actually like fold them.
So they just
up.
make like corrugated cardboard. Then they don't actually like fold. They're not boxes. Then.
No. So while they're on this terrible field trip, Bart notices, or the whole class notices, there's a TV studio next door. They see it like a window. Bart ducks out and sneaks into the production studio, and he ends up landing a job as Krusty's assistant. And he does this because like he overhears Krusty wants a Danish. Like he's like, I need a Danish. But then Bart sees Kent Brockman's Danish on his desk, so he swipes Kent Brockman's Danish and gives it to Krusty, and Krusty's like all happy and everything.
He becomes like a gopher for Krusty. Where it's
right.
Like, hey.
And I love they have a little exchange where like, again, sleazeball Krusty's so good. So Krusty can't remember Bart. Like
I love when they do that.
And at this point, Bart has had multiple interactions with him. So he's like, I saved you from jail. And Krusty's like, he's like, I reunited you with your long lost father. I saved your career. Cause this is after Krusty gets canceled.
Yeah.
And then Krusty's like, yeah, well, what have you done for me lately? And he's like, I got you that Danish. And I'll never forget it. So he ends up hiring Bart. Meanwhile, they can't find Bart at the box factory, which is one of my favorite fucking like side scenes. And they call Homer, and Homer comes to the factory and he freaks out on Principal Skinner. He's like, "What do you mean you can't find him? He could have fallen in one of these machines here." And they see Bart's he's got like a red hat, his lucky red hat. It's on top of like a box on the conveyor belt. And Homer just like immediately jumps to the worst conclusion.
What do you mean you lost him? He might have fallen into one of these machines. Oh my God, that's his lucky red hat. He's a box. My boy's a box. Damn you. A box!
Like as if like he fell into the machine, it turns him
into a box.
And that is such a good payoff where it cuts back to the house and Lisa and Marge are like sitting in the living room and Homer comes in with the box and the hat on it.
Yeah.
And then he's like, "Marge, I have some horrible bone-chilling news." And then Bart just like walks into the room. That's so good.
Gold.
Where am I here? So Bart begins working as Krusty's assistant, and it's absolutely awful. It's one of those, be careful what you wish for, you might just get it. So he dreams of working in production. He ends up working in production, and he just finds it's not what it's cracked up to be. Being Krusty the Clown's assistant is just fucking god-awful. It's just like a huge grind. But just as he's about to quit, Krusty ends up needing to use him in a sketch on the actual show. And all Bart has to do is come in and say one line. Do you know what the line is? His one line.
Was this "I didn't do it"?
No, that's what
that's what he eventually says.
So his line is, "I am waiting for a bus."
Oh, okay.
He said one line. He's like, all right, basically, you come in and say, "I am waiting for a bus," and then I hit you with pies for 5 minutes.
For 5 minutes.
So Bart walks in. Immediately
topples,
destroys
the whole thing.
Because like he trips over like a cord and like knocks over the whole set and everything.
Cartoonishly,
everything falls and everything. And then in a moment of pure just spontaneity, Bart goes,
"I didn't do it."
I didn't do it.
I didn't do it.
Yeah.
And the crowd cheers and erupts into laughter. And it creates this instant viral moment. And instantly, everybody, like, this becomes like a huge thing. Like, Bart blows up in popular.
Meme.
Yeah. He becomes an overnight celebrity. Just instantly. Everyone starts quoting the line. Everyone starts saying, "I didn't do it." It becomes like in the pop culture, like the zeitgeist. It becomes in the dialect of what everyone's saying.
Yep.
This leads to Krusty then cashing in on Bart and monopolizing on, making as much money off of Bart as he possibly can, exploiting him.
Continuing to make I Didn't Do It skits and then eventually merchandise.
And it all culminates in Bart eventually losing his career.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised you didn't have this one. This is what
I love this
we
one.
quote this one a lot.
We do, yeah.
Yeah, we quote this a lot. This is the... Well, do you want me to just get into... Okay.
I don't want to spoil it because it's one of your top ones, but yeah, this is like the say the line, Bart.
Yeah, okay,
like,
so...
all that stuff, yeah.
I'll start with this.
Goes on Conan O'Brien's show.
Yeah, we'll get to it. So the jokes per minute in this is so high.
So high. Very
high.
Yeah.
So many good jokes. When Bart's talking about getting a job, there's a great... you always quote this, the great cutaway of Homer being like, I remember my first job after school. I was in a band. Remember this?
I can't think about the top of my head.
It's like Homer and his band is just like he's playing on a street corner and he's playing like 5 instruments at once and it sounds like absolute shit. And it's like bang, bang, bling, ding, 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 ding. It's like complete not madness. You're a tyrant. He's like, my name is Archie Funds and here's the new song we got and I hope you like it. Bang, bling, 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 bling. And then the monkey attacks him.
Oh yeah,
because then there's like the guy with the monkey,
the organ grinder.
Yeah, the
guy.
organ grinder. Yeah. And then it cuts back, and it's the condescending line of, "Dad, I was talking about getting my first job."
Yes, son, you can have an electric guitar just like your old man.
Dad, I'm asking if I can get a job.
Gig, son. When you're a musician, a job is called a gig.
Gig, son. When you're a musician, it's called a gig.
It's called a gig.
In the box factory, the yellow line, there's like as if like it's such a hot destination for tours. The leader of the box factory tour, he's painted a yellow line into his office and then back out. He's like, notice the yellow line, follow it into my office, around and back outside.
Yeah.
And it's just like a generic office. There's like nothing interesting.
Like it's a
to
museum
look at.
that you want to like, yeah.
What else do I got here? There's a random cut of a Homer. Bart's like reading up because he's gonna go on a talk show with Conan O'Brien.
Yeah.
And Homer just like, what the hell are you reading books for? And when he asks that, he's holding 2 sandwiches. I always thought that was funny. He's holding 2 completely different sandwiches.
Yeah. I mean, the thing I always think about with this episode is his Conan appearance, which Conan was an actual writer on The Simpsons.
Yeah, so this is season 5. So like,
he left to make the Conan O'Brien show, the late night show.
Okay, so I thought he still was a writer at this time.
No, he actually left. I believe during the writing of Homer Goes to College.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all
one of those episodes, and like he wrote. I believe Conan wrote Marge versus the Monorail. I think he wrote Homer Goes to College or was working on it, and then around that time, he cut out because they were going to give him his own late night show.
Oh, yeah.
So this is him triumphantly like getting a cameo back on the show that he used to write for. And they're kind of like poking fun at him on his own late night. So it's like a bit of a meta thing.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah.
Bart's career path is fucking pure gold. Like, so it starts off so simple where everyone around Springfield starts using everyone around like in the news and everything. Everyone starts using the catchphrase.
I didn't do it.
Yeah. I didn't do it. Yeah. It's like, there's so many little cutaways of that.
It's like a 15 minutes of fame thing.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what it is. And Bart's trying to, so Krusty's immediately trying to exploit Bart and trying to make as much money off him as possible. So then like, there's a biography about Bart that comes out immediately.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's just like him on the cover. It's like, I didn't do it. The true story or something, or the truth behind the boy.
Like immediately ghostwritten.
Yeah. And I love Lisa's line. Just like, this biography about Bart came out awfully quick. It's not even about him. And then Bart's like, sure it is. Look at the cover.
This biography of Bart came out awfully quickly. It's not even about him. Sure it is. Look at the cover. But inside it's mostly about Ross Perot, and the last 2 chapters are excerpts from the Oliver North trial.
and she's like, well, most of it is just excerpts from the Oliver North trial, which I actually had to look that up.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
And that was like a famous court case with this like high-ranking military officer. And actually, Homer has a throwaway line where he's like, "Oh, Oliver North, he was just painted into that uniform." Again, that's like high-level Simpsons jokes.
That's a deep cut.
Yeah, that can just go right over your head. Bart gets a song with MC Hammer.
Yep.
There's the Bart chat line, which is one of my favorite cutaways with Barney.
What is that one again?
So it's like, or call Bart on the Bart chat line. And like at this point, Krusty keeps using Bart. Like they keep doing the same skit-ish thing over and over again where like Bart will keep coming on to say, I didn't do it. He's being used in the show more often. And there's a Bart chat line. If you call in, it's supposed to be talking to Bart, but it cuts to Barney. And then he's like,
oh, that's right.
I didn't do nothing.
Bart chat.
Are you Bart?
Here I am. I didn't do nothing.
Isn't it I didn't do it?
Yeah, whatever.
The little girl's like, isn't it I didn't do it? And he's like, yeah, sure, whatever. I didn't. He couldn't even say the line right. And then, of course, the best moment. One of the funniest celebrity cameo moments in the entire series. We quote this all the time.
Constantly.
Bart goes on Conan O'Brien. And he's trying. Bart's like, at this point, Bart realizes like he doesn't want to be a one-hit wonder.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to be known for only one thing.
He
Like
wants to take his career more seriously.
Right. And he wants to like evolve.
He wants to be more respected in the industry.
Right. So he actually does a ton of research on like talking points and interesting things to bring up on the show. He goes on the Conan O'Brien show.
Set up because he's actually reading.
Right.
And, like trying to like study. Yeah.
And he goes on the Conan O'Brien show and he starts trying to talk about like some interesting things. And Conan O'Brien is like,
you know, Conan.
Conan's like needlessly mean in this thing, just immediately shuts that shit down.
I'm not just a one-line wonder. Did you know that a section of rainforest the size of Kansas is burned every single...
Just do the line.
I didn't do it.
Great material. We'll be right back. Sit perfectly still. Only I may dance.
Just do the line.
Just do the line.
And then Bart's just like, I didn't do it. And then everyone just like starts clapping in the audience. Yeah. And that also...
And then we get...
Yeah, it's actually before that.
Oh, is it?
He's in class and Bart's like, and everyone in class is just like just staring at him. And then Bart's like,
say the line.
And yeah, Mill's like, say the line, Bart. Even like Mrs. Krabappel, like they're all just staring like expectantly at him. And he's like, I didn't do it. And then the whole class just erupts. Yeah!
Hands in the air, like, yay! Like, what?
I fucking love. The Conan just say the line. We have said
just say the line.
Just do the thing.
But I was referencing, and then it's also the only I may dance.
Oh, that's
also one of my favorite moments.
Absolutely. Sit perfectly still. Only I may dance.
Only I may dance.
So this then culminates in Krusty gives Bart his own like, I don't know, it's supposed to be like an hour special or something, but like it's like I don't know, but this is a real thing that sometimes these flash in the pan like one hit wonder, 15 minutes of fame, they get like opportunities they shouldn't get and they're not ready for it and they can't handle it.
And then they're floundering and they're trying to make something of it, but yeah.
So Bart gets his own full special, but he has like no material to work with because all he's ever been used for is to say one line. So we get the hilarious, like, he starts off and he's like, I didn't do it. And everyone's like, ha, 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 ha. And he says it again. And like, everyone has like less of a reaction.
Diminishing returns on like the material.
Exactly. Things get old. And then he cracks out something that Homer says earlier. Because Homer's like,
what is it? Like,
Homer's bugging Lisa. He's like, he has like a tape recorder earlier on. He's like, come on, Lisa, say something funny. And Lisa's like what, Dad? He's like, oh, something funny. Like Bart would say, like woozle wazzle.
Yeah, woozle wazzle.
So that, so Bart uses that. He's like, woozle wazzle. And you just hear like some like annoyed, disgruntled like audience members like, woozle wazzle?
Woozle wuzzle?
What the?
Whistle.
Wuzzle.
Did you just
That's
say
what
whistle,
passes
whistle?
for entertainment these days? Wuzzle.
Ladies and gentlemen, the clown show has been put on hiatus for retooling.
What is this?
Is this what passes for entertainment these days?
Yeah, immediately the crowd just turns. It's like hypercritical all of a sudden.
So you literally
they paid money to like see it. All of a sudden, like they're
and then
like,
the house lights come off, and it's like the clown show will be closed for reformatting. Like, what's great about this episode, it works so well, is you literally get to see the entire rise of a 15 minutes of fame and the inevitable downfall.
And it's quite literally 50. It probably is roughly 15 minutes of the 23-minute episode. Is just this rise and fall. And then we have Krusty come in and be like, well, that's it, kid.
Perfect ending.
Yeah.
Yes. So Krusty shows up and Bart's like, what happened? And then Krusty's walking Bart out towards the exit and
to the alley.
And it seems like, well, we don't, they set it up great where he's walking him up towards the door, seemingly to walk him out. And you think like he's trying to like cheer him up, and he kind of is, but then he's like, oh, don't worry about that. You're just finished. That's all. And then and then he walks Bart outside, and Bart's just like, man, this industry's really cruel, huh, Krusty? And it just cuts and the door slams.
I think he's just in the side alley next to the building or something like that, alone.
And then we get an extra little cherry on top.
This is where it's like this episode's meta as well. And
I'm not talking about that.
Oh, okay.
There's a nice little heartfelt moment that I really like.
Okay.
This is I always like the moments where they show how good of a mother Marge is, and this is a perfect example.
Yeah.
So Bart is now depressed. He's at home. His career is over. You know, he's in shock basically, and he's sitting there depressed. And Marge pulls out a big box of all of the memorabilia that has been building throughout, like that's been released as Bart has had this little brush with greatness, with celebrity. And Bart's going through it all, looking at all of these things, and it's a good little moment because Marge is trying to cheer up her son and be like, look, you know, you may not have gotten a career out of this, but you should be really happy that you had an impact for a little bit. You were something to a lot of people, you know, and there's another great Marge and Bart moment in this episode. I won't get into it, but it's also great. But I like the way Marge says this. She says, I wanted to save all of your stuff to remind you when you were the whole world's special little guy.
Aw. Yeah.
I know. I like that. I like that moment. It's a beautiful little moment.
A heartfelt moment.
And then we get the meta moment.
That's what I was talking about. Then it's like the meta.
Then they get the meta moment of Lisa being like, now you can return to being more than a one-dimensional character. And it's just a montage of all of the characters in the show doing their
one-dimensional catchphrase.
Their catchphrase, yeah.
And now you can go back to just being you instead of a one-dimensional character with a silly catchphrase. Ay, caramba!
Idly hope. Excellent.
Yeah, and then Lisa, and then they all just like look at Lisa.
Like, if anyone needs me, I'll be in my room.
Yeah. And then you hear Homer. What kind of catchphrase is that? Brilliant. That's all I got, folks. Bart Gets Famous. I love that episode.
Amazing episode, yeah.
Now, my number 2 better be on your fucking list, you motherfucker.
We'll see.
I can't. Okay. Yeah, you better bring it up right now.
So I did my number 5, which was Homer's Enemy.
All I got is number 2. I got 1 left. That's it.
Okay. My number 4, Last Exit to Springfield.
Come gather round, children, it's high time ye learned about a hero named Homer and a devil named Burns.
Not on my list.
What the fuck?
Not on my list.
Last Exit is not on your list.
This is the
Lisa Needs Braces.
The Lisa Needs Braces.
The union episode.
The union episode.
Yeah.
Great episode.
This is fucking one of the fact that this is not in your top 10.
But what is in mine? You know what? Anyways, go ahead.
This one speaks for itself. I mean, I'll check my notes, but this is.
What episode is this? If you can tell me, because then I can bring up what I wrote down for quotes here. This is the.
Season 4,
thank you.
Episode 17, 1993.
Yep.
Last Exit to Springfield. The plot revolves around Homer Simpson becoming president of the Springfield Nuclear Power Plant's trade union.
The union. And
leading the workers of the plant in a strike in order to restore their dental plan to avoid the family having to pay out of pocket for Lisa's new braces. It's a perfect episode. This is often...
Sorry, what episode was this? Episode
4, season 4, episode 17. Is that
17.
correct?
Okay, yeah. Yep. No, I got it. Now I got it. Yep.
I'll bring up my...
This is a great, this is a good episode. This is the Union episode where it's Homer versus Mr. Burns. Mr. Burns.
Many people, I'll just right off the bat, this is often number 1 on lists.
A lot of people have it.
If not in the top 5.
Yeah, a lot of people have
It's a no-brainer in my opinion. Like, we'll go through it, but like, not on your list.
Yeah, I don't think it's amazing. I think it's good. I think it's very quotable. It's just not one that I always want to rewatch.
It has heart. It's got Homer trying to provide for his family.
Yep.
It's got class struggles in Springfield.
It's great. You don't got to sell me
Jokes
on
per
it.
second.
It's just these ones beat it out.
Yeah, well, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
What's wrong with you? You didn't have Bart Gets Famous, man. Conan, that.
Folks in the comments, this man.
Who is right and who is
right
wrong?
and who was wrong.
Yeah. It's not shades of gray. It's always right or wrong. Yeah. Neither one of us can be kind of right. Yeah.
Yeah, when I said it's all subjective and it's all vibes, I was lying. If you don't have Last Exit and Homer's Enemy and Cape Fear on your list, then you can go fuck yourself.
I can think of one of Justin's enemies right now. Get out of your fucking episode plot, you fuck.
So we open Last Exit. We open with the McBain intro. That's the famous McBain storming the dinner party with the ice sculpture.
Oh, that's that one. Yeah,
the McBain. And then it's like brutally gunning down the people. It's like, would you like a salmon puff? Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
The McBain is a great running gag of like Rainier Wolfcastle is basically the Arnold Schwarzenegger of the Simpsons verse.
Homer and Bart are watching this movie
and they
TV.
always cut to these little McBain scene clips in random episodes.
Yeah. So then we've got Homer turns to Bart and says, "Oh, it's just a movie, son. There's nobody that evil in real life."
Cut to Mr. Burns.
Cut to Mr. Burns.
Who's laughing at I think it's a windshield washer.
It's falling. Oh, yeah, he's swinging.
It's a window washer. He's precariously swinging outside because his scaffold has given away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, we don't got to go through everything. It's a near perfect
Go
episode.
through them all,
I'll go
Kevin.
through just what I wrote
all.
down. Obviously, it's...
I got stuff written too. Not a lot.
Lisa obviously is having dental issues, and they're coming up for a union president vote. Then no one's seen the union president in a while, and then we get a cut to the hump in the middle of a football field. So dark.
Yeah. The implication that union leaders just get killed by the actual
corrupt. There's potential the corrupt ones that have mob connections and mafia stuff.
Yeah, no, because Carl even jokes. He's like, no one's seen him in a while. We all wish him well, and they all burst out laughing, knowing the man's been killed.
Yeah,
which is so dark.
Sort of like a Teamsters, Jimmy Hoffa.
Jimmy
joke.
Hoffa joke. Yeah.
I fucking love the 1909 flashback to Mr. Burns being like, "Oh, I'll crush the union this time."
Oh, that's great.
Just like my grandfather before me or whatever.
So Mr. Burns is looking over the union contract, I think, and he's like, it didn't used to be this way, Smithers. It didn't used to be this way at all.
Yeah.
And then it
flashes
cuts
back to 1909.
Yes.
And I wrote it down.
Atoms.
Mr. Burns, I guess his grandfather.
Yeah, it's like Grandfather Burns
patrolling his factory. Atom smashing factory.
And it's literally they're just smashing atoms with giant hammers on anvils.
Turn out your pockets. The worker turns.
And it's the gawky teenager.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. Let's see here. 1, 4, 5, 6 atoms.
As if he's sneaking out.
Take him away.
You can't treat the working man this way. One day we'll form a union and get the fair and equitable treatment we deserve. Then we'll go too far and get corrupt and shiftless. And the Japanese will eat us alive.
Which is so
the
true.
Japanese? Those sandal-wearing goldfish tenders? Bah! Flimshaw!
That's an incredible, incredible flashback. Yeah.
Sandal-wearing goldfish tenders? Jesus Christ.
Amazing. Flimshaw.
Yeah. Then we cut to Lisa.
So Lisa needs
the dental trip.
Yeah, so Lisa needs braces, and Mr. Burns is trying to save money. And the way he does this is he offers the union a keg of beer to each one of their meetings to give up their dental plan.
To give up the dental plan.
And they almost do it until Homer convinces them not to do it because A, it's fucking stupid. But the reason he decides not to do it is because his own daughter now needs braces, and it's going to be thousands of dollars.
Which we get the iconic and infamous, like, Lisa needs braces.
Dental plan.
Like Lenny being like, oh, dental plan.
So long, dental plan. Dental plan.
Lisa needs braces.
Dental plan.
Lisa needs braces.
Dental plan.
Lisa needs braces.
Dental plan, and just repeated for like 30 seconds.
It's so great.
Before Homer's
it's an
like,
earworm.
oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, it takes him forever to figure it out. Yeah.
But okay, first, the reason Homer goes to the meeting and then realizes the braces connection is because we have a cut to the dental office. And we have actually Ralph in the dental chair before Lisa. Lisa's in the waiting room.
Oh, I know the scene you're talking about. The big book.
How often do you brush, Ralph? Like, twice a day, sir. Why must you turn this office into a house of lies?
The
evil
dentist in this is so good.
So good.
Yeah, he's amazing. Yeah.
Shows him the big book.
Why don't we take a look through the big book of British smiles?
The Big Book of British Smiles.
That's enough! That's enough!
Enough! He puts his hand.
Yeah, he breaks Ralph.
Breaks him in the chair, like a torture scene.
It's so good.
Lisa. And then we have the iconic Bart in the waiting room scaring the little kids.
Yeah, that rattle.
Like, hear that rattle? The rattle in a spray can? That's a little kid's tooth.
And they're all like, oh. That's great.
And then, Lisa needs braces, dental plan. Lisa finds out she does, in fact, need braces. And her line is, braces? Oh, no. I'll be socially unpopular. More so.
Yeah, more so. Because she's already socially unpopular.
I'm surprised you don't have this one on your list. We get Dr. Hillbilly versus the Iron Yuppie.
Okay, so that's actually one of my favorite cutaways. Again, I love the TV. I got this down here. So Homer's watching TV randomly, and it's like it's a promo for a wrestling match, and it's
you're the wrestling guy.
Yeah, so it's Springfield Grapplearium, a Texas death match. We have Dr. Hillbilly versus the Iron Yuppie. One man will actually be unmasked and killed in the ring.
That one is quoted constantly. That's
brilliant.
Like, one man will be unmasked and killed in the ring.
And killed in the ring, which, in case you're like, well, wrestling never got that stupid. Oh, it got that stupid. Wrestling continues to be that stupid, but we love it.
So I don't even know how far we into this point. We're maybe like 10 minutes into the episode, and it's just like banger after banger of jokes. We're not even really into the plot. It's just firing on all cylinders. Everything's just perfect in this. We've got, the sign gag for the union meeting I wrote down. So it's the International Brotherhood of Jazz Dancers, Pastry Chefs, and Nuclear Technicians.
I saw that too. Yeah, it's like the most bizarre union.
The most,
That's one of those, I'm glad you brought that up. That's one of those things that, rewatching rewards you in The Simpsons. There is so much, like I found in that Gabbo news article,
Yeah.
There's
blink and you'll miss it
much little blink and you'll miss it Easter eggs in these episodes.
Yeah.
Do yourself a favor. When you see a shot and there's signs, pause the fucking episode. Because you're going to see all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
Like all kinds of shots that you didn't know were there,
Yeah. Okay, so moving along, we've got Homer realizes, oh shit, I need to get this dental plan. So he steps up, advocates for the dental plan. We get Old Gummy Joe. And Old Gummy Joe, where would you be without our company dental plan?
Well, I wouldn't have got very far over there.
I wouldn't have Old Chomper here, that's for sure.
See, like I still know these. I know what you're quoting,
And then we cut to Smithers and Burns monitoring all the workers through the security system monitors.
That is, isn't it like it's a camera in the keg?
I think so.
I think
there's
they
some
put a
gag
camera
with
in
it.
the keg. Yeah.
I wrote this down. This is Who's that, Smithers? And again, that's one of my favorite recurring jokes in all of Simpsons history.
That Mr. Burns does not know his own employees.
Does not know his employees and never recognizes Homer. It's one of the best. And
he never recognizes any of them, really.
But specifically the Simpson, eh? Like every single time it's like, Smithers, who is that so-and-so? Simpson, eh?
A new man, eh? Actually, he's been working in Sector 7G for 7 years, sir.
So this is, I wrote it down. Who is that, Smithers? That's Homer Simpson, sir. New man?
Yeah.
Actually, he thwarted your campaign for governor. You ran over his son. He saved the plant from meltdown. His wife painted you in the nude. Doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, all that shit.
All
the
episodes that have fucking happened with him. Like, the idea that he wouldn't recognize him. One of my favorite cutaways in the entire series is, this is my opportunity, Lisa. I can be union president.
And
get a fair shake for the working man, and make lifelong connections
to the world of of organized crime.
Make lifelong connections to the world of organized crime. Organized crime.
And then it cuts to, and it's the Godfather. It's the parody of the Godfather. Yeah.
Don
Homer. Yeah. See,
I just want to play a section of that.
Go for
it.
it.
We're gonna do that.
Don Homer, my son, he has a trouble with the...
Molto bene.
It's so fucking good.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
That's a nice addition.
We've got while the contract negotiations are happening, he's fighting. He's advocating for the dental plan. Lisa gets the old school shitty braces,
and that's a parody of the Joker from 1989 Batman.
Yeah,
Mirror.
Yeah,
and she just starts cackling like maniacally.
Which I didn't catch that as a kid.
No,
but then
again
later from rewatches, you're like, oh fuck, that's the Burton Batman. Yeah.
And
Mirror,
and even like the terrifying dentist is also like.
Yeah, that's amazing. So you have a Batman reference. What else? So many. Mr. Burns taking him through his mansion and trying to impress him. We get the 1,000 monkeys at 1,000 typewriters.
Like, why someday they'll have written the greatest work of fiction known to man. He grabs like a random like sheet off one. It was the best of times. It was the blurst of times. You stupid monkey.
These are just like eternal Simpsons
they're hilarious.
moments.
It's just so funny. Just one-off little humor moments, gags that are hilarious.
We get as the contract negotiations are faltering, Mr. Burns tries to hire union busters, and he hires
Grandpa and Jasper and like the group of old guys.
And we get which was the style at the time.
Yeah, we can't bust heads like we used to, but we still have our ways. Mostly by telling stories that don't go anywhere.
Yeah. So I tied an onion to my belt. Like I didn't write down the whole thing.
Yeah, but it's good.
To take the ferry cost a nickel, and in those days, nickels had pictures of bumblebees on them. Give me 5 B's for a quarter, you'd say. Now, where were we? Oh, yeah.
Give me 5 B's for a quarter, you'd say, or some shit like that. It's like complete nonsense.
Just pure gold. I fucking love the sight gag or the of Mr. Burns. So eventually he's like, you know what? I'm going to shut down the power to the whole town to starve them out to try to win the negotiations.
Homer ends up as the head of the union.
Yeah,
and they go on strike.
But sorry to be clear, they're striking.
Yeah,
and they're doing negotiations between the striking workers and Mr. Burns and the
Burns
power
is
plant,
trying to bribe Homer and win him over. But Homer's so dense, he doesn't realize that Mr. Burns is actually trying to bribe him.
Such a buffoon that it's going completely over his head.
Yeah, he's trying to buy him. Yeah,
Burns is trying to buy him out. Eventually, Mr. Burns, out of frustration, is trying to turn up the heat. So he's like, you know what? I'll starve them out. I'll lower the power in the city. And we get the amazing gag of him. He presses a secret button, and the bookcase opens. And then he goes down a special tube, and there's like multiple doors open, and it's like a top secret base. He gets all the way to the bottom, and there's just a screen door,
and there's like a
wild dog.
Yeah.
It's like, for God's sakes. That's where the secret button to turn off all the power
leads to.
Yeah. I fucking love that.
Homer ends up winning.
Homer ends up winning the negotiations.
Because Burns just caves and he's like, all right, enough. He's like,
enough.
you win, but you have to step down as president of the union.
Yeah, but if you win the dental contract, you have to step down.
Because he's like, I got to get rid of Homer Simpson.
Yeah, he's a genius.
Homer ends up... Yeah. Mr. Burns is overestimating Homer, and Homer's just clueless, and it's leading to Burns fucking up, basically.
Yeah. And then when he signs the contract and wins, Homer does the famous whoop, 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 and we get the...
Which is from Three Stooges.
Yeah. And then we get everyone gathered around in the dental office as the close of the episode is Lisa's admiring her new braces with the doctor and the whole family gathered around, and they say, yo, you can hardly notice your new braces. And Lisa says, and that's the tooth?
The pun, and they all start laughing. Oops, I left the gas on by mistake. The laughing gas.
Yeah, the laughing gas.
They all start laughing even more,
And that's the end.
It's a good one.
It's a fucking perfect
episode. It's a good one. It's not one of my favorites, but it's a good one.
You're a monster for not having it on your list. Shame on you.
I don't think it's as tight as other ones. I think other episodes are tighter.
I think you're wrong. I disagree.
That's okay. Yeah. It's okay. You're allowed to be wrong.
Yeah. So that was what? What was that? My number 4? Number 4.
Well, what do you have? You said you said you're 1. So what do you got left? You guys only have 2 left.
Yeah,
right?
I've got 2 more.
So what do you got? 3 and 2?
What do you have left?
I have 1. I have 1 more. Number 2.
Oh, okay. So I have 3.
How do you have 3?
No, sorry. I have my number 3.
Okay.
And then my number 2.
Oh yeah, you have 3 and 2. Okay. My number 2. If I'm a monster for not having that one.
Well, wait. Do you want me to do my number 3, or how do you
go
want
for
to
it?
do
Yeah. You know what? Let's do you again. Let's get it. I'm gonna tell you right now. If I'm a monster for not having that, you're a monster for not having this.
Okay. Well, let's just.
I'll be shocked if you don't have this. Maybe this is your number 3. Maybe we'll do it at the same time here.
We'll see. Okay. So yeah, Last Exit of Springfield was my number 4. Yep. My number 3 is I Love Lisa, season 4, episode 15, 1993.
So, do you like stuff?
No, I mean obviously not on mine.
It's not on yours.
It's one of the schmaltz. That's the Ralph one, right?
That's the Ralph one.
Yeah, it's
this
okay.
Is a perfect
it's
episode.
okay. It's all right. It's a little too schmaltzy, but
too schmaltzy. This is one of the funniest episodes. I love this.
Okay,
episode.
Yeah, it's got. Go ahead.
Okay.
What season was that? Because I'll look it up on my.
I Love Lisa is season 4, episode 15.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay, so
that's an interesting pick. That's one that I don't see that one come up a lot.
This is in my top 3.
Yeah.
I love this episode.
Yeah.
In this episode, Lisa gives Ralph Wiggum a Valentine's Day card, and when she sees that he has not received any, Ralph misinterprets Lisa's gesture, and much to her dismay, relentlessly pursues her with affection. Lisa snaps at Ralph and angrily tells him they are not together and that she never liked him. Heartbroken, Ralph channels all of his feelings into his performance as George Washington in the school's President's Day pageant. After thunderous applause from the audience, he's able to accept Lisa as just a friend.
Yeah, so it's a Valentine's Day episode. It's early in the show. Ralph is always the butt of jokes. Ralph's the weird kid. He's the dumb kid.
This is the weird kind of dumb kid, the son of Wiggum.
Everybody has this kid. He's Chief Wiggum's son. Everybody has this kid.
He doesn't fit in. He's kind of slow.
Yeah, and sometimes you pity these kids. Not me, though. That's why I don't give a shit about this episode.
I fucking love this episode. This
Lisa takes pity on him, gives him a Valentine's Day card. Then the whole episode is Ralph trying to win Lisa's affection, Lisa trying to get stave his affection, and then
without hurting his feelings, but then she's pushed to the point where she does.
And then
they're able to reconcile eventually at the end. Yeah. I mean, this is season 4 where it's like that perfect blend of you still have heart and soul, but then you also have just fucking dynamite jokes. Right. Like it's a high amount of jokes.
I kind of figured this was going to be a difference between our 2 lists. Is I think you like a little bit more of the heart family episodes, and I like more of the just
completely insane stuff.
I want nonstop cocaine line of humor. That's what I want. Yeah.
So we open the episode with a bookend joke. It's the opening and ending. It's Valentine's Day in Springfield. Then we have the DJs at the local radio station, and they play the Monster Mash.
And do my graveyard smash.
Doing the Monster Mash with you on this beautiful Valentine's Day.
Marty, why did you play that song today? There must be thousands of love songs.
Well, it's kind of a love song. All the monsters enjoying each other's company, dancing, holding their evil in check.
You played the wrong record, didn't you?
Why are you doing this to me?
He's like, oh, well, you know, it's the Monster Mash. And he's like trying to justify that he's playing the Monster Mash. And he's like, you played the wrong song, didn't you? It's like, why are you doing this to me?
Yeah. The two DJ guys, they became less important in the later seasons, but I always thought they were funny.
Anyway, we open on Homer forgetting Valentine's Day. He rushes to Apu's and has to buy a chocolate box for $100 from Apu. And that we get a great line there with $100, it's highway robbery. Says, oh, I think you're going to pay it. No, t-t-t. I just love Apu like holding Homer hostage.
Apu is
it's a common recurring thing.
Apu gouging people is like a constant funny thing. Yeah, for sure.
Then again, it's Valentine's Day all throughout Springfield. We cut to Lisa's class and her teacher. What is her teacher's name again?
Mrs. Kerbop.
No, it's not Kerbopple.
It's Miss Hoover.
Miss
Hoover.
So Hoover.
Miss Hoover.
All right, kids, I want everyone to build a little box for your desk where we're going to put the cards into. We get Lisa's iconic line where she says, isn't that just pointless busy work? It's like, yes.
Yes. Well, because Miss Hoover, often Miss Hoover is portrayed as completely checked out. Like, Kerbopple actually tries for the most part. Later on, they kind of just portray her as also checked out. But Miss Hoover usually is just like, Lisa more or less annoys her.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's like, oh, great. I have a know-it-all kid. I just want to phone in my work here.
Yeah. So she's quite cruel to Ralph in this episode. I think Ralph puts his hand up and says he's not allowed to use scissors. And then Mr. Hoover's line is, the children are right to laugh at you, Ralph.
Yes, Ralph.
My parents won't let me use scissors.
The children are right to laugh at you, Ralph. These things couldn't cut butter.
This like,
yeah, again, Hoover's
so heinous. Then we get Skinner's PTSD announcement over the monitors.
Oh my god! So this is
that's one of the best.
This is one of the best cutaways ever. Is Bart hands out gag Valentine's Day candies? They're like bite me and all this shit,
eat me or whatever.
And Smithers goes on the whatever you call it, the PA system in the school. And he's like, kids, Valentine's Day is not a joke. And this is one of the best running gags in the whole series is Skinner's like tragic, horrific, like
Vietnam flashbacks.
Or like just war flashbacks, like his PTSD.
Yeah.
And you get those flashbacks of like him on like a ship, like
a PT boat in the
PT boat, like going down like some random river in the jungle.
Like Apocalypse Now.
Yeah, like Apocalypse Now. Exactly like Apocalypse Now.
Valentine's Day is no joke. Sending your chick a Valentine, huh?
Yep.
Johnny! Johnny!
It's so good.
Johnny!
Cool. I broke his brain.
That's one of my favorite PTSD flashbacks.
That's one of the best ones, yeah.
Then we get obviously fucking Choo Choo Choose Me.
Yep.
That's just like amazing. Apparently that's based on real life. I was reading a bit about the Wikipedia and
that was like a real Valentine's Day the kids
I think
had?
one of the writers just remembered that he had a Valentine. Like I think that might have happened to him as a kid. He got a Choo Choo Choose.
He was the Ralph Wiggum.
Yeah, he might have been the Ralph
He wrote
Wiggum.
from experience.
We get a great Lunch Lady Doris joke. So for the school cafeteria, they've imported a bunch of beef hearts.
Oh, right.
Valentine's Day.
The ground floor.
Where do you want all these beef hearts?
Just pour them on the ground. Ground looks kind of dirty.
Floor doesn't look very clean.
Yeah.
Just do your job, heart boy. Like in like 5 seconds,
they
just like,
summarize her character.
Yeah. Well, just the jokes and this is just firing on all cylinders.
Heart
like,
boy.
Like it's Valentine's Day, so it's
clean.
like, yeah, we got an order for a bunch of beef hearts.
Why would you? Yeah, like why would
beef
hearts? Yeah,
just put them on the floor. Oh, the floor doesn't look very clean. Just do your job, heart boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I love this. We cut back to a TV episode. So this is all leading up to the Krusty anniversary show. That's part of the subplot.
Yep.
So Ralph obviously gets the "You Choo Choo Choose Me." Sorry, I skipped over that. Lisa sees that Ralph doesn't have any Valentine's Day
I already
cards.
said Lisa gives him a card, and then he falls for Lisa. Yeah,
he becomes infatuated with Lisa. So back at home in the Simpsons home, they're watching the Krusty show, and Krusty has the advertisement for his anniversary show, and he's like, "Yeah, we're even going to show some old clips, including the time Sideshow Mel got drunk on set." Do you remember this?
No, I vaguely remember this.
Okay. And it cuts over to drunk Sideshow Mel, and he's like slurring his words, and he's like talking to Krusty. He's like, "Everyone's always kissing your ass. Well, I'm not afraid to tell you, you're a beep." Like, and I think this might be one of the earliest like beep jokes. Like, the show. Like,
it's also just one of the they didn't.
This
use
is
it
1993.
Yeah, they don't use it a lot.
The idea, like, to beep out.
It also
a swear.
sets up the earlier, like it's setting up the Mel and Krusty. There's something going on there. There's a tension. Yeah,
there's something horribly wrong there. Yeah. Everyone's always kissing your ass. Like, what? So we've got that. I honestly think that's a very early bleep joke. Like, I don't know. I can't think of other. Like, I don't know when that started happening, but I wrote that down. So Lisa goes to her father, Homer, and asks him for ways that she can politely reject Ralph. Right. And then we get Homer's list of rejections.
What do you say to a boy to let him know you're not interested? Well, honey,
let me handle this, Marge. I've heard them all. I like you as a friend. I think we should see other people. I know speak English.
I get the idea.
I'm married to the sea. I don't want to kill you, but I will.
Sorry, I'm letting you say most of this. I just don't have a lot to say about this episode.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, there's one scene in particular we all know.
Yeah. Then we have probably one of my favorite moments in the whole episode is Ralph comes around the house because he wants to spend time around Lisa.
Yeah.
And he comes and knocks on the door, and Homer answers the door.
Yeah. And Lisa's like, "Go get rid of him, Dad.
Get rid of him, Dad." And he's like, we have Ralph's line where he says, "I'll do anything for Lisa." Anything?
Yeah.
And then we cut to Ralph retarring
the roof. Which is grueling work.
Grueling, backbreaking labor.
Yeah. And he's like, "Mr. Simpson, the fumes are
the tar fumes are making me dizzy."
Mr. Simpson, the tar fumes are making me dizzy.
Yeah, they'll do that.
Just exploits this
I think
poor
he's in a
kid.
hammock.
Yeah.
I think he's like lying in a hammock. Yeah. The line delivery from Casanella of, "Yeah, they'll do that."
So good.
So good. Fucking pure gold.
They'll do that.
Oh, then we have the tryouts for the school play, which is the George Washington play. So this is, again, another part of the plot. There's a lot going on in this episode.
It ends with the school play. Yeah.
So there's the tryouts. Lisa gets George Washington's wife.
Yep.
And Wiggum.
And in a surprise, Ralph ends up winning that
I think
role.
Wiggum rigs it. Chief Wiggum rigs it for Ralph so that he wins the role of George
Washington.
Washington.
I didn't remember that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because there's another
There's
student
an
in the
actor
class,
boy that's like,
Rex.
"This is an outrage."
Yeah. So I wrote that down. He's like, Hoover's like, "Sit down, Rex." He's like, "This is an outrage. Someone got to you, you deceitful cow."
Yeah. And he's only in that one episode.
I think he's only in that episode. I don't know if I've ever seen him in another episode. Then we obviously get Ralph gets the tickets to the anniversary show.
Yep.
I just have the moment where Bart is so desperate to go to the Krusty anniversary show that he's willing to go with Ralph. And we've got what if he wants to hold hands? I'm prepared to make that sacrifice. What if he wants a kiss? I'm prepared to make that sacrifice.
Yeah.
What if he wants to? You don't want to know how far I'll go.
Yeah. Because Bart's just the ultimate Krusty fan.
Yeah, he's just like desperate to go. Then we've got like Wiggum. It shows how Wiggum bribes his way to get Ralph into the thing. We've got Wiggum driving Lisa and the kids in the car, and he has a flashback to him going into a porno theater.
Yeah, I got
and
that.
It cuts back to him.
He runs into Krusty.
Yeah, he runs into Krusty, and that's how he
got the tickets.
Gets the tickets to the anniversary. And we've got nothing beats a good porno movie. Lisa's like, that story's not suitable for children.
Yeah.
Really? I keep my pants on in this version.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
That's such a dark joke. Yeah,
That's such a heinous joke. I love it. And then we have the Krusty Anniversary Show. I wrote down some of these. Again, I find this episode just be fucking packed with shit that makes me laugh. We've got Robert Frost guest appearance on the Krusty Anniversary Show. Robert Frost is like a famous old American poet.
Yes, yeah, I know it's senior time. I didn't agree to this.
Yeah. It just kills me every time. You're like, here you go, Frost. So you like dump
snow on him.
Then we have like Robert Frost being like, we discussed this, and I said no.
So Krusty just does it anyways.
And then we have Sideshow Raheem, the 60s Black Panther, for a brief period in the late 60s. Instead of Sideshow Mel or Bob, it was Sideshow Raheem. It's like a big, like 7 foot tall
Panther looking guy.
Black guy with like a huge afro.
That's awesome.
I worked with some marvelous second bananas over the years, but none more memorable than Sideshow Raheem. The script says I'm supposed to bonk you with this.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah. It's like, why would he even hire him then? Yeah.
Sorry, I know it's all one-sided.
Right, yeah.
Do you have any notes on this one?
No.
Okay. Then we have the fucking, again, probably the most famous moment of this episode is when Lisa finally rejects Ralph.
This is it. This is the moment that I know the most. Yeah, everybody knows
I
this.
never liked you. I don't like you. And like right on national TV.
She has an outburst because Krusty forces the interaction because he goes, is this your girlfriend, little boy? And Ralph was like, and I'm going to marry her one day.
Yeah.
And then Lisa snaps.
No!
She's like, I never liked you. I only pretended. Get that through your head. Okay? Yeah. And then just play it.
Watch this, Lise. You can actually pinpoint the second when his heart rips in half. And now.
And now. And he's like, he's using like the frame by frame. It's so dark. The sound effect is just so good.
Yeah, there's even a little like whine.
And now.
And then so throughout all this, they're practicing for the George Washington play. Ralph is playing George Washington. And it comes to the night, and it's obviously like Ralph is now just fueling his performance with his own angst and ennui. Yeah. He's just like completely dialed in after having his heart broken. I love the gag of Skinner is having the punch watered down for the event. He's like, water it down some more, Willie. We have Willie being like, my God, man, it's been watered down as far as she'll go. I cannot water it down anymore. Like, just like, to save money.
The idea that school's cutting corners. This is probably the most depth that they ever gave Ralph.
Yeah.
Because after this, he was just the dumb kid in school.
He has a heart. He has a soul. He's a real person.
Right.
He's a real kid with feelings.
Never really did it again. The closest would be My Little Wiggy. I think it's season 8 or 9. That's the episode where Bart is paired with Ralph for the whole episode. And they kind of try to give Ralph a little bit, but he's still like needlessly stupid.
That's what I like this episode. He's a real character.
They try to give him a little more depth. Yeah. He comes across less as he's a social outcast and less of just like unrealistically dumb.
Yeah. They flanderize him where he becomes just like a complete moron. Last things I'll say is they do the play. We have the Mediocre Presidents song, the performance.
Which is hilarious.
Which is amazing. You can maybe put that in if you want a bit.
Such a random cutaway,
Then we get, Bart, do you want to play John Wilkes Booth or do you want to act like a maniac?
Great.
So Bart is playing John Wilkes Booth. Obviously, the performance is amazing. Ralph gets a standing ovation. And then they reconcile after the play and decide that they can be friends. And Willie sees the performance and has the line, I did not cry when my own father was hung for stealing a pig, but I'll cry now. It's a good episode.
It's a good episode. That's a weird pick for me. That was an off of all the picks you've had. That one surprised me the most.
Really?
I did not see that one coming. Yeah.
I love that episode.
And now for my last one.
Okay.
And if this isn't on your, so you have one left?
One left. It's probably not on.
If you don't have this one, that shocks me.
I can almost guarantee I don't. But let's hear
My
it.
number 2, Deep Space Homer.
But now I realize that being a spaceman is something you have to do.
Who's doing what now?
No, I don't have Deep Space Homer.
Wow. So there's a lot we just both didn't have. That's
was surprising.
shocking.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
shocked by this. So
I love Deep. It's a great episode, but it didn't crack the top 10 for me.
So this is season 5, episode 15. This is one of my favorite. This is my second. I love this episode.
This is your second favorite.
This is like you talk about perfect episodes. This is one of them. But this just goes to show how many good episodes there are. The fact that we have ones that aren't overlapped here. So, so the plot of Deep Space Homer, it begins with the Worker of the Week award, which is like just this participation award that it's like a union rule that Mr. Burns has to award.
That's right. Yeah.
Every employee has to eventually win a Worker of the Week award. And everyone at this point has one of these meaningless medals that
Except for Homer.
Except for Homer. So Homer, according to union rules, has to win. But instead, Mr. Burns gives the Worker of the Week award to an inanimate carbon rod.
Inanimate carbon rod. Yeah.
And keep this in mind because it's going to come up again. Homer is, of course, deflated and angry because of this loss. He's self-conscious and feels like no one respects him. The fact that like literally an inanimate object is a better worker than he is. Bart actually writes on the back of his head, like he's basically like confiding in his family that he's all depressed and Marge is trying to cheer him up. Bart writes on the back of his head, insert brain here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just
amazing.
Yeah.
Love it.
Again, just showing that like no one's really respecting Homer at this point. It's a great cutaway where Homer's like, TV, it laughs with me, not at me.
TV respects me. It laughs with me, not at me.
You stupid.
Just such a great cut.
Stupid idiot.
And then Homer changes the channel to a boring space launch. This is a space launch from NASA. And the way they present NASA in this is just so good. It's so perfect. Where like they're just in this intro moment of theirs. NASA's presented as like this dry as fuck, boring, part of American culture, like the science division, basically, right?
It's a very
like,
dry
it's
science
so
division.
dry and like just fact driven, and you got these like two boring commentators that are talking about it's a space launch, like it's the launch of a rocket, like it should be exciting, but it's so serious and like matter of fact. And there's some great lines from those two where they're just like, these are a colorful bunch, these astronauts. They're being called the Three Musketeers.
Now let's look at the crew a little.
They're a colorful bunch. They've been dubbed the Three Musketeers.
And we laugh legitimately. There's a mathematician, a different kind of mathematician, and a statistician.
And speaking of the brilliance of the show, the three headshots they show of the astronauts all look identical. They're just like all like clean cut, buzz cut, like stone faced looking people. The Three Musketeers. Homer immediately is just like, oh God, no. And he tries to change the channel and the batteries fall out of the remote. And then Bart's like, he walks into the room. He's like, not another boring space launch. And he dives for the television plug and just unplugs it. And Homer and Bart are just like, oh, thank God. Then it cuts to NASA, who are a major character in the episode. NASA are concerned because their TV ratings, are the lowest of all time. And in an act of desperation, they're like, well, what is it that Americans like watching? Like, what are people watching? And they put on popular TV. And there's a great little montage of like them flipping through the channels. And we get like a parody of Home Improvement. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that.
Yeah, there's like Home Improvement, and then it's the Married with Children.
I do remember that.
Cuts to Married with Children. Yeah. And NASA's just like, they're all just a bunch of bumbling idiots. Like, this is what people like watching? Then Homer, who is now at the bar, he calls NASA and like calls to complain at them. And they're like, how did you get this number? And he's like, shut up. I don't want to watch another one of your boring space launches, okay? And he's like basically giving them a hard time. And then he sounds exactly what they're looking for, like the bumbling idiots on TV. So they're like, we found our guy. He's going to lead a new space program. NASA then travels to Moe's Tavern to enlist Homer, who, when approached, panics, thinking he's in trouble, and he points to Barney, being like, oh no, I didn't make the prank call. It was him. So then they go over to Barney, and this is one of my favorite lines. It's such a smartly written line.
Sir, how would you like to get higher than you've ever been in your life? Be an astronaut? Sure.
Be an astronaut? Sure.
Yeah, how he would know?
That's so clever. That's such a clever answer. Like, how would you like to get higher than you've ever been in your life? Be an astronaut?
Sure.
They then sell the program to Barney and say that it will win the respect of his friends and peers. Hearing this, Homer panics, thinking that he's going to miss his opportunity, and then volunteers to also be a part of the program. NASA reveals their new batch of astronauts, the average American. They reveal it to the press in one of the best press. It's such a fucking hilarious moment, the press conference, where the press are just like, this has to be a fucking joke.
Question for the barbecue chef. Don't you think there is an inherent danger in sending underqualified civilians into space?
I'll field this one. The only danger is if they send us to that terrible planet of the apes. Wait a minute. Statue of Liberty. That was our planet!
Yeah.
So good. Barney, but then it gets revealed that they only have one slot available on the shuttle.
Becomes a competition between Barney and
So it becomes a competition between Homer and Barney to see who's going to be part of the mission, because they're having actual astronauts bring up one of them, like an average American. Basically to show Americans that even space travel is available to the common man.
Is achievable to a normal person.
To be honest, this isn't that inconceivable. Like, they've tried shit like this. So, like, in case this seems far-fetched, it really ain't. It's a very relatable plot of science has to do almost gimmick stunt shit to keep the general person interested.
And
otherwise,
to keep the
they
lights
don't.
On,
yeah,
too.
exactly. Because otherwise, they don't get any fucking funding. So the episode is very, very intelligently written. Barney ends up losing the competition due to his alcoholism.
Yep.
Homer wins by default and goes into space. It's a basic plot. I love this episode so much. There's so much to talk about here. The satirical take on NASA is just so fucking good. The fact that, like, yes, they are a real, like, they kind of, they make them seem goofy, but also like what they actually would be like. Like, I like the fact that they're concerned with, the first time we see them, they're concerned with like TV ratings.
Yeah.
Because it's true. Because if the general public isn't interested in space travel, they're not going to get funding from the government.
That could affect their funding.
So
down the line.
it's actually a very plausible
need to have
scenario.
Positive PR for what they're doing, and they need the public to be aware of like what they're working on, that kind of thing. I can understand that. Yeah.
The jokes per minute rate in this is off the fucking charts. It has probably one of the highest rates in the entire series. It's just non-fucking stop. And they're all banger jokes. While they're like in the training, because Homer's getting competitive, and Homer's like, well, here I am, right on time. I don't see Barney. Let's crash the rocket into the White House and kill the president, Gumball. Such like a petty...
That's a petty, like, punching down on Barney.
And like several times Homer's like trying to sabotage Barney. So like early on, he says to one of the people running the program, and he's like, he's got a real drinking problem. Meet me later and I'll tell you all about it. Like, his own friend. Again, voice acting's perfect. I love
cameos.
Oh, we'll get to it. Get to it.
Yeah.
I love the guy who's running the program. He's like he's like the serious NASA guy, right? And he gets, after the program they've gone through their training camp, they decide to pick Barney. So Barney is the winner, and the guy says, in a way, you're both winners, But in a more accurate way, Barney is the winner.
You've both worked very hard, and in a way, you're both winners. But in another more accurate way, Barney is the winner.
So he's like trying to like lessen the blow.
Yeah.
And Homer, of course, shakes his hand. He's like, congratulations. It's very gracious of you, Homer. And then they celebrate with
alcohol.
Non-alcoholic champagne. Yeah. Barney drinks he does 2 sips, and we get the fantastic "It begins." It
begins.
Just he's instantly triggered, and he just grabs the whole bottle, starts chugging it, and then there's that amazing scene where he grabs the jetpack.
Yeah, the jetpack. Yeah.
Oh, so fucking good.
It begins.
The cameos in this, it's actually Buzz Aldrin.
Buzz Aldrin.
And James Taylor has one of the funniest
that's right. Yeah.
fucking cameos. Yeah. So folk singer James, soft rock singer James Taylor. There's this great moment where there's a disaster on the actual the ship. So they actually go into space, right? And in the craft, Homer accidentally, let's see if I have the joke here. Hold on a sec.
Smashes the they bring up an ant farm to see how it would
yes, okay. So
behave in space.
Yeah, so Homer, there's a disaster on the ship, and Homer ends up creating chaos by he smuggles aboard a bag of chips, and he opens a bag of chips, and of course it's weightless, so the chips just go everywhere.
They'll damage the controls.
Yeah, and then of course the real astronauts. There's 2 real astronauts. One of them's Buzz Aldrin, the other one's some other guy, and then it's Homer. And they're immediately freaking out, being like, "No, Homer, you fool!" And Buzz Aldrin, "Careful, they're ruffled." As if that would make such a difference. The chips,
careful, they're ruffled.
They'll clog the instruments.
Yeah,
careful, they're ruffled. So
the line delivery is just fucking
so
amazing.
Good.
Yeah.
And then while all this chaos is going on, and the
singing
ship's
Fire and Rain over
so the ship's going into chaos mode, and NASA contacts them. They're like, "Gentlemen, we have a very special treat for you. We've managed to get Mr. James Taylor, who's going to sing a song for you." And Buzz Aldrin's response, immediately, because it's a serious situation.
Yeah, life or death.
Yeah, and so Buzz Aldrin's like, "With all due respect, Mr. Taylor, this isn't the best time for your unique brand of bittersweet folk rock.
With all due respect, Mr. Taylor, this isn't the best time for your unique brand of bittersweet folk rock. We have a potentially critical situation here. I'm sure you'll understand."
Listen, Aldrin, I'm not as laid back as people think. Now here's the deal. I'm going to play, and you're going to float there and like it.
But I love, again, this is how you use celebrity cameos.
Yes.
Make them random and funny, and make them work to the material. That's when it works. And so, for no reason, James Taylor is a hard ass for absolutely no reason. And his response is, "Listen, Aldrin, I'm not as laid back as people think. Now, here's the deal. I'm going to play, and you're going to float there and like it." Do you remember this?
Yeah.
For
it's a hard ass. Yeah. Listen here, Aldrin.
I'm not as laid back as people think I am. For absolutely no reason. This episode has... this is part of the reason I can't believe you don't have this. Has what I think is the funniest Kent Brockman.
Oh yeah, that's my favorite.
Legendary.
Moment. Yeah.
Legendary. Kent
I,
Brockman
for one,
moment.
welcome our
Yes. So while the chaos is happening on the ship, it cuts to the family, the Simpsons family are watching the TV along with presumably everybody else. And Kent Brockman is giving an update on from NASA from footage on the ship. And Brockman's like, "We now go live to some actual footage aboard the ship where we will see what's happening with the mission." And at this point, Homer, his head hits an ant farm on the ship. So ants are just scattered all over, floating around, weightless. And in front of as they're watching, in front of the camera, a giant ant just comes right across, but it looks like a gigantic ant because it's right in front of the fucking camera. And then at that exact moment, they lose the transmission. So that's all they got to see was presumably a giant ant on the craft, like giant ants floating around. That was it. They have no idea what's going on.
Brockman instantly.
Instantly. I'm not even going to bother quoting it. Let's play it.
Yeah.
We've just lost the picture, but what we've seen speaks for itself. The Corvair spacecraft has apparently been taken over, conquered, if you will, by a master race of giant space ants. It's difficult to tell from this vantage point whether they will consume the captive Earthmen or merely enslave them. One thing is for certain, there is no stopping them. The ants will soon be here. And I, for one, welcome our new insect overlords. I'd like to remind them that as a trusted TV personality, I can be helpful in rounding up others to toil in their underground sugar caves.
I also love in that part, for whatever reason, the news station has a graphic prepared of like,
oh yeah, we'll toil in the sugar mines.
In your sugar mines. And it's like they immediately have a fucking graphic prepared of it's like a giant ant whipping a human. Like, why would they have that graphic? Oh, that's so
that's probably the best Kent Brockman.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. I quote that all the time. And I, for one, welcome our new just blank
overlords.
Yeah. Just the fact that he immediately resigns himself to, all right, I'm switching teams. Like, he just sells out the human race.
The entire human race.
In 60 seconds, he concludes, well, there's obviously giant mutant ants coming to Earth. They're going to conquer us. There's no stopping. Like, it's like, there's obviously no stopping them. Like, you watch a man in like 20 seconds just switch sides against humanity.
I'd like to remind them that as a broadcaster,
as a respected member of the media, I can be useful in rounding up others. Yeah, it's brilliant, brilliant.
I also love the is it Aldrin introduction? That's the line we quote this one all the time.
Oh yeah, second comes right after first. Such a lame. Good for him for agreeing to say that.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah.
That's a deep cut.
Gentlemen, Buzz Aldrin, the second man to walk on the moon.
Gentlemen, I'd like you to meet the two experienced astronauts who will accompany the winner into space. Ray Spanion and Buzz Aldrin, the second man on the moon.
Second comes right after first.
It's just left to hang there for
and
a
then
second,
it's awkward
too.
for everybody, but it's like kind of sad. It's like sad. There's some truth to that, and that he's never going to get the full glory of being the first man on the moon. I mean, let's be honest. They didn't actually go on the moon. I mean, Stanley Kubrick filmed all that shit.
But no, good
if you
on
actually
him.
believe in any of that crap.
Jesus Christ. But kudos to him for delivering that line. That's
for
amazing.
agreeing to that. Yeah. For like making fun of himself. Perfect ending. Perfect callbacks. So earlier in the episode, they set this up. At the beginning, when they're talking about the space launch, they say, and the results of this this voyage could have millions of applications, from everything from watch making to watch repair. Right? So they set that up. It sounds so boring. You're just kind of like, whatever. Later on, when Homer's head, when he crashes into the ant farm and they go everywhere, Aldrin says, "You fool! Now we may never know if ants can be trained to sort tiny screws in space." Which I interpret as that was to do with the watch repair.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought that was a callback.
I think so.
I think that's what they were hinting at, you know? It's just tiny screws. It seems very specific. Sorry, it's too funny. So after chaos is broken out on the ship, and what ends up happening is like, Homer, how does it work? Oh, okay, I remember this now. Okay, so they get the idea. They get the idea to like vacuum out the chips and the ants out of the shuttle. Right?
Yeah, just shoot it out into space.
Yeah, so they do that. Homer, of course, forgets to buckle himself out when they do this. So then he gets sucked out into space, grabs the handle to the door, but like bends it. And then so now they can't close the door properly. It won't stay latched. So they have no way through re-entry. The shuttle won't be perfectly sealed.
and they'll burn up.
They'll burn up. And I love the other guy's like, that's it. If I go to hell, I'm taking you with me. He finally just like had enough. He just snapped, and he's like, all right, that's it. I'm taking you out. And then
we get a call back.
Homer grabs
the inanimate carbon
rod. And he's like, I'll bash that pretty face of yours. And then he accidentally gets wedged in the door and perfectly holds it. And I love that, like, Aldrin's like, Homer, if that rod holds, we just might make it. And Homer is like,
stupid bar.
Wait, Homer. If that bar holds, we just might make it back to Earth.
I'll bash you good.
I'll bash you good. Like, it just doesn't even doesn't register. He tries to grab the rod anyway.
Again, yeah.
The men crash land back into Earth. They land. They crash into the side of a building of. It's like the National Press Conference or something. It's like where all the press are, and they come out of the shuttle. And everyone's just like, oh my God, how did you do it? And Buzz Aldrin's like, he tries to give Homer his flowers, which I think is so funny.
Yeah.
Where he's like, well, Homer Simpson's here. Homer Simpson here is the real hero. He jammed this inanimate rod into the door, wedging it closed. And they're all like, what is that? Is that a rod? Is that an inanimate rod?
Inanimate rod?
And then the rod becomes famous, and then, like, you see, like, it cuts to fucking Time magazine, and it says
cover.
"In Rod We Trust."
In Rod We Trust. That's
brilliant,
yeah.
Brilliant.
Which that itself became a huge meme. Just In Rod We
brilliant.
Trust. Yeah.
And then there's like they're doing a whole parade for the rod. There's like a giant presidential parade, and like the rod is just sitting in the back of like a car. It's just a rod. It's nothing. Homer's he wasn't even invited. And then he turns off the TV, and Bart's like, "Aw, they were just about to show close-ups of the rod." And then for you, your heartfelt moment. Do you remember how the heartfelt moment of this episode ends?
I don't recall off the top of my head. You'll have to refresh me.
Another perfect callback. Earlier in the episode, Bart writes on the back of Homer's head, insert brain here.
Yep.
Marge says to Bart, Bart, don't you have any nice things to say about your dad?
Oh, that's right.
And he says, nah, he knows how I think he knows how I feel. And he writes hero on the back of his head.
There it is.
Beautiful. Love this episode. It's perfect.
Yeah.
It's a perfect
very good
fucking
episode.
Yeah. That's it. Fuck your episode. I love Lisa. My episode. That's the real shit.
I don't know. Homer going to space. Isn't that a little ridiculous?
No, I honestly thought that was one you were going to have, was Deep Space Homer.
I initially had it actually in mine, and then I just, it slowly got like moved around.
Yeah,
it got moved around.
Me.
Honestly, it was in there for a while.
The two that I'm shocked you don't have are Bart Gets Famous and Deep Space Homer.
When I first made my list, I had Deep Space Homer. I don't think I had Bart Gets Famous, but it would make like the top 15.
Interesting.
Yeah. Things move around.
And we're back. It is now the next day. My voice is a lot hoarser than it was yesterday. I've done all of mine. I think we're on your last one.
Yeah, I think this is my last pick.
So
this would be
I just did. Was it Deep Space Homer? I think I just did.
Yes. Yeah.
And you didn't have that on your list.
I did not have Deep Space Homer.
Shocking.
Yeah.
So this is your number 2.
This is my number 2, my final pick.
Here we go. Let's hear it. What is your number 2? Your
from season 2.
This fucking guy.
Episode 2, Simpson and Delilah.
For your free brochure, send $5 to Demoxenil, 485 Hair Plaza, Hair City, Utah.
Hair. Just like everybody else.
This is the Carl episode. No? I love this episode. This episode's awesome.
Yeah, I kind of thought this was going to be a thing that I think you like early Simpsons way more than I do. I like I like mid-range Simpsons like that. I prefer like seasons I would say 4 to 7, whereas I think you are more like 2 to 5.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think that's more where we differ. But the Carl, I know this episode.
This is a masterpiece episode.
It's a fun episode. Yeah. Again, I don't really like the earlier episodes. I find it's not that I don't like them. I just when you hold them up against season 5 and 6 and the zaniness of the mid, the season 5s and the season 4s, I don't really like the sappier episodes that are a little more dramatic. I think you like those dramatic episodes more, which is going to be really fascinating when we go into our top 10 least favorite episodes.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah, our 10
curious.
least favorite. I don't know what you're going to come up with. So
yeah,
by all means, go ahead, take it away, Simpson and Delilah.
I'll finish this off here. Yep. So Simpson and Delilah. This is the episode where Homer loses his hair. So Homer uses the Springfield Power Plant's medical insurance plan to pay for a hair restoring drug, which is called Demoxenil. The odds are Demoxenil can help me grow as much or as little hair as I want to. Hey, today I'm going to do it. And then it's like Demoxenil.
Yeah, it's like the stereotypical
like, classic,
medical
like,
ad of like, yeah.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
So the drug is worth $1,000, although the plant doesn't actually cover Demoxenil. He obviously scams the medical insurance plan. After applying the drug, he wakes up the next day with a full head of hair, which is like, that's not how that would work, but whatever. Mr. Burns scans his security monitors to find someone to promote to the token position of junior executive. Mistaking Homer for a young, unspoiled go-getter, Mr. Burns promotes him. Homer has...
This also like ties into the thing that you like, that Mr. Burns never knows who Homer Simpson is.
I love this. Yeah, this ties into like...
He's like, ooh, who's that young go-getter?
Who's that young go-getter?
Yeah, right. Just because he's got a full head of hair.
Yeah,
so,
all of a sudden he just wakes up the next day and has hair. And
full head.
I love that, Mr. Burns is like, ooh, who's that?
Yeah,
like, I think I have the quote written down where it's like, who's that young go-getter?
Who is that young go-getter?
Well, it sort of looks like Homer Simpson, only more dynamic and resourceful. Simpson, eh?
yeah, resourceful. Yeah.
I love that shit.
I'll let you continue on the plot.
No,
there's a lot of good things in this episode for sure.
Yeah,
but go ahead, continue on the plot there. So Homer scams the company insurance to get hair growth
formula.
Yeah.
And it's an immediate success, and it actually immediately like helps him get promoted.
This is your number 2.
I love this episode.
So you really like this episode. Wow.
It's a classic. Homer has trouble finding a secretary who is not a seductive young woman. So he eventually hires Carl, I love the hiring sequence.
Carl is one of the Carl's one of the best guest one-off characters. Who is it? Harvey Firestone?
Harvey Firestein. Yeah.
I
think it's Firestein.
Yeah, Firestein does the voice.
Just amazing. I think he is probably one of my favorite, one-off, random, he's only in this episode.
Mr. Simpson.
Yeah.
My mother never told me.
Yes.
Told me to never kiss a man. Yeah.
My mother told me never to kiss a fool.
Yeah.
Carl.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. And then, we can get into all that, but
Sorry, I'm skipping ahead.
Yeah, we're skipping ahead, but obviously.
Keep going. So he hires Carl instead of a bunch of these, seductive.
We've got attention, Mr. Simpson. You've been promoted. You're now junior executive. Take 3 minutes to say goodbye to your former friends.
Yeah, friends,
former friends. We get Harvey Firestein. I want to point out this too. This is interesting. Harvey Firestein is an openly gay man and actor, and this is 1990.
Yes.
This is a big deal.
This is in the no gays era.
Yeah.
You don't.
The fact that this was treated with such humanity and respect to have it doesn't out and out say that he's gay, but even in the episode, Carl is shown living in this luxurious house for one shot, and you can hear another man talking to him from the other room, and it's played by Firestein. He's an openly gay actor, so it's the show is treating it with just complete respect, whereas it's
not openly said, but it's kind of said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interestingly, Smithers doesn't act gay in this episode.
Yeah,
this is way before Smithers. They made him a gay character.
Yeah,
way before.
I don't know when they started to do that.
I don't know,
but
they start because at first he was just a lackey.
Yeah, in this episode, he's very much just angry that Homer is taking his place,
Right.
and he's just
like
a bitter,
yeah,
lackey
like,
that is
right,
like,
yeah.
yeah. So, I would love to play the clip of when Carl gets hired by Homer because he has this amazing monologue. So we'll just play a little clip of
Cut
that.
to that right now, or maybe I didn't. Just
or
to
maybe
fuck
you
with
didn't. Just to fuck with me.
Just so it's us sitting there going.
You don't belong here.
Huh?
You don't belong here. You're a fraud and a phony, and it's only a matter of time until they find you out.
Who told you?
You did. You told me with the way you slump your shoulders, the way you talk into your chest, the way you smother yourself in bargain basement lime green polyester. I want you to say to yourself, I deserve this. I love it. I am nature's greatest miracle. Go ahead, say it.
I don't...
Trust me, Homer. Take a step and say it.
I deserve this.
Louder.
I deserve this.
Shout it.
I am nature's greatest miracle!
So Homer's career is on the up and up with Carl. And I also want to point out, this is like often a cliche in media and in like pop culture, is the cliche of like the magical like black person or the magical minority or the magical gay person who like comes down from heaven like an angel and is just there to be like a Mary Poppins that directly improves some like character's life and then just disappears kind of thing.
Right.
I think they're playing with that trope, but like it is a trope, but I just think it's done so well and with like so much reverence and humanity towards the character and Firestein that it works for me. I know some people can criticize those things from time to time. You know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
But I don't know. I fucking love this episode. It's like you said, it's an episode with like heart and soul from the earlier Simpsons.
The early Simpsons is very, I said the word sappy, but it's very...
A lot of people say that, sappy.
It's very dramatic.
It's melodramatic. Yeah,
early Simpsons is very... The thing I like about this episode, probably the most... Like, obviously, I love Carl, and we can get more into that. But the thing I think I like about this episode the most is the relatability and the tragedy of good looks equaling success.
Yes, and I want to point that out.
And that's a very, like, this is, like, we don't want to admit this, but beautiful people have it easier in life.
Yeah.
You do, and don't act like you don't. And if you are watching this, you are more beautiful than the mongoloids on the screen right now.
Most certainly.
Yeah, so you're already way ahead of us. You're all junior executives and VPs and all that shit. No, but it really...
I have so many little things to talk about this episode. Thank you for bringing that up, because...
That's a real thing.
That's a real thing, but also that's an element to Homer's character, which, like, this makes Homer feel like a real person. Because, like... Oftentimes, like, Homer in the later seasons is just zany and wacky and just like a buffoon, and he does crazy stunts. But this is like a middle-aged man dealing with his hair falling out and being like, oh no, like, this part of my identity, and like, am I gonna have respect? Is my wife gonna love me? Like, that kind of stuff. Like, early Simpsons was tackling those things in interesting and funny and heartwarming ways. Like,
and you actually see it play out in the episode.
Yeah.
So when he gets hair, everyone starts treating him differently.
Yes.
Patty and Selma, who notoriously don't like him.
Yeah.
Suddenly, when Homer walks in, their jaws hit the floor because Homer looks so much more attractive. They are actually attracted to him, so now they're being very polite with him.
Yeah.
Which is like, that's an interesting dynamic. It's a sad reality of beautiful people. Like, the better looking you are, the easier you're going to have it in life. It's just, that's a sad reality, and you see it play out in the episode that Homer. The other thing is when you look more attractive, or sorry, I guess the way to put this is when you feel more attractive, you are more attractive. So Homer's confidence level goes through the roof when he gets hair. He starts acting more confident about himself.
Yeah.
Like, it changes, your personality even changes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll keep going through little tidbits I like, but yeah, bottom line, a classic, beautiful episode focused on Homer's humanity and vulnerability with like a progressive, like gay character that is like one of the best one-off characters. Yeah. So Carl, as Homer's secretary, just like dramatically improves his life too. I love that he just comes in and is like, there's the whole montage of him getting him new clothes.
Yes.
That's great too.
Gets him like a new suit.
Gets him a new suit. Homer forgets Marge's anniversary, which that is the Carl hires the Joe Cocker singer. You are so beautiful.
You are so beautiful to me.
We should just cut to
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
To me. Yeah, that's great. So Homer receives the key to the executive washroom. That's a great gag.
That's a funny, where he's like, "Don't you sit on that awful, disgusting toilet one second longer."
Yeah.
Just a minute.
You've been given
the key.
The key.
Yeah.
Every fucking goddamn line that Harvey Fierstein delivers is just
incredible,
fucking perfect.
I love the idea that like there's an entire wing of
power plant
that doesn't
that
even
visual gag of it's like, oh well, he's got the executive washroom, but no, it's like a gigantic
wing
wing of
where
the
it's got
power
like
plant.
black. It's like black and white, like tiled floor.
There's
and
like exotic birds,
servants.
I think there's like tropical birds and like a water fountain. There's like a butler.
It's basically a completely different, and it's a wing of the power plant you never see again. One of the funny gags with the power plant is it's so large, and Mr. Burns is such an eccentric millionaire that at any time they can go, "Oh yeah, this room existed."
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And they do that in many episodes where it's like, "Oh, he has this room now." All of a sudden, the room with the 200-inch television or something. You know, they can always. There's always another room.
But this is an early version of that gag. It's just like, oh, by the way, this is gigantic wing of the power plant. That's always funny. So Smithers obviously is angry and resentful that like Homer's rising in status at the company. Mr. Burns is like starting to see him as like reliable, and it's like, oh, he could end up replacing me. So Smithers checks into the company's files and realizes that Homer is frauding the company for the medical hair treatment. But instead of Homer getting fired, Carl steps in and is like, I did it. And Carl takes the blame for the whole thing. Falls on his sword. And then we lead to the climax of the episode, which is Homer has to give the big speech for the committee.
And this is this is where they really nail the theme of the episode. And
that's exactly loops
very
back to what
sad.
you talked about.
It's very sad because Homer gets hair. He's looking more attractive. He's feeling more confident. Everybody around him treats him better. He's suddenly more successful at everything. His hair falls out due to Bart accidentally losing the whatever the formula was.
The Demoxenil.
Yeah, because he knocks it over the bottle and then it dumps out, right?
Yeah.
And then Homer.
There's that sad scene where he's like trying to rub his head into the carpet.
The carpet. So then now Homer's bald and has to give the speech, and he gives this speech to the other executives, and it's all good information. It's all like really valid stuff. But they don't take him seriously just because he's bald. Just because he looks different, they just don't listen to him at all.
Yeah.
Which is like...
No one takes him seriously.
It's really sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So after everyone walks out on his speech, actually.
Yeah.
Mr. Burns gives him his old job back, sympathizing with him for having male pattern baldness, just like Burns does.
So that's a very good tender.
There's actually a connection kind of there.
That's a really good tender moment between Mr. Burns and Homer is Mr. Burns shows him photos of him as when he's older or when he was younger. And then you see slowly his hair's falling out.
Yeah.
And he says, I too know the sting of male pattern baldness.
Yeah. So he returns
Beautiful
home
moment.
And at night Marge says that his dead-end job as a safety inspector is always provided for the family. And as Homer's worried about the baldness, it ends with Marge singing him the You Are So Beautiful song, and then we go to credits.
Very tender moment.
It's like, yeah, but I also want to talk about the iconic moment of Carl just like being like the pump up before the speech, or the my mother told me never to kiss a fool.
You did it all. It was never the hair. You did it because you believed you could, and you still can.
No, I can't. I'm just a big fool.
Oh, no, you're not.
How do you know?
Because my mother taught me never to kiss a fool.
Carl.
Now go get him, tiger.
Like every fucking line delivery from Carl is just gold. I love it. So it's got heart, it's got soul, it's got solid jokes per minute, it's got solid visual gags. It's a classic early season 2 episode. I fucking love this episode.
It's a really good season 2 episode. 100%. Yeah, 100%.
I think it's my favorite, easily my favorite season 2 episode. And
I mean, you got it number fucking 2 of all time.
And I love that, like,
this man's out of his mind, folks. He's crazy.
Anyway, I
write in the comments. Like, let's
this guy
burn this man at the stake.
You didn't have what? Cape Fear. You didn't have fucking Deep Space Homer. You didn't have Homer's enemy.
You didn't have Bart.
This is just
Gets famous. So that's it. We're wrapped up. Before we actually have another little bonus thing we're going to talk about. Before we get to that, let's go through each. Let's each go through our lists now.
Sure.
If you have yours ready, go ahead. Start from number 10 to number 1. Your top 10 favorite Simpsons episodes of all fucking time. Kevin Lackner, go for it.
All right. Number 10, Itchy and Scratchy Land. Number 9, Homer Goes to College. Number 8, Cape Fear. Number 7, You Only Move Twice. Number 6, Bart Gets an F. Number 5, Homer's Enemy. Number 4, Last Exit to Springfield. Number 3, I Love Lisa. Number 2, Simpson and Delilah. Number 1, Homer at the Bat.
Nice. And mine, my number 10, Krusty Gets Canceled. My number 9, Boy-Scouts in the Hood. My number 8, The City of New York versus Homer Simpson. My number 7, Lisa on Ice. My number 6, Two Bad Neighbors. My number 5, I think it's Homer at the Bat. Homer at the Bat. My number 4, Itchy and Scratchy Land. My number 3, Bart Gets Famous. My number 2 is Deep Space Homer. And my number 1 of all time, my favorite Simpsons episode, is Homer Goes to College. Love it.
Nice.
Yes. We got there. This took us more than an entire day to film.
Yeah, entire day.
Because we are filming now the next morning. It is the following morning we're wrapping this up because we had our other friends come over and interrupt the podcast. So we had to pause and then continue. There was a question, though, that I asked you. Before we get to that, a few things I want to note.
Sure.
Some notable absences from my list. I don't have a Sideshow Bob episode, which we talked.
Yeah.
We talked about this because you have Cape Fear.
If you're gonna have one, I think it's Cape Fear. There is also the Selma marriage murder plot episode. I think that one's really strong.
Or maybe another one that I like.
Or maybe another one.
There's one that I really like with Sideshow Bob. When we do this again, we do another 10 Top Simpsons episodes. You'll get my other one because it just didn't make this cut.
I had a few that were even many of yours were on my list at one point.
Homer's Enemy, of course, I didn't have. We talked about this. My reason behind that, it just doesn't feel like a real episode to me, but it also feels a bit of like it's too easy. It's almost too easy, and I was trying. It's like, I don't know. It's one of those ones that I think it's been overanalyzed to death too. So it's not one that I always like rewatching. It's like I know every frame of that episode at this point. So it's just not one of my most enjoyable ones, and it almost feels. It doesn't even feel like a real Simpsons episode. It just feels like a meta episode unto itself. But that's my rationale. Neither one of us, however, had a Treehouse of Horror episode.
Yeah, I mean.
That was it. I didn't know. I almost had one. Treehouse of Horror 5, I think, is the one. Whatever the Shining one was.
Yeah.
The Shining one that's my favorite one.
That's not intentional on my part. I didn't try to go to my way to be like, I'm not going to pick a Treehouse of Horror.
No, me neither. At one
I just
point,
naturally, I just didn't gravitate towards them. I rewatched them. I if I was to pick one, it would be the Shining one. I think that's
probably the
one.
best. Yeah.
But in a way, it's similar to what you said about Homer's Enemy. It's like those are like, I don't consider those to be like what I'm looking for in just like a classic perfect Simpsons episode. They're their own thing. It like we talked about even doing an episode of just Treehouse of Horror,
and I immediately shut that shit down because I was like, well, I like maybe 4 of them. Like I'm a horror guy. Don't get me wrong, I love the idea of them. They're fun. They're great. But the golden era to me is season like 3 to 10. So you only got 7 or 8. You got 8 seasons to work with. So that's 8 episodes. Of those, I really like 4 of them. So I'm like, I can't do a top 10. I couldn't even do a top 5 would be pointless.
I think I'm in the same boat.
I just don't have enough to talk about the Treehouse of Horrors. Like, I'm not going to watch the later ones. They're unfucking bearable.
Yeah. And I always consider them like a separate thing. Like in my mind, it's like, well, there's my favorite episodes, and then there's my favorite Treehouse of Horror episodes.
See, I count them. Yeah, because
I kind of just mentally divided them. I was
know,
like, well, there's the Treehouse episodes, and then there's the regular episodes. So I didn't.
I would still count them valid though if you had them in your top 10.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I think if we do this again, one of them might pop up in mine. But now I got to make it not Treehouse of Horror 5 because it's too obvious because we both already said it. But moving on to our final question, which I think I actually forgot to ask. Like, we talked about this, but I don't think I mentioned it actually in the podcast. So whatever it was, 6.5 hours ago, 7 hours ago, I don't know how long we've been filming now at this point. What is your favorite side character of all time in The Simpsons? And I'm going to allow you to pick more than one.
Okay, yeah.
We talked about this. So this isn't a mystery, folks. We had already discussed this. Like, we knew we were going to give the answer. I don't know what your answer is. You don't know
I don't know what your answer
is. So I have 2.
I have
2 that are unequivocally my favorite side characters of all time. And when we say side character, we mean not the family, not the main core family.
Not the core family members.
I would count Grandpa Simpson as a side character. He's not in every single episode. He's not in the actual Simpsons household. So any character other than Homer, Marge, Maggie, Lisa, and Bart.
Yeah.
What do you got, Kevin?
I think so I can't narrow it down to just one, but I'll explain my answer. So I think ultimately my favorite is probably Skinner, like Seymour Skinner.
Wow, that's an interesting pick.
It's either that or Burns.
I mean, you mean the real Seymour Skinner, not
Amon Tarzarian,
not Tamar. Yeah, Tarzarian, blah bullshit. Not fucking Martin Sheen.
Yeah, Martin Sheen. That's my favorite character.
No, Skinner is a good pick.
I think Skinner,
but real Skinner.
Yeah,
real
Skinner. Classic Skinner. I think most episodes he's in, he improves them, even if he's just in the background.
He also has a few
B-plot.
really soulful episodes that are really good. I like him and Bart bonding in separate vocations.
Yeah,
that's a great episode.
He actually has great episodes like that.
The one where Selma's Choice is a great early season episode where he falls for does he fall for Patty? Is it Selma's Choice? It's the one where he falls for Patty.
Yeah,
where he asks Patty to marry him.
Yeah, but he's also got the great Krabappel episodes.
Yeah. Him and Krabappel, I think, are that's actually one of the canon things they kept was them as a couple.
The episodes with him with his mother, and then the episodes where he's just feuding with Bart. He's got a lot of dimensions. There's a lot they can do with that character, whether it's like the romantic angle, just the straight man like loser principal, or just like Bart's enemy kind of thing. And generally, I feel like he improves an episode if he's in it, or if it's a Skinner-focused episode. I'm always like, yes. Or even if he's just a cutaway. Even if he's not the main focus of the episode, you can always use him for like a Vietnam flashback.
Skinner's PTSD flashbacks are some of the funniest one-off cutaways in the we did the Valentine's Day
one. But anytime Lisa goes to his office and he's sitting at his desk, and then he just like turns and looks out the window.
There's the Psycho one.
Back in Nam.
The Psycho one is fucking amazing. Where he's like,
Mother.
There's Mother now.
Listen to your mother, Lisa. I owe everything I have to my mother's watchful eye and swift hand. Oh, there's Mother now. Watching me. What's that, Mother? Well, they have a right to be here. It's school business. Mother, that sailor suit doesn't fit anymore.
I think we should go.
Uh-huh.
It's like Marge and Lisa are sitting in the office.
Yeah.
And he's like looking up, and it's got, for whatever reason, the Psycho Hill, which apparently is his home now, is now like on a hill overlooking the school.
So I think he's like a really dynamic character because there's many ways they can use him.
That's a great choice.
They can use him as a gag like that, where it's like, Mother. The Psych reference, or they can just be like, have an innocuous conversation that he suddenly turns into like about Vietnam.
Yeah.
Where he's like, I was in a Vietnam detention camp and I was subsisting off of a diet of shrimp, rice, vegetables, coconut.
Yeah, Skinner's a good choice.
Yeah.
Talk about Mr. Burns. That's an interesting choice.
That would be my backup. Again, Mr. Burns just often has...
So neither of yours are mine, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is, I would have told you. Yeah. I'm actually... So one of mine, I'm shocked you didn't take.
Wow. Mr. Burns is one of the strongest side characters of all time. I mean, he's the main character in the Who Shot Mr. Burns.
So my problem with Burns is I think he's too one-dimensional.
You think he's too one-dimensional?
He has like no depth. He's just there to be an evil millionaire cheapskate. Like
I guess
they use him for plot points, but like the beautiful moment in Simpson and Delilah. Is that what that episode's called?
Yes.
Yeah. There are very few and far between.
It's a very small...
You don't get a lot of beautiful Burns moments. Usually he's just evil. And like, what is the other episode you referenced? It's like, don't worry, boy. No one's that evil in real life. It's
yeah.
like,
He becomes like,
he's always just kind of cartoonishly evil. I don't think he has enough depth. And spoiler into my worst Simpsons episodes, the episodes with Burns where he's the central character are some of the worst.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing really to mine out of it.
Yes.
That's the problem.
I actually agree with that. But I just think he's often in many of the, like he's in Last Exit to Springfield, for example. I mean, he's in a lot of the best episodes, but I agree. He's not as dynamic as Skinner, where it's like, if there's a heavily Burns focused episode, it's usually not my cup of tea as much. That's why I picked Skinner though. Skinner, I think is probably my favorite side one. And then if we're going for, I've got like an honorable mention or a character that's basically doesn't get his own episodes or things. It's just like a background or tertiary character. I gotta fucking call out Phil Hartman as Lionel Hutz or Troy McClure. Just Phil Hartman voice acting anything.
Yeah.
So I would say my favorite like guest voice actor to drop in for an episode and do some lines or just show up for like a minute or two.
Was he also the monorail guy? Is that
he was also the monorail guy? Yeah. So I don't care what it is.
Lionel Lanley.
If you have Phil Hartman in those classic episodes, I mean, tragically he fucking died. Yeah. But yeah, just him. Like any episode where he shows up, he improves it.
And so, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I rest my case.
Mr. Hutz, do you know you're not wearing any pants?
What?
Yeah.
It could be like a subpar or like a mid-tier episode, but if Phil Hartman shows up and just like, well,
we
folks,
didn't actually do that. We should have done our favorite guest character. Like, just out of a general guest.
Well, my favorite guest one-off character is Harvey Fierstein as Carl.
Oh, there you go. All
so,
right.
And that's my answer. I'll throw it
I don't
over to you.
off the top of my head, I can't think of a favorite guest one-off character. I have some funny moments, but my favorite side character in The Simpsons is Krusty the Clown.
Krusty the Clown.
I can't believe you didn't take Krusty.
I didn't even think of Krusty.
Is fucking amazing. I love the idea of this like child performer that's also just a sleazy fucking guy behind. Like as soon as the curtain comes down, he drops the facade. And he's like a rampant like degenerate with like gambling addiction, and he spends all kinds of money, and he's just like gives into life's vices. He's like shameless at exploiting children. He'll do anything for a buck.
Yeah.
So many great plots revolve around Krusty too. Like I think a lot of the Krusty centric episodes are really good. What was the one that I said? Oh, Krusty Gets Canceled.
Yeah, that was in your top 10.
One of my top 10 episodes. But I think Krusty works so well as like anytime they need a like, oh, their kids are watching TV, let's put on a couple minutes of a Krusty thing, and you'll get some gold out of those moments.
Similar to Skinner, like even if the episode's not focused on him, you can drop him in for like a minute or two as like the family's watching TV and he's on TV, and it's just like an excuse to do an amazing gag.
Let me get this straight. You took all of your money and you bet against the Harlem Globetrotters?
Let me get this straight. You took all the money you made franchising your name and bet it against the Harlem Globetrotters?
I thought the generals were due. He's spinning the ball on his finger. Just take it. Take the ball. That game was fixed.
He bets against the Harlem Globetrotters, the Washington Generals. There's so many good fucking Krusty moments. And and Krusty's also one of those guys where it's like, it's very believable that you would have this guy that is extremely successful by any metric, but behind closed doors, he just is nothing but problems.
He's just a mess.
He's a mess. And he's just always like is down, basically. It's like, Krusty, you've got, you have products, infinite, your face is on everything, just all these products, and yet you have no money for it.
Yeah.
You're on air constantly. You have one of the most popular children's shows, of all time, and yet you don't have a pot to piss in for some reason. You just he creates his own. He's his own worst enemy. You know? So I love Krusty.
But they do have episodes that like humanize him, like the episode with his father where he searches for his father.
We'll get to that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Spoiler. And then I'm gonna pick one more.
Yeah. Honorable mention.
Honorable mention. Chief Wiggum.
Oh, I almost picked Chief.
Love Wiggum.
Yeah.
Love Wiggum. Wiggum as the. I mean, yes, he's kind of he's a one-dimensional character. He is the inept, bumbling police chief of Springfield.
Yeah.
And the idea is like he's supposed to be, because often you get these people in seats of authority, like, in positions of power.
Positions of power and authority. Like the joke that this quaint American town,
the guy who's the head of the police, and he's just completely inept at his job.
Yeah.
But he has some of the voice of Chief Wiggum, the voice
is never not funny.
The line
funny. Delivery.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, we won. We won. We won. Unfortunately, since I bet on the other team, we won't be going for pizza.
It's never not funny. Yeah. And you can put Wiggum in so many situations and it's always funny.
Yeah.
He just has so many great lines.
Pick him away, toys.
Some of my favorite, some of the best interactions he has is when he teams up with Homer, because they're very similar. So you get Homer and the 8th Amendment or whatever, the Bear Baron episode.
The Bear Baron episode.
Where he helps Wiggum get his job back.
Yeah.
Marge on the Lam, the one where Homer's like depressed and he goes up to like the Springfield sign, and Wiggum has like a hidden like, was it called a sill where you're like making your own alcohol?
Yes.
Yeah. And he just runs into Homer, and then the two of them are just driving on like a country road. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
Yeah. That they have great interactions. Yeah.
I mean, I have him in one of my top episodes in I Love Lisa. He's got a lot of screen time in that as like Ralph. I mean, he's Ralph Wiggum's dad. Yeah. So there's interactions there in episodes. So
Wiggum is just never not funny. His voice is perfect his voice will always make you chuckle, because the voice delivery is always just spot on.
Yeah.
And there's just so many good Wiggum moments. So
yeah.
There you go.
Awesome.
That's it, folks. It nearly killed us, but we got there.
got there.
That is our top 10 Simpsons episodes of all fucking time. We will be doing this again because there's just maybe a year from now.
Yeah. We could easily make a whole nother list with completely different episodes.
Yeah. And now that that's done, it is time to film another podcast. So you are going to have to wait a few weeks for it, but we are now about to film our bottom 10 episodes. So our 10 least favorite Simpsons episodes from the golden era that we discussed.
Yes.
Yeah. So without further ado, let's get to it. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching, and we will see you again.